109 players. 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragnananda, and Gukesh. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup held in Baku, Azerbaijan. Today it's a big day. It's the beginning of quarterfinals in the open section and semi-finals in the women's section. Stakes are very high now, candidates' places at stake, a lot of prize money on the line as well. And yeah, it's my first day here commentating. I'm very excited, and for the first time ever, I will be joined by Peter Lecko. Peter, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. You've been commentating on the tournament. How have you been finding it so far?
Yeah, hello David, hello everyone. Super exciting. Really, we have so much dramas, everything. We have witnessed everything that chess can produce. And however, I mean, David, you have been the one who played the World Cup. Also, you can maybe tell us later in the show your own experience.
Yeah, I just got back from Baku a few days ago. I'm still a bit heartbroken after being knocked out, but yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. This is a good consolation. But meanwhile, let's go to the women's bracket. I know in Baku, that tournament hall is getting smaller and smaller, fewer players now left in that big hall. And here we see we're down to the last 4, the final 4. Anna Muzychuk, Nagul Salimova, Aleksandra Goryachkina, and Tan Zhongyi. And there we see the matchups. Actually, 3 of these 4 were also in the semi-finals 2 years ago in 2021 at the World Cup. Impressive stuff. Peter, what do you think so far of these 4? Any predictions?
No predictions at all. I mean, the tournament is very unpredictable to basically generalize anything. Goryachkina had an incredible tiebreak yesterday against Harika. She did manage to go through, facing Tan Zhongyi, the player who knocked her out of the candidates. I mean, from the candidate matches. So yes, so many storylines, but also Salimova, the dark horse. She has been truly stunning. She's very aggressive at the same time. Also, she has shown a very nice technique as well during the tournament. And Anna Muzychuk, I mean, her road beating her sister Maria, and then also her best friend Elizabeth Petz. It probably shows that this is an emotional roller coaster ride for all the players.
Yeah, it's been quite the ride for everyone so far. They'll all be feeling unbeatable as well, having made it this far into the tournament. Let's check out the pairings in the open section, the final 8 there in the quarterfinals, and some big matches. We saw just one playoff yesterday, between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vidit Gujaratri. Vidit was the one to win, and now we see 4 Indians in the quarterfinals. I think the one we'll be following most closely of all, Peter, Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh. Some juicy matchups.
Yeah, absolutely juicy. It's Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh, but all the matchups are very, very important. We know that the players who win their matches reach the semifinals, and since 3 spots are at stake in the World Cup for the candidates, there is so much tension. Yeah, if you feel like if you reach to the semifinals, then you have such a good chance of qualifying for your big dream to the candidates. I can imagine how nervous Vidit is, for example. Yeah, this is a golden opportunity playing against Abasov. If he wins that match, then he's in the semifinal with all the chances for the candidates. Gukesh, number 7 at the world, I believe. He has been rising and rising and rising, faces Magnus Carlsen. It's going to be a hell of a match.
Yeah, and we all know Magnus against teenagers recently. It's been a bit of a rough ride for him. So anything could happen here. Gukesh does start with the white pieces. We see him getting ready. Knowing Magnus, I expect him to walk in maybe 30 seconds before the game starts. But yeah, you mentioned some of the underdogs there. Abasov, the local hero. Could he do it on home soil? Vidit, golden opportunity for him. Also the All-American battle between Caruana and Dominguez. I think maybe that's the one that I think might be closest. It might go all the way to tiebreaks. They know each other so well. And we will talk about the permutations later, who can qualify for the candidates with what results. But yeah, Peter, I'm excited. Again, no predictions for you?
No real prediction at all. I mean, there is so much nerves involved. Yeah, I don't think that in such many matches you can actually call anyone a real favorite or anyone an underdog. All the players who already reached here, they have the confidence level. They really have this boost, yeah, that they think like, yes, this is my tournament, I can do it. And also Pragnananda against Erigaisi. I mean, I think Pragg mentioned that they are very good friends. They were spending their time together outside of the chessboard during the World Cup as well. And now facing each other for the semifinals, it should be a very big challenge on both of them.
Yeah, apparently they're going on walks together every night, even before facing each other in these quarterfinals. I saw them in the gym actually together in Baku every evening. So impressive stuff from those young Indians. Here we see Goryachkina waiting for her opponent to arrive, and now Anna Muzichuk waiting for her semifinals. Some really experienced players there in the women's section. And yeah, it looks like we have a few minutes left till liftoff. Oof, yeah, I mean, these classical games, they're always really tense, really cagey. It feels like, I don't know, at least I wouldn't be taking too much risk. It feels like so much is at stake here for the players. But of course, if it gets down to tie breaks, even more nerves. Yeah, Erigaisi takes his seat.
Yeah, we know exactly that why the players are also so nervous. Yeah, a lot at stake, but before the game, especially before the classical games, so much preparation is involved. Yeah, and you go through all the possible scenarios, all the lines. You have hundreds of pages of analysis to check on your screen. Really demanding stuff. And before the game, you don't know exactly what to expect. So you are expecting everything. Yeah, like if you would go to an exam and they can ask you about every single topic in the world. So a lot of tension. However, once the game settles, then you only have to face one opening of your opponent.
Yeah, that's the beauty, but also the downside of playing in these short mini matches. You only get to try out one or two of your opening lines. When I was out there in Baku, I realized I have like 3 pages of notes, let alone 1,000, and I couldn't even remember those. So yeah, these players, of course, though, all opening theoreticians. Fabiano among them. And he starts off with black against Dominguez. What do you think, Peter? Will the players with the black pieces go for that conventional approach? Will they just be trying to stay solid in this first game and take their chances tomorrow with white?
Well, I think that it's a good strategy to be as solid as possible at the beginning. However, these matches are so difficult. So if you feel that your opponent is actually trying to get the initiative and you have a chance to counter it, then probably you have to try to use that opportunity with black as well, because it's not a given at all, knowing how well these players are prepared with the black pieces, that you will get a serious chance with the white pieces. And if you are ready to bounce, and Gukesh has done that against Wang Hao with incredible precision, when suddenly Wang Hao showed a sign of weakness, Gukesh used that to his advantage and then went on to win the match quite smoothly.
Yeah, it looks like we have under 1 minute now. The clock is ticking. We will get started any moment. Last few words before we get started, Peter. Who has impressed you the most out of all of these players in the open section so far?
Well, I think all of them. I mean, everybody has their own story, yeah, to reach all the way to the quarterfinals. I mean, Vidit has been fighting like a lion. Yeah, he had that incredible match against Matthias Blubaum that went down to the sudden that game. Then also yesterday he had to fight his way against the very strong Jan Nepomniachtchi. He knocked him out without being in the slightest danger. That was truly stunning. We know exactly how good Jan is, and there is the handshake.
There's the handshake. Magnus Carlsen just beats the bell here. He gets into the playing hall a few seconds before that clock ticks to 0. And I think we'll see the first moves any moment. There we go. We're off. The quarterfinals in the open section has begun. Gukesh, he's been very impressive himself. He's been quite versatile in the openings, and he starts with D4. Magnus, do you think he's going to show a lot of respect to his young opponent here? Play something super solid?
Well, I'm expecting knight f6, e6. That's kind of almost certain for me, but we know also from Magnus that if you think like, aha, so the commentators think that that's a certainty, then let me try something else.
Yeah, I must admit, I was having dinner with Magnus every evening in Baku, and he was just talking about how tough it is, especially with choosing openings in classical chess. He was like, oh, I'm blocked here, I'm blocked there. My opponent will force a draw here, my opponent will force a draw there. But at least now he's playing an extremely ambitious opponent, so all of those thoughts can go out of his mind. And yeah, he's had a rocky journey himself a bit, Magnus, especially against Vincent Keimer. I think it's time. Yep, there we go. Knight f6. Time to go
knight
solid.
f6. Also, what I noticed that Magnus usually always jadubs his pieces first, but he jadubs the piece with which he will move. But it's kind of funny that it looks like he will play knight f6, but then he jadubs everything. And bishop f4, well, that's a surprise. That's the London.
Wow, London system from Gukesh. I haven't seen him employ that for a while. I know it's in the arsenal, the repertoire of every top player these days, but Magnus, he's one of the main proponents of the London. Bit of a surprise here, gotta say.
Yeah, and look at his reaction, Magnus's reaction. Yeah, this is certainly something that he did not expect. One thing that truly impressed me, apart of the Indian youngsters being very strong everywhere, but that they are so incredibly versatile in the openings. They are super deeply prepared everywhere. They can play e4, d4, c4, knight f3. The Gukesh, Pragg, now also Vidit started playing e4. That wasn't also his main repertoire before. Just they are so strong.
Yeah, so strong, and just incredible memories to kind of understand these nuances so deeply in every single opening. I know Erigaisi was playing the London system a lot recently, and yeah, Magnus, how will he reply? He normally replies quite classically as black, I think, here as well. Quick d5, e6, bishop d6. But yeah, we'll see. It's definitely thrown him off, this unexpected London system from Gukesh. Wow, yeah. I mean, we shouldn't read too much into the opening. Of course, Magnus will get a playable position, but Gukesh just showing no fear at all here. I was in London yesterday, so maybe this is in tribute to that as well.
Yes, certainly. And we have seen also mind games between Magnus Carlsen and Vasily Ivanchuk that featured d4, d5, knight f3. And I think the whole world who was watching was thinking like, what on earth is going on? These two brilliant players, the two giants of chess, the legends, spending time on move 2. And now this repeats itself after bishop f4. Clearly, yeah, we are expecting something like d5, e6, bishop e6, but there is also an argument to be made for e6, c5. Yeah, there are so many different setups from black.
Yep, different setups, different move orders. Lots to choose from for Magnus here. He's definitely not out of book after bishop f4, but after a few minutes, he'll start to speed up. And there we see handshakes in the background. It looks like other games have started as well. Abasov just arriving there a couple of minutes late, which is actually against the regulations of the tournament. Hopefully no punishment there. Here we go. Vidit has opened with e4. You said it. He's kind of branched out to this in recent times. And Abasov tends to be a Sicilian player, as far as I know. These guys, they're both 28 years old. They must know each other very well from youth events onwards. And there we go, Sicilian on the board.
Yes, e4, c5. I believe Abasov was playing the Sveshnikov, or at least he tries to play the Sveshnikov, because it's not a given at all that after knight f3, knight c6, you're going to see the Sveshnikov. The Rossolimo is as popular, yeah, knight f3 on the board. Mm-hmm. Let's take a look. I'm expecting knight c6. Yes, it's on the board.
And predictions now, open Sicilian, lots of theory, or something a bit slower, quieter, maybe the bishop landing on b5?
I think bishop b5, that's kind of a very popular choice. Mm-hmm. And it leads to strategical battle. However, since Vidit is quite new again to mainstream theory inside e4. Bishop b5. All right, so exactly, Losolimo. I wanted to give a case that we don't have enough information yet. Yeah, what type of e4 player he is. He's usually a very principled player. He goes for the sharpest lines. And we see bishop b5, e6. This was featured in the match between Peter Svidler and Abasov in the tiebreaks. Actually, the game that Abasov went on to win with the black pieces exactly featured this very variation.
Yeah, and it's been very topical, e6. I think throughout the World Cup, I've seen very many clashes actually in this opening line. So we'll await to see how Vidit replies there. Meanwhile, this is the game between Pragg and Erigaisi, the Indian derby here. And looks like very early stages here. Looks, wow, okay, like a bit of a side variation to the Fianchetto Grunfeld, symmetrical here. And okay, the solid system for black just looks like white's done a bit of a dance with the queen, Peter. Interesting stuff here. Interesting opening idea for white.
Yes, well, actually, yes, this is a G3, C6 Grunfeld. However, the modern touch, yeah, that it happens from a reti. Knight f3 was played by Pragg. Arjun opted with d5, g3, g6. I think a line you are very familiar with. I will be asking you later. Bishop g2, bishop g7, d4, knight f6, castles, castles, c4, c6, and the slightly mysterious queen a4, knight fd7, queen b3. So please tell us what you think of all this.
Actually, I was planning to play queen a4, this line, as white myself in my clash in round 3 against Wang Hao. But I was planning, if knight f to d7 had happened, not to play queen to b3, but to take on d5 and drop back the white queen to d1 if knight to b6. So just getting the queen out of the way, developing normally and arguing that black's knight is misplaced on b6. I think this is one of the main lines, at least in this variation. It's very symmetrical, very close to level, of course, but minimal risk for white. Queen b3 makes some sense. You've lost a move with the white queen, but at least you've argued that black's knights are a bit clumsy now, getting in each other's way. And if black is forced to trade off in the center, then okay, you have an extra central pawn. dc4, I'm expecting, and then something to do with e5 for black. But yeah, it has surprised Erigaisi, and that's not an easy thing to do. He's one of the best prepared players out there on the circuit these days.
Yeah, this queen a4, knight fd7, queen b3 is also something new to me. I do remember that officially the last word in theory was, I think, knight bd7 with the idea c takes d5, knight b6. And if queen b3, then no, but that's when white is going for immediate queen a4. Yeah, it's so easy to miss, but something like queen b3, queen takes d5 used to be some point that I do remember.
Yeah, so many nuances, so many move order tricks here. Easy to get confused. And that's why Erigaisi, I guess, is spending a few minutes just finding his bearings. Yeah, I mean, looks like a decent idea. These lines in general with g3 don't tend to entail too much risk for white, so I like what Pragg is doing. And yeah, looks like early days, but we will see a trade of pawns. We will see black trying to fight for the center, but it's definitely the pressure on Erigaisi to equalize here. Nothing too special, at least at these early stages.
I think this gives us a chance to catch up with Dominguez against Fabiano Caruana. And wow, I mean, I know some Italian, but I have never ever seen the knight on b4 landing from black so quickly. So let us go back to the start of the game to understand. It's clear that it was an Italian. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Yeah, Leinier is such a big opening expert, also in the Ruy Lopez and also in the Italian. You just never know exactly which line, which opening he will choose. And Fabiano goes for knight f6, d3, bishop e7. That's I think kind of a surprise, because I don't really recall Fabiano play bishop e7. Dubov and Magnus, I do recall, but usually Fabi always develops the bishop to c5. Now Leinier opts for knight c3, castles, castles, d6, a4, a typical way of grabbing some space on the queen side, and suddenly Fabiano jumps with the knight to b4. Wow.
Yeah, I guess he's arguing that White's last move, despite gaining space, has weakened the b4 square. Maybe he's just setting up a quick c6, d5. The knight normally needs to get out the way, right, Peter? In these positions, it's normally misplaced on c6 anyway. So why not using the b4 square? I must admit, I've had this position myself as black, and I haven't seen this idea either, knight to b4. But Fabi knows what he's doing, and of course, they know each other very well. They've worked together plenty of times, Dominguez and Fabi. Dominguez, his former second. So maybe a bit of a surprise weapon. Maybe he was fearing if he'd gone for his usual bishop c5 lines, that Dominguez would have been knowing what he was planning there. So interesting.
Yes.
I like it. Knight b4.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a very good point, that whenever two friends meet each other or training partners, yeah, we don't know exactly how close they are, exactly if they are still working together. That match versus Magnus Carlsen from 2018, the London match that we are referring to, that's a known fact that Fabiano has been one of the main helpers of Fabiano. Definitely they worked at least for half a year, if not for a year together. But what happened afterwards, we don't have so much information, at least personally I don't have. And but it's a good point, yeah, that probably Fabiano felt like we have never discussed the line with bishop e7 against with each other. And then when we are playing against each other, it's so nice to bring the game immediately to some fresh territory.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the Italian these days, it feels like everyone has just discussed these bishop c5 lines to death. They know everything up to move 20, 30. But bishop e7, definitely a bit forgotten. And like you say, apart from maybe Magnus and Dubov and a few others, it's not as often seen. So at least now it's a fresh game, and Dominguez can't rely on opening theory. I think that's a very wise choice from Fabiano. We won't see anything too theoretical here. And yeah, ideas for white, I don't know. Bishop back to b3, rook e1, h3, all of the normal, typical moves. But black looks solid. Going to play for a quick d5 maybe, or maybe black will do the same, just h6, rook e8, and the game goes on.
Yeah, black is solid and black is also flexible. I think that's what a little bit disturbs me from the white side, that I can't really guess what will be the next move from black. Yeah, that as you mentioned, yeah, your intuition said that maybe c6, d5. Then suddenly also the question that, who knows, maybe black actually wants to push the pawn all the way to c5 and then get that type of grip on the center and then go for bishop e6. There are so many different transformation of structures, and white has to make up his mind, knowing Leinier being a very deep player. He takes all his time. That does he go rook e1, does he go h3? But we have to wait and see.
Yep, we will check back in on that game. Still very early stages. Leinier has made a move, but yeah, here we see the bird's eye view. The games are progressing nicely. We will check in on the women's semi-finals a bit later on. But my eye is drawn to two games. Gukesh against Carlsen has taken a bit of a weird turn, not your usual London system. And also the game between Vidit and Abasov. Very wild stuff there, very imbalanced position at these early stages. So maybe we start with Magnus's game. Maybe we jump in, show what Gukesh has been doing. He's been greedy. He's occupied the center with his pawns, and feels like Magnus is taking some risks, strategically at least, at these early stages. He's down 12 minutes on the clock already. Magnus Carlsen here, and he's allowed Gukesh to build this big pawn center. Oof,
yes,
thoughts, Peter? I'm a bit surprised.
We are actually trying to get the games correctly, because we had some technical issue. I mean, we do know that the Leinier Dominguez Fabiano Caruana game was correct. We also knew that Pragnananda's game against Erigaisi was correct, but we are waiting for a fix, and we will be jumping right into the action in the Gukesh Magnus Carlsen game once everything is set.
Yeah, as mentioned there in the featured chat, this looks a bit like a Jabava London system now with white's knight on c3, rather than traditional London system kind of structures. So it's up to Magnus now to fight for that center. I'm expecting the move d5. He needs to do something. Maybe we can backtrack, Peter, and just show an action replay of the last few moves, show how we got here.
Yes, because actually only 5 moves had been played, so we didn't miss on anything. But actually we did, because look at this. Yeah, d4, knight f6, bishop f4. We were talking about e6, c5 or d5, e6, bishop d6 being very typical, and Magnus felt like, you know what, I want to get out of theory as quickly as possible, opted for b7, b6, which, however, did not surprise Gukesh at all, and he answered with the move knight c3, a very energetic way of fighting for the center immediately. Bishop b7 was met by f3. The intentions are absolutely clear to go e4 as quickly as possible, and Magnus did play the move e6, allowing e4, and that's the current position.
And yeah, feels like he has to do something. I have a feeling as well, I've seen Magnus play like this in blitz, maybe even bullet, so Gukesh could have been prepared potentially. And yeah, d5 strikes me as black's most common move, but it does invite white to occupy more of the center, to expand. What are your thoughts here, Peter? I don't really see too many tempting choices for black, other than challenging immediately with d5.
Yeah, well, there is a big question, yeah, that if you play d5, how does white react? Because there is even the argument to be made, this typical job of a London idea with knight b5. Yeah, let's just put it on the board what we are talking about. d5 can be answered by knight b5, very strongly threatening knight c7, and if black is forced to play knight a6, then suddenly white can maybe transform the position to the French structure and claim that that knight on a6 will be misplaced, for example, knight d7. And now the big question, does the bishop fall back to e3? And while we are discussing this, Magnus says, you know what, guys, no, don't even talk about knight b5. I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to waste the tempo on a6, but make sure that knight b5 will not come.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. It looks like Magnus is taking liberties, playing really slow moves. He's just gone against all chess wisdom. He's not even fighting with the center right now, but he does prevent that knight b5 idea, like you say, Peter. But he hasn't got Gukesh out of book. Gukesh continuing to blitz, queen to d2. Getting ready to castle queenside, maybe? Just staying really flexible with white. I'm impressed, the opening preparation here.
Incredible. I mean, I believe that Magnus's reasoning behind b6 was that, you know what, okay, Gukesh does play some London systems with bishop f4, so probably he is very well prepared in the main lines, but let me try something rare, something unusual, and he will be out of book. No. The answer is a very big no. Gukesh is still blitzing his moves. He's preparing long castles with the center and with black's king stuck yet on e8, and I'm not seeing that king to be moving pretty soon anywhere. I'm guessing that black will have to play the move d7, d5. I don't see any other way of playing this structure.
Yeah, if you leave it too much longer, white will start throwing pawns forward on the king side. White will get castled. White will be very ready. So it feels like now or never for Magnus to fight with d5. And the only question there for Gukesh is how to react. Close the center, leave things. I don't know if you can keep the tension in any way. If you close it, it does become very much like a French defense, as you mentioned, Peter. And what do you think? Is this a good version of a French for black, if there is such a thing?
I think that the reasoning why Magnus is ready to go for this is that he believes that, for example, after a6 included, without the knight b5 idea, something like e5, knight fd7 is perfectly playable, because then black will have a very quick c7, c5, and one could give a case that the knight on c3 will be misplaced. The bishop from f4 also has to come back to e3 to get f4, knight f3 in, and then we get some kind of a French structure with knight third move, knight c3, knight f6, which is quite tolerable with this new kind of b6, bishop b7, c5 idea. I believe that probably Gukesh's reaction would be even to sacrifice a pawn. Maybe he can even do something like long castles, because compared to any of these typical sacrifices, gambit kind of play, it seems like white got some tempi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how would you try and justify it here if black were to be greedy and grab the pawn on e4? Like you say, it looks tempting, this gambit. You're ahead in development, but what's next?
Well, I mean, if we talk about the gambit like fe4 and black taking on e4, let's just discuss this position first. Yeah, so takes, and then, okay, something like queen e3, yeah, targeting that bishop, making sure that we also get access to that king. I don't know, maybe the queen goes to g3, if black falls back with the bishop to d5, I might be tempted to try something aggressive with c4. The problem what I'm seeing with white, that it is not so easy to sacrifice this pawn, because after f takes e4, knowing Magnus, for example, a move like bishop b4 could be a very flexible move and a very annoying move for white. And this gives us also the chance to talk about eventually knight takes e4, but knight takes e4 doesn't put black under so much pressure that he feels obliged to take the pawn. So a lot of nuances here.
Yeah, and Magnus trying to work out those details. I really like it either way from Gukesh, what he's doing. I think maybe if there is one Achilles heel in Magnus's game, it's when his opponents kind of can attack him from an early stage. Yeah, and we all know that some of the young Indian players have had success, and he does play d5. Yeah, they have had some success when attacking him. Moment of truth. How deep does Gukesh's preparation go? He takes a moment. I'm expecting him to move immediately. He's played quickly up to this point. Let's stick with this game a little bit longer to see what Gukesh does. I want to see the sacrifice, Peter. I don't want to see a closed position. I think Magnus will be very happy there.
Yeah, well, the big question is how deep is Gukesh's preparation? Maybe it was just because if you go for d4, bishop f4, this is the least you worry about, right? I mean, okay, here you definitely got a game. Everything is ahead. You have the center, you have the white pieces. Yes, black is solid, but why on earth would you really spend too much time analyzing this position unless you really have this feeling? And there we go. Long castle. Okay, Gukesh is prepared. Forget everything what I said. He is prepared.
Yeah, for sure. I think he was just plucking up the courage. He took 10, 20 seconds and he was like, okay, I'm not going to get this opportunity again to take down Magnus. Castle's queenside, pawn sacrifice. We like it. And yeah, actually that structure you mentioned, Peter, with closing the pawn structure. I was at a training camp recently and Magnus himself was kind of giving a talk. Pragg was there. Yeah, Sadwani, some other really strong players were there. And he was saying basically that structure, if white were to close the center with pawn on e5, it's basically a King's Indian, just with the board kind of flipped. So the king side being the queen side, this structure. And yeah, everything's pretty much in King's Indian position, just pawn break, easy play for black. So I think this is a really good strategic choice from Gukesh. And yeah, after castle's queenside, I think we have to investigate what's going to happen if Magnus does grab the pawn. Or maybe we leave him to think because it's a big decision and that would be the most logical path to continue.
Yeah, I think that Magnus definitely will take his time because he's certainly not prepared. And if Gukesh would have spent time, he would have shown some uncertainty. Yeah, that he isn't familiar with the position, then it would be so much easier for Magnus to make up his mind. But knowing that he's probably very much in his opponent's territory, I don't see him grabbing the pawn. That's basically out of question. The big question is, does he have a solid alternative? And I'm looking at the position, and I do see that the computer actually mentions that b6, b5 is kind of a clever move. And it has a strategic feature. I believe that you are tempted with moves like this.
Mm-hmm. Actually, this would be maybe more Magnus's alley because he keeps things closed, he keeps things solid. It threatens b4, as you mentioned, maybe putting some pressure indirectly on white's pawn center. Also, some of those lines you mentioned with white kind of exploding the center and pushing c4 to get d5 in, that will be prevented with this b5 move. For example, knight takes d5 now, and yeah, no c4, so black's very happy. Yeah, I like this b5. Of course, it's a computer move, not obvious. Maybe immediately. I guess bishop e7 or a move like that would be the alternative. But yeah, I don't think I would be brave enough to capture the pawn either. I'd probably look at it for 5-10 minutes just to kind of get over the temptation to be greedy. But yeah, it doesn't feel practical here to walk into the opponent's prep.
Yes, and exactly, I think that's why you're also famous of getting into time trouble, right? That you did mention that you would spend like 5-10 minutes just thinking why I can't take this pawn. That's the classical chess, yeah, that we are, as perfectionists, you want to get the answer to every single move. But this actually comes back to haunt you, yeah? Then in time trouble, you already don't have time to spend so much time. What is your take on this? How do you like your time management?
Oh, Peter, I hate my time management, especially now I'm getting a bit older and the adrenaline pumps a bit less quickly and it's harder to make decisions. We were talking a bit before the show about my World Cup, and I was pretty much eliminated by Wang Hao in the playoffs because I spent too much time in one of the rapid games, just making kind of decisions between 2 or 3 roughly equal moves because I wanted to choose the best one. I wanted to sit, enjoy, learn about the position. But of course, like you said, being practical sometimes is the best way, and saving 5-10 extra minutes definitely comes in handy. In that game that I was knocked out, I think I had 20 seconds left when I made my fatal error, when I could easily have had 5-10 minutes on the clock if I'd just been a bit more kind of circumspect with my time. So yeah, I think that's what sets the likes of Magnus apart. And these young Indian players, they seem to be really good on the clock, very rarely in time pressure. Yeah, I don't know about you. Throughout your career, was it something you consciously worked on?
Well, I mean, time management became also my biggest nightmare, and I think the the reason why I was also losing way too much nerves during the games. Yeah, you are then out of your comfort zone. My wife was going crazy that why is Peter having only 1 minute on his clock on move 25 and he is brilliantly prepared, you know. There are all kinds of scenarios. And finally, it ended up me getting into the commentary. Yeah, because that's kind of, you know, when I feel like I can think, I can discuss positions, I have no time pressure. But yes, over the board, then every single nuance interests you, excites you, and you try to get answer to every single thing. That's great if you are at home and you're analyzing, but over the board, you just can't afford it.
Yeah, we need to take tips from Peter Svidler or other commentators who they commentate, but somehow they are able to play quickly over the board. I don't know how they do it. I agree. Perfectionism, it's a curse more than anything. The one good thing, though, is that sometimes, like you say, people do focus a bit too much on the time, on the clock, and they forget about our real weaknesses and other kind of things that are going on the board. But meanwhile, yeah, enough about time trouble. We'll talk about that later, maybe, as we get closer to the magical move 40, to the time control. And here we see another game between Vidit and Abasov. And okay, we talked about it being a Sicilian. Look at the pawn structure, Peter. Black has the bishop
Exactly.
pair. Queen on g5. What's happening here? Crazy
well,
position.
that was my question. I thought, like, what was there some transmission error? I mean, we did see White playing the 1e4, right? I mean, we see it on our camera, and we don't see a pawn on e4, and there is a new pawn on the e file and b3. At first, I thought, like, what? It was some first move b3, and no, it cannot be. No, it was Rossolimo. Unbelievable stuff. What are we witnessing here?
Yeah, we have to backtrack and see how this happened. It wasn't 1b3, even if it looks like it could be. Okay, Sicilian. We see a capture on c6. This reminds me of the 2012 match between Anand and Gelfand.
Exactly. That's where all this opening really got developed. I think not really before the preparation for the match, but much more during the match, because it was clear that the Sveshnikov did surprise Vichy. And yeah, this b3, d6, e5 is one of the main ideas, trying to isolate those weaknesses, those double pawns. But Black has very active play, d takes e5, knight takes e5. Now, okay, probably some people will ask, why isn't queen d4 winning with a double attack on the knight and on the rook? I guess just very quickly we should at least talk about that White has different stunning ways to deal with this move. Actually, okay, knight c4 would be the natural one, being the main point being after queen takes a1, we go knight c3. And this queen is not trapped immediately because we can't trap it with bishop b2, but it's trapped long terms. And the computer confirms bishop a6, something like simply short castles, and then White activates the queen to f3. It will always be a very nice tempo move, and eventually the bishop will be developed and Black's queen will be targeted. So quite some stunning tactical idea right from the beginning.
Yep, greed is not good in this case. Taking that rook, it's poisoned in the corner. I actually had this myself, I think, after that 2012 match in an open tournament. My opponent looked at me after I'd played knight takes e5 as if I blundered and played queen d4. And only after knight c4, my opponent spent like 30 minutes before deciding not to take the rook on a1. But of course, not a good journey for the queen either way. So queen g5 instead, Peter. Going in a different direction, hitting g2, hitting the knight on e5. Forcing White's knight back to some awkward squares.
Knight g4. Knight h6 comes with a tempo. Knight e3, the knight falls back, needs to protect the pawn, of course. It's all part of the plan. Knight f5, short castles. And now we already get the chance to understand and admire the transformation of the structure. Knight takes e3, f takes e3. Black develops with bishop d6. White develops with bishop b2. Of course, now it's very important to highlight that black was already threatening with a devilish double attack on the h2 pawn and on the rook. So, of course, white develops with bishop b2. And black plays the most short castle. And look at Abasov's clock situation. I mean, it seems like this is all kind of his prep. It's a very interesting double H position. White is very solid, has the better pawn structure, but the two bishops should give black probably enough counterplay.
Yeah, it's especially impressive considering Abasov arrived a bit late to the game and he's just blitzed out all of these moves. And yeah, I remember preparing for myself, and he plays all sorts of different openings, especially with white, but with black, quite principled. And this feels like he's definitely trying to challenge white immediately. What would be a kind of natural plan here for Vidit? It feels like he needs to get his knight out. Ideally, he wants to land on maybe c4 in front of those doubled isolated pawns. Queen f3, like you say.
Yes, there are so many different routes. Yeah, when you ask me what do I think, I was not sure. I mean, one thing it was sure that white's queen probably belongs to f3, and then depending how black will react to that move, we will decide that is knight c3, knight e4, for example, a big tempo move. Yeah, if that's a big tempo, then I somehow feel like knight c3 might be a very nice developing move. On the other hand, if it does nothing, then strategically knight a3, knight c4 is of course probably to be preferred. It's such a complex position, and Vidit is taking his time. One detail, however, I was following the interviews of the official site, and there it was like common knowledge that Abasov is always coming late, and there was the question that why does he come late? And he was revealing some info. He was saying that he's just he just does not like this tension before the game. Yeah, so he wants to come and already start to play instead of just sit there and wait 1-2 minutes before starting. It was very interesting. So it's not like he's preparing till the last second at home. It could also be the case, but much more that he prefers this way.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget, he has a lot of fans out there. They are now in the playing hall, I think. They're standing outside. Whenever I was walking to the venue, you have to kind of dodge. You have to make your way through all these autograph hunters, these selfie seekers. So yeah, he's the local boy. He's got a bunch of fans cheering for him. So I can understand trying to kind of save that till after the game. But his nerves have held up well, Abasov. He's gone through, 3 playoffs now, unscathed, knocking out Giri, knocking out Svidler, knocking out some really big names. And yeah, I like his position. I'm biased. I like my 2 bishops, even with a fractured pawn structure. But yeah, maybe I'm influenced by the fact that he's still in prep, whereas Vidit now on his own in the tank.
Yes, I mean, okay, I think there is also a clear case that we have to issue, yeah, that black might be able to threaten queen h4. That was the reason why I felt like queen f3 at least stabilizes my king side. It's not really attacking the pawn on c6. That's an additional feature, but I just wanted to make sure that we are able to handle the pressure against the h2 pawn, yeah, if queen h4 happens. For example, that I already highlighted that knight c3 with the idea of eventually going to e4 is clearly met by queen h4 if black just wants to make a draw, for example, yeah? And that's certainly not something that white wants to let happen. We know exactly that Vidit is a very ambitious player, very principled player with the white pieces. He's not getting impressed that, oh, okay, my opponent is in preparation. No. And queen f3 had been played.
Wow, and not just queen f3, Peter, but f5 immediately from Abasov, and looks like a pawn sacrifice to me. f5. What am I missing? Queen takes c6. Hits the bishop on d6, hits the rook on a8.
Let's check it out.
Both?
Wow. Well, the answer is, the computer is giving us the answer, and I felt like because Abasov is still in his prep, so we cannot really speculate. Yes, queen e7 is apparently the key move, setting up bishop b7. And if white grabs that rook, nothing really changes. Black goes bishop b7. And after queen takes a7, black plays the move, stunning, quiet little move, queen c7, yes, setting up bishop takes h2 and also setting rook a8, trapping the queen. certainly Vidit will not let that happen. And here we come to that point. What I also mentioned, I somehow felt that Black has already played the move f5. So now the move knight c3 is out of question. The knight e4 move does not come with a tempo. So I feel that the maneuver that you immediately indicated, knight a3, knight c4, trying to fight for that e5 square for the dark squares, that's the most natural move. However, after knight a3, probably Black will play bishop a6.
Yeah, get ready to chop off that knight if it lands on c4. Yeah, wow. I mean, this is the type of thing at the top level. Sometimes you prepare an idea, you see these computer lines where you can give up a rook in the corner. We've already seen one, and now we see a second idea of giving up the rook. You see it, you're like, okay, it's too cool not to play. And then you just go for it. And meanwhile, Vidit, he's going to be calculating that line first, taking the pawn that we showed. Queen takes c6. And he's going to be mulling over the kind of potential profit, the risk involved. I think it's too much risk as well. You might win a pawn, you might run away with a queen, but you lose too much time, you open up the bishops. And then the fear will start to kick in. And look at that, Vidit already looking away from the board, being like, oh, I've been out-prepared. And that doesn't happen very often. He's another one, Vidit, who's just banging down the moves usually. Normally he's the one to surprise his opponents. Abasov.
Exactly, and also there is this feeling, that yesterday Vidit was involved in this very nerve-wracking tie-break match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and how much energy he has spent on that match, right? And if he would have gotten a comfortable opening, I don't think that those kind of energy losses weigh in so much, because you simply feel like, okay, you are in control, and you automatically tend to forget what happened the day before. However, when you are caught by some unpleasant surprise and your opponent is playing some very energetic moves and asks some real questions, then you might tend to lean towards safety. Yeah, that you think like, okay, hang on. First of all, I'm super solid with the black pieces. I'm completely exhausted already from earlier events of the event. So let's try to play solidly. I mean, that's why I feel like this knight a3, for example, knight a3, let's just make these moves, bishop a6, and then followed by something like d3. Even a case could be made by knight c4. Okay, please take on c4. Hang on. The reason why I stopped, because after takes, there is some kind of double attack on the pawn on h2 and the pawn on c4. Not sure we want to let that happen. That's another case for eventually first just reassuring the center with d3 and then take it from there.
Yeah, and on that note, Peter, I think it's time to take our first break of the day. Looks like we've kind of ended the opening stage of most of the games. The games have slowed down slightly, players taking their first real big thinks of the game, and we'll be back in just a few minutes where we will be checking out the action in the women's semi-finals. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you very shortly.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. f5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup. We've been talking a lot about the open quarterfinals, but of course we have some big games going on as well in the Women's World Cup, where it's now at the semi-final stage, the last four. And Peter, I think it's time to talk about some of these clashes. It looks like some very exciting games already at an early stage.
Yes, I think the Anna Muzichuk, Nurgul Salimova match is extremely interesting opening-wise. I do recall this analyzing or learning in my childhood, but I haven't really been seeing on highest level in the last 20 years this type of line. Let's go back and understand it. It was some kind of a Panov. So it started as a Caro-Kann, it transformed into Panov. And I'll be asking you a question pretty soon. Yeah, it's the 4 knights, Panov, bishop g4, cd5, knight d5, queen b3. And this move, bishop takes f3, g takes f3, knight b6. How familiar are you with it? Because I know that e6 used to be the main move.
Yeah, that's right. E6, as far as I know, is still the main move, but there's been some developments there recently. For example, Jordan Van Forest came up with a really interesting piece sacrifice line. I think it was against Vincent Keimer recently. And of course, there's a lot of theory there. There's also the possibility of going into some force lines and some drawish endgames. So maybe Salimova smelt a rat there. Maybe she sensed that she was walking into some preparation and decided to go for knight b6, which, as you say, is a bit of an older move or a bit of a sideline. I haven't had this since 2007 in the tournament where I first became a grandmaster. And there I played the move d5, just like Anna Muzychuk did. And after knight d4, queen to d1. Has this happened? Oh no, she played bishop to b5 check. Yeah, in that game I played queen to d1, so a different move. But here she went for a check. And we see a few more moves. Maybe if we catch up with the current game position, yeah, like you say, this is very rare stuff, but white has a horrible pawn structure. If black can get developed, if black can get castled, then this could start turning, backfiring on white.
Yes, on the other hand, yeah, I mean, white is clearly relying on some very quick development. I mean, black's king on e8 is still very much stuck in the center. Black needs to probably go g6, bishop g7 castles. This also involves a pawn sacrifice. I don't really believe that white will go pawn hunting. That's not the spirit. Then black will seize the initiative. And looking at the clock, I mean, look at this. Anna Muzychuk is up 30 minutes, which means that her opponent is out of book. This is kind of a bad news because the position is razor sharp. I mean, for example, the line g6. Do we castle? Maybe we castle. I really like these castles. Rook e1, bishop g5 idea as quickly as possible, putting some pressure on the e7 pawn. Of course, black will be in time to develop herself with bishop g7. I mean, I know you don't like destroyed pawn structures, but do you feel like there is enough dynamic for white?
Yes, I think the white's probably doing okay. I don't think white's done anything wrong, but yeah, you just have to be very energetic, as you say, Peter. And it's a matter of tempi because this plan you're mentioning does allow black to castle. So either you have something very strong now with bishop g5, or you grab a pawn on b7 and yeah, you hope that the pawn structure is fine. But yeah, here black can block bishop f6 as you're highlighting. Looks very natural. Knight to f6 potentially as well. It looks like black survived the worst in this position exactly.
Exactly, yeah. So basically, I also have the feeling that the move g6 is of vital importance. I mean, black is in such a situation that if she loses one tempo, just not developing, just doing anything else, and let's just highlight this because there could be a case to be made. Why not queen b6? It would be a nice trade of queens, and our king is in the center. Why don't we trade? Well, the answer is that white gets a very strong bishop e3 move, hitting that queen on b6. And after queen takes b5, knight takes b5, actually black's position collapses. The threat of knight c7 check, plus the pressure on the a7 pawn. And also black has coordination issues with the development. So yes, queen b6, not a move at all. And that basically leaves us only with g6. So by elimination, black will be able to find the right move.
Yeah, is she reluctant here, Salimova, do you think, just to give up the b7 pawn? I don't know how important it is. I wouldn't be prioritizing it right now. I would just try and get my king to safety at any cost. But is this something she's worried about? And here, I don't know what next for white. Maybe now, just getting developed somehow. But black is very quick.
Yes, black is very quick, and this cannot be a problem for black. Yeah, this is so much in the Grunfeld spirit that we sacrifice a pawn, we get quick development, that bishop on g7 is a monster bishop. White's queen on b7 will lose time. Eventually, rook b8 will be also very nasty, putting pressure on the b2 pawn. No, white shouldn't go after the pawn. White clearly has to go for the initiative. But the big question is, we have made all the natural moves here. in the line after g6 castles, bishop g7, and the case could be made that maybe bishop g5 to start with, to eventually threaten the move d6, but I was not sure if d6 is a threat at all. Yeah, if bishop g5, how would you react?
First instinct, I would castle and ask whether d6 is a big threat, as you mentioned, because I can block that. Maybe again with bishop f6. Maybe I'm running into some tactics here, though.
Yes, exactly. That's why I think bishop g5 is so important, and that's certainly the preparation of Anna, that she wants to be quick, and there was no time to be wasted on rook e1 because of bishop f6. And just to highlight what we were talking about by tactical possibilities, that if after d takes e4, queen takes e7 runs into knight d5, winning basically on the spot, and bishop takes e7 might run into, actually it runs into the same, bishop e7, queen e7, knight d5. Let's just highlight this motif because it's so beautiful. Yeah. Knight d5, the black queen moves, and then white sacrifices the queen. Queen takes d7, knight f6 check. So all kinds of dangers looming at black side, but we know that David is an incredible stabilizer. So let's give you another chance to. Yes, I'm putting you at the spot. I understand.
Okay, so I'm also slightly afraid of playing the move h6 because I'm thinking you might sacrifice something on e7. I would have to calculate here, but if I can get away with it, then this might be a nice inclusion. This does look a bit scary for black somehow.
But you do castle at the end, yeah? So after
you
f4,
do castle. Yeah.
Yes, that was your point. Yeah, you highlighted. I mean, you are in excellent shape. I understand why you are so upset that you have been knocked out, because who knows, if you would have survived that playoff, that tiebreak against How, you never know where the journey would have ended.
I know. I just wanted the blitz because I only play blitz these days pretty much to practice. So I was just trying to survive until that point. But alas, the World Cup is a brutal format, as we all know. So many big seeds being knocked out. But yeah, I mean, in that variation, just having that extra move h6 means that, for example, if white were to retreat the bishop to h4, there would be this extra g5 resource if it's kind of really, really necessary. For example, here, black were to castle. And yeah, at least it's still a bit shaky, but it feels like black is surviving.
Yes.
And that's the name of the game, I think, for Salamova to survive, just these next few moves. And g6 seems to be the way to start that.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I think we have already covered this game extensively enough. We are waiting for action. Let's check out on the other game between Tanzonji with the white pieces against Aleksandra Goryachkina. It's a classical Carlsbad structure. Okay. Just very quickly, I mean, we will not be talking about all the nuances, just so that everybody understands, because we more or less understand where it came from. Yeah, it's classical Queen's Gambit, then it transforms into a Carlsbad structure after CDD, bishop g5, bishop e7, e3, castles, bishop dc, rook e8, knight g2, the most ambitious way. Yeah, it's common knowledge that knight g2 gives white then later option of trying to go for f3, e4, black goes c6, white played the move h3, knight b7, queen c2, a5, short castle, knight f8, f3, b5, and rook e1. We reach the current position.
Yeah, and you mentioned there are a lot of nuances here, Peter. This has really come back into fashion recently. I guess, again, it's just a way for black to survive the opening, get out with a playable position. Of course, it happened in the World Championship match between Ding and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And yeah, here it looks like white's ready to play e4 in some scenarios, but you've got to time it correctly. Feels like everything's been building up to that point. So, okay, how can black fight against that? Goryachkina. What moves come to mind here instinctively for black, Peter?
Well, I mean, clearly black wants to get that knight to e6 in order to pressure the d4 pawn. But for the moment, we can't play knight e6 due to bishop f6, bishop takes h7, and we lose a pawn. And in general, I don't like to play the move h6 from the black side here, but there is a case to be made that we are solving that problem. So after h6, the bishop most probably retreats to h4. That's the typical move. And then eventually we are able to jump to e6, making sure that e3, e4 is not really happening, because after d takes e4, we get access to the d4 pawn.
Yeah, looks very logical. And I guess here white would be playing moves like bishop f2 to try and maybe support the d4 pawn indirectly to get ready again for e4. And again, the struggle continues. Can black prevent this move?
Yes, can I try something like bishop a6? To me, the move rook a1 is a bit questionable. I mean, of course, it's a very natural move, but exactly because white is anyway controlling the e4 move very nicely with the bishop on d3, knight on c3, pawn f3, there was a case to be made placing the rook on d1, which keeps a little bit more focus on the d4 pawn, but this is many times just a matter of preference.
Yeah, when I've been looking at these lines, often the rook on d1 kind of makes more sense with the rest of your pieces. Here, you're pretty much committed. There's not so much flexibility anymore. And yeah, that single-minded approach, unless you can get e4 in, might not be the best one. So bishop a6 immediately from Goryachkina, also logical, similar to the other variation you were showing. And again, the question is e4, this tactics to calculate there potentially. Feels a bit shaky right now for white somehow. There we go, indirectly. Attacking e4, kicking the knight away, say knight a4. Yeah, and I think we can take on e4. I'm trying to calculate on the fly here, but I'm not as quick as Danya, unfortunately, with the calculations these days. But this seems to work out for black.
Yes, this is the idea behind bishop a6. These tactics, white can't take on e4 because of bishop takes g5. After bishop takes e5, bishop takes e7, black probably just, yes, it's important to take with the rook, just to make sure that we are not pinned on the e file, just to highlight that, yes, queen takes e7 would be a very big blunder because of knight g3. Winning serious material, the knight would be lost. So yes, a very nice little move, bishop a6, making sure that e4 is not working yet due to tactics. And black is also trying to set up some very quick plan with c6, c5, I guess. But it's not so easy because if we play the move rook c8, then we will never have chance to go b4 because the bishop will be hanging on a6. So there are many, many nuances here. But for the moment, it is white to decide what to do with this structure.
Yeah, I do kind of expect both players to burn a bit of time on the clock now, because it does feel like a bit of a kind of waiting game. You're kind of tiptoeing around. If white can get e4 first successfully, then white has the advantage. If black can get c5 first, things could turn in Goryachkina's favor here. Usually in these positions, you maneuver around. You go bishop h4, bishop f2, and kind of keep waiting. But yeah, if black can't, well, if black can break out with c5, then it's not something that Tan Zhongyi will want. So yeah, we'll see. Very tense position here. Meanwhile, the other game is following the lines we were discussing. Salimova did go for g6, bishop g7, and she's likely to castle. So it looks like she's got a healthy position out of the opening there. So thoughts, Peter?
Yes, exactly. We are seeing that g6 castles, bishop g7, rook e1 happened. The line that we first discussed, it featured the most natural moves. Black has castled. And basically our line included bishop g5, and we thought like, okay, bishop f6 is a very solid way for black to play the possession. Now that it might rise, we can take a quick look before we go to the open section.
She has just played bishop g5, so this is imminent. This is about to happen.
Yes. And then the big question, yeah, bishop f6 was somehow our intuition to just block this.
Yeah. There are options, however. Black could block with the knight. I'm wondering if knight e5 is a thing as well. Just to break out tactically. Feels a bit shaky. But yeah, maybe bishop f6. Let's investigate just one or two moves deeper there before we move on. Okay,
yes,
let's say white now takes.
Yeah, well, but if takes, then I believe that we are more or less happy. No, for example, bishop f6, knight takes f6. Now, if we stabilize, we should be fine. So now it's the time for white probably to collect material. Yes, so we have to address what happens after queen takes b7. Okay, I'm somehow tempted to follow it up with rook b8. Which pawn and how do you capture?
Yeah, let's say I start with the a7 pawn just to kind of force your hand here.
Yes, and okay, now I have to decide, do I take on b2 or do I take on d5?
Yeah, you need to take one of them. 2 pawns is a big,
Yes.
big deficit
Okay,
here.
probably I take on d5.
Rook d1, I guess.
Okay, d1, and then,
Try
okay,
and
I'm
pin
gonna
you.
play e6. And say that now finally I might get access to your king and I get some compensation.
Yeah, exactly. If the pawn was back on g2, if my pawns weren't doubled on the king side, I'd say white has a huge advantage, but here it's probably dynamically balanced. Knight takes d5 and queen d4, though. Am I stabilizing at all?
Yes, you are. You are, and then I need some computer help, which I have, you know, so...
I don't have access.
Yes, but the point is that anyway, you are not risking anything. You are in perfect shape. So it is black who needs to justify, yes, that she can handle this position. King h1, for example, queen f5 is a move, a key move suggested by computer using the fact that the pawn fc is vulnerable. If king g2 happens, then we keep on checking. And after the move rook e3, black has this move queen c2, hitting the pawn on b2, and rook d2 is met by queen b1 check, grabbing the a2 pawn, and that's how computer survives and saves the position.
Yeah, that's super accurate and the type of thing that Salimova might need to find. Yeah, not obvious actually from afar, but
not
quite
at
logical
all
once you see it.
Yes, there was also a highlight in Anna Muzichuk's interview. I think that everybody is so clever with engines. Absolutely true. I mean, all these moves that we have just analyzed in like 10-15 seconds, if we would be thinking there, it would take us half an hour. First of all, you don't know exactly, should you make this decision? Should you go to some other direction? But this bishop f6 does look like the most human, but often human moves lead to those long forced lines, which are so difficult to evaluate at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. She's got 2 or 3 candidate moves here, and she'll be trying to dig deeper, calculate further in all of those directions, and only then will she make a decision. And 46 minutes, okay, she's down significantly on the clock, but it feels like this next sequence is going to be the critical one. So probably a good moment to pause for Salimova. And Peter, shall we head back to the open section? Looks like the games are developing tempo there. Wow, some huge developments in all of them.
Yes,
gotta say.
we have to jump right in there. I guess we should go to the Magnus Carlsen game against Gukesh, because that's kind of insane. Exactly. Wow, what happened here?
Yeah, let's do a quick recap for those who are only just joining us or have only just joined us recently. It was a London system, but it looks anything other than a London system right now. It started with bishop f4, and Magnus played this provocative setup as black, allowing white to occupy the center. And he was just basically saying, come at me, bro. And Gukesh is saying, sure, I'll come at you. And yeah, after we see Magnus eventually challenge for the center, Gukesh castled queenside, sacrificed a pawn. This was rejected, at least temporarily, but Gukesh insisted. And a3, just again, active, always choosing the most energetic response, and now d5 by Gukesh. And look at the clock times as well. Players have started to tank, have started to think finally, but Gukesh, is he in preparation, Peter? d5 played, opening up the queen, and after knight takes d5, queen takes g7. Looks hairy, looks scary for black.
Yeah, but I think that Gukesh did slow down at some point, probably after bishop b4. And yeah, Magnus goes with queen f6, basically forces the queen trade. Yeah, that's excellent news for black. The bishop on f4 is hanging. That's why there is no way for white to avoid the queen trade. And a possible queen trade, queen f6, knight takes f6. With this pawn on e4, bishop on b7 construction, there is a lot of hidden dynamics for black. White's king side is not yet developed. That's another issue. And I do believe that the key line is that after bishop e5, black has the move king e7, protecting that knight. Ah, wow, hang on. So after bishop e5, of course, knight b7 is not possible due to rook takes d7. That's very obvious. But after king e7, the reason why white included the move bishop e5, for example, is that after bishop takes e7, knight b7, there is this nasty little check on d6, forcing black's king back to a8. making also sure that Black King will never be able to castle.
Yeah, I think this is going to happen. It's all very logical. We came in at a moment where it looked like Gukesh was starting some fireworks. Magnus has extinguished that with the queen trade, but yeah, I'm still inclined towards White's position, despite the evaluation bar saying level, because again, bishop pair, that line you showed looks like a nice way to just annoy the opponent. But maybe just having this pawn on e4 is actually what's saving Magnus here. His remaining pieces will be quite active. And yeah, White still hasn't developed the king side. It might be tricky to do so.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight, because it's a kind of very principled, very natural also. It's very harmonious for Black, but it's the best what White can achieve. I guess that bishop d6 check is such a big temptation. Then Black's king falls back to 8. And again, this pawn on e4, we can't highlight it enough because it's really the soul of Black's position. The reason why Black can afford fighting against this monster bishop on d6, because all the other pieces are beautifully placed. Black also has ideas like going rook g8, rook c8. The rooks are in the game. The king on e8 is kind of perfectly safe. It might be dynamic balance. In fact, how does White develop? That's also a big question.
If you could somehow put the white knight on any other square, any active square, you'd be very happy. But yeah, right now, this tension on f3, e4 is awkward to resolve. If you ever take, Black's knight gets active on e4. Don't really want to push f4 as White. You leave Black with a protected pass pawn long term. Yeah, it's tricky. It kind of looks visually appealing for White just purely because of this bishop on d6, but the rest, yeah, looks fine for Black. And this is, I mean, this goes back to something Magnus tries to do, I guess, against these younger players. He tries to just nullify them and take the sting out. And I like this. Yeah, I like what he's done. Knight takes d5, queen f6, queen's off the board. And yeah, he's alive as Black. Anything else for Gukesh here? I guess this line's pretty much forced.
Yes, I don't see anything. And I have to give a lot of credit to Magnus because the situation that we have witnessed there after castles looked quite scary. Gukesh was still in book, was blitzing things. The position looked very dangerous. We were talking about maybe b6, b5 is a stabilizing move, but Magnus came up with a very nice human touch. Like he said, I need to develop. Yes, it's kind of dangerous to give up the dark square bishop in this kind of circumstances, but it's justified. Perfect judgment. And basically, by playing bishop b4, he had to foresee and calculate all the way till this endgame after bishop d6 check king e8. I think that was the final picture, and he had to evaluate it that actually this is a good position for Black, nothing to worry about. Brilliant judgment, I have to say.
Yep, brilliant judgment. And we shouldn't forget that this is just a huge match for Gukesh, probably the biggest match of his career. Potentially the candidates on the line if he beats Magnus, but that's a big hurdle. I think out of the 4 remaining Indian players, it's the toughest luck for him to be drawn in the same quarter as Magnus. And yeah, looks like a level position, but not the end of the world, of course. But yeah, a bit disappointing. Maybe Gukesh would have been a bit more excited after getting his preparation on the board.
Yeah, and he also played with so much spirit, that he was willing to sacrifice the pawn. Then he opted for d4, d5, opening up everything. But it was wonderful judgment for Magnus that actually he can grab everything and be able to navigate to safety after queen f6. And yes, the endgame. In fact, I would say that it's a very double-edged endgame. So if anyone would be, I think it would be full advice to think that, okay, the dynamic is out of the position. No, the dynamic is very much in. This is a double-edged endgame which can either way, but I believe that if someone has the chance of eventually getting the upper hand, might be Black, actually, despite the fact that White has the pair of bishops.
Yeah, if it was anyone else, we might not say that, but especially knowing Magnus, he likes these endgames where it's slightly imbalanced. Not too much, but there's enough to work with. Yeah, I think he'll be very happy just with the course of the last few moves. He also said in Baku himself, we were watching the games every evening at dinner, or playing through them, and he was like, oh, Gukesh, he never gets much out of the opening, but he always plays with so much energy. And this position, at least, he'll be happy, Magnus, that he's taken some of the energy out of the board. So, yeah, Peter, shall we check in on some of the other games? It looks like...
Exactly.
Yeah, hot stuff on some of the other boards as well.
Yeah, well, the game between Pragnananda and Erigaisi, I think we can first skip for the fact that it's a very slow affair. We could be talking about this for hours, but it's
My
not
kind of
yet
game.
yes, also mine from both sides. I could identify myself with both sides, but probably we have a little bit more dynamic action somewhere else. So before we get back to the Pragnananda game, we make a tour. What do we make of the Dominguez game? It's also a typical, actually this Italian turned into a anti-martial position. It's very much of this very old line which we were analyzing in the middle of 2000s. And I believe that Leinier, knowing that he has been already deeply involved in all this theoretical discussion back then, he might be more familiar than Fabi.
Yeah, and I mean, how familiar are you with Dominguez? Did you play a lot against him when you were maybe playing more actively?
Well, I did play quite some games with Leinier, but not so much. However, we have been extremely good friends. We have been training partners before the World Championship 2007, which was in Mexico City. I invited him from Cuba to Hungary for a 1-month training camp. So we did spend 1 month together in Hungary. We got to know each other very well. I do remember our first game dating back to the year 2001. It was in the Yerevan World Team Championship, and he was already, as a very young player, the board number 1 of the Cuban national team, which already showed that they have tremendous respect for his talent, and it's just a matter of time till he will become a superstar. And after that, we stayed in contact. We were like best friends whenever we had a chance to meet. I was also going to Cuba for training camp in the year 2010. And ever since, we are very close friends. However, he moved to the US. Of course, he has a different situation right now. We haven't been able to catch up lately, but I'm following his game and I'm loving the way he plays. I feel like he plays this old generation chess, the chess that we kind of really liked and admired, going very deep into stuff, not fooled by the computer's evaluation, just going for the absolute truth, which requires awful lot of energy. And I'm very happy to see that he still has the energy and the determination to do all this.
Yeah, just from the outside looking in, I mean, Dominguez is, I think he's one of the few top players I haven't played against, and I don't know too well, but yeah, he seems like the consummate professional. Just everything's really well worked out scientifically, super dedicated, super focused. And it's great to see him playing so well in this tournament. And yeah, I must say, despite the fact it looks relatively balanced, I would take Dominguez's position. Just these doubled E pawns for black, long term, maybe don't give as much flexibility. It might be hard to come up with a plan though, just right now. That's why he's been spending so long on this move.
Yes, it's kind of very tough. Yes, it's very tough because the position is locked and white's pawn on b4 is somewhat of a target. Yeah, so the big question is, could he put the bishop on e3 just in order to reinforce the situation? Maybe somewhere toying with the idea of pushing d3, d4, but the main question always after bishop e3, can black advance himself in the center with d6, d5? Yes, it does weaken the e5 square forever, but it certainly creates serious pressure against the b4 pawn, the only weakness in white's position. I do recall there was a very important classical game between Veselin Topalov and Rustam Kasimdzhanov in 2005 St. Louis World Championship, which came from an anti-martial, and it featured very much this structure. It was exactly those 2004-2005 period when we were seriously analyzing and debating this structure on the highest level.
Yeah, this position can arise from Italians, anti-martials, all of these. How about bishop to c3? Is that slightly more flexible? Just hinting at d4. Again, just don't like the bishop as much on c3, feels slightly looser, but okay, he goes for something else. He plays rook move, rook to c1, it looks like on the camera. Yeah, just really tense, this position.
Yes, very tense, because the question is also that if black doesn't not do anything, yeah, that's a very big question. That because if black pushes the move d6, d5, that's a very committal decision. Of course, if black is he knows that he can push it, he analyzed this type of positions recently, then that's one thing. If you haven't done that, then you are somehow, I believe, tempted to just sidestep that king from g8 to h7, getting out of this pin, which eventually somewhere might enable white to play knight f5 at some point. You want to make as much prophylactic moves as possible.
Yeah, and how would you mentioned doing nothing. That's probably the hardest thing in chess, just psychologically. How would you do that if you were Fabiano, if you were reluctant to commit? So king h7, what next? Say white doubles up on the c file, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but also doubling up does not threaten anything yet, right?
Not yet, no.
But
I mean, I'm not sure when it will ever threaten anything, but...
Yeah, but it's a very nice point, because in strategical terms, I would really love this regrouping bishop d8, bishop b6. Yeah, if the bishop would be on b6, we would be not really talking about this position. Black would be perfectly fine. And the move rook a2 to c2 doesn't really do anything at the moment, but it does stop bishop d8. I mean, I feel like with this loose rook on c8 with the pin on the c file, I'm not able to do that. Besides, bishop d8 can be simply met by bishop e3, and black will never have the... Yes, let's just show this, that bishop d8, bishop e3, and if suddenly black goes for the same d6, d5, which would be terrible, then white simply wins with the thematic sacrifice, knight takes d5. Due to the pin, black is unable to recapture. So yes, we would love to transfer that bishop to b6, but we are not really able to. And if we can't, that means that we have to sit tight or to decide on eventually going d6, d5, but then maybe we also don't need king h7. It's such a difficult position to play it and make up your mind over the board.
Yeah, and even if black does play d5, I think the question again is what next? I mean, once your pawn's on d5, it looks like everything's perfect. You don't really want to touch anything. You don't want to push forward even further, lock things down. Then you're just riddled with weaknesses. e5 becomes weak, like you say, like you're highlighting there on the board. As I've been on the black side of these things myself, and yeah, maybe not having studied as deeply as some of these top players, it can feel uncomfortable if you're not 100% sure of the plans or where to put the pieces.
Yeah,
feels like a standoff.
Yeah, and I also have the feeling like Dominguez should be happy with the outcome of the opening, because knowing that Fabi has brilliant preparation, you don't really expect to get anything serious out of the opening, but what you are really looking forward to is some stable position. And we do see that Fabi is up on the clock, like 20 minutes, but the players have already made 90 moves, so the game is well in progress. Yes, it's kind of difficult to make up your mind for the next couple of moves, but it's basically difficult because you try to be perfectionist, you try to find the best move. If White just wants to make natural moves, he will be able to do that. I think we also have to let the players think here and go somewhere else. What is your preference?
Yeah, that position's too tough to understand strategically. Let's move on. Maybe we can check out again that game between Vidit and Abasov, because again, that's developed significantly. It's changed, especially the pawn structure. Oof. It feels like Abasov might still be in preparation as well. It's moved 21. He's only spent just over 10 minutes on the clock, and some huge decisions made.
Yes,
this looks
certainly
ugly for black, but maybe he's holding it together dynamically.
Yeah, he's pawn up at the moment. Of course, this pawn will fall any moment. The big question is, how do you capture it? Do you try to capture it with the queen? Do you try to capture it with the rook? Do you include a rook trade on f8 first? However, in order to make sense of it, let's just go back to the position where we left. After the move f5, we were kind of talking about that, yes, Vidit needs to be solid. And he played, I think, very natural good moves. Knight a3, bishop a6, d3. Rook a8. Now finally the pawn had to be protected. That gives white also time to stabilize. Now knight c4, bishop takes c4, and I'm really loving the move d takes c4. I feel like this shows a lot of understanding. It would be so thematic and the common knowledge that you should be taking with the pawn towards the center, b takes c4, but it leads to much less dynamic play. And also the opening up the d file is probably important in order to try to target that bishop on d6. I'm just loving this decision. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I completely agree. It's one of the things I think I struggled with most when I was younger, or still do sometimes. Just instinctively, my hand takes towards the center every single time. But somehow it feels like white's structure is more compact here. Yeah, open files are nice. I guess as well, it's easier to target black's queenside pawns now that you've taken with the d pawn. again, it's hard to explain why exactly. Just visually, it looks much nicer, d takes c4, than the alternative. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I like the move. It's just the fact that Abasov is potentially in preparation is really confusing me here. g3. It just aesthetically looks so nice for white with the more harmonious structure. But let's see how the game is developed.
Yes, we are seeing all these moves. Very energetic play by black. Probably also Abasov knows and feels, of course, that in long terms he has strategical problems. So to justify his position, he needs to be energetic. Now Vidit goes rook a1, kind of showing that he's ready to meet e5. Of course, now black is seriously threatening to push e4 and strategically would be almost winning, because then white's king side would be very vulnerable. That's why the move e3 is obligatory. And that's a kind of a big moment. Yeah, black captured on e4. He did have a possibility of going f4, but f4 looks, I mean, it transforms to some kind of an endgame, which certainly feels completely risk-free from the white side. So g takes f4, queen g2, king g2, e takes f4 is not very nice. I don't know, e5, eventually king f3, rook gets to g1. If this pawn on f4 can be isolated, it's dangerous, but we shouldn't be really talking too much about this, because the game featured f takes e4 and queen takes e4 is the move that was played by Vidit.
And it feels like the queens are pretty much forced off the board at some moment. White's queen on e4 is just too strong. And I guess Abasov is arguing that despite his ugly pawns, he's the only one with a passed pawn here, the e-pawn. If queens and rooks come off the board, maybe it's harder for white to target black's queen side. So yeah, maybe I'm expecting a variation such as this one. Let's trade off a set of rooks as well. Okay, white's not threatening to take on e5, but yeah, if the king moves, then maybe bishop takes e5. So yeah, rook e8 and bring the king for black. So
yes,
let's
just highlight this, yeah, because it's a very important moment that actually black king is trying to reach to e6, and then one could argue that why do we lose a tempo on rook e8? But yeah, chess is always about tactics, move per move calculation. After king f7, bishop takes e5, rook e8, suddenly, because the king has stepped on the f file, white has the chance of resolving the pin with a check, and white wins the game. So that's why, yes, black does lose a tempo for rook e8, but make sure that the next moves will be king f7, king e6. And yeah, the pawn structure is damaged, but it does look like black should be holding this without much problems, unless white can open up some new front on the king side with a timely g4.
Yeah, I think that's what white has to try. Maybe something like king e2, king f7, rook h4, or g4 first. Maybe rook h4. Just hoping to somehow play g4 next. And I don't know, it comes with some risk attached for white. If black can play moves like bishop e7.
Yeah, exactly. And then after rook h3, h take g4, things get out of control. So yeah, one has to be very careful how to try to break. It's one thing that we would like to play g4. One could also give a case that then why don't we go g4 immediately? It's possible, but it also opens up the h file. Yeah, that's why you were also not that happy, I believe. Yeah, that takes rook h8, and with the active rook and the weakness in white's camp, I do believe that Abasov has solved his problems.
Yeah, me too. It looks like he's, I mean, with a series of great prep and engine moves, I guess he's found his way to a very tenable position. And I could see this one turning as well if Vidit's maybe too ambitious or maybe a bit careless. Black is the one with the e-pawn after all, and once black's king gets to e6 in that endgame, it doesn't feel like too much to worry about at all. And suddenly those white queenside pawns we talked about capturing with dc4 earlier, suddenly it's hard to create a passed pawn. That's the one downside for white. So yeah, I mean, I just think it's just been a really well-played game by both so far. And the fact that Abasov's been playing so quickly probably means that Vidit's played very close to the top engine moves as well. So impressive stuff from both, cancelling each other out.
Yeah, so basically we think that it's more or less dynamic equality and a rather drawish endgame. I believe that basically both players are so strong that it would be a miracle to see anything else than a draw. That gives us a chance to catch up on the Pragg's game, because the Pragg's game is, of course, of very high quality. It's only that a little bit slow affair, and if you relate to Pragg and Arjun, you would think like fireworks. Yeah, these two young, energetic players, they are so dynamic. But probably they know each other, they have tremendous respect, and they know that no, I shouldn't be giving my opponent a chance to show his incredible skills in tactical play.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? When you play a friend, when you play someone, you know their strengths so well. It's easy to kind of tense up and not be able to relax. I don't know if you had experiences of that, Peter. You must have done throughout your career, playing someone you really respect. It's hard to play your best chess, right?
Yeah, especially with the person whom you've worked on chess. Yeah, for example, against Leinier, we felt like we simply unable to play against each other because too much mutual respect. We know each other's repertoire, and the whole friendship was based on that. If we find novelties in the line that we analyzed together throughout those years, then we were sharing it with each other. And then if you want to play against each other, it means that you have to get out of your comfort zone. Luckily, we didn't really play too many very important decisive games, so it wasn't an issue. But otherwise, I would have, for example, a World Cup, unimaginable. Yeah, it would be a very ugly spot. But if you are just friends, yeah, like you are friends, you spend time, but you haven't been involved in opening work together, then I feel that it's much easier that case.
Yeah. I guess not as quite as bad as sister playing sister when the Muzichuks met in the Women's World Cup, but yeah, this one must be not far off. And meanwhile, yeah, in terms of the position, still symmetrical pawn structure. Black's rook on a5, interesting placement there. But this last sequence, I thought it might be turning in Black's favor, but knight e5 was a really nice move by Pragg. And bishop to e6 feels a bit clumsy for Erigaisi, just visually at least.
Well, he did give a tempo. On the other hand, he wanted probably to provoke that knight to e5. How do you continue? I know that you are the true master of this type of position, so please give us a chance to learn something.
Thank you, Peter. You're too kind. I'm pretty much the opposite of Danya, who you've been commentating with a lot. He's all about the tactics. I'm all about the old man chess. I mean, first question for me would be whether Black is actually threatening to take on e5. Like you said, he's kind of provoked White's knight to e5. I mean, somehow I just want to play a move like queen to d2, just because tactically the rook on a5 feels a bit loose, just because I want to get my other pieces into the game. Big question is whether Black really wants to take on e5 or not. Because I don't see an obvious move for Black other than capturing on e5.
And capturing with the knight or bishop, what is your feeling?
Ooh, good question. I mean, I would look at knight takes first, just because, again, I'm kind of biased towards keeping my bishops, which is maybe not healthy. And now d4. And for me, this would be the question. I don't see any good knight jumps hitting this rook on a5.
Yeah, I think that this is very much the human way of dealing with the position. Yeah, that queen d2, I want to stabilize. Let's check what happens in the concrete lines. And I believe that first this knight takes e5, d5, d4 has to be addressed. But then I hit on b3, no?
Ah, wait, yes, of course.
Well,
this definitely has to be addressed.
I can help you because computer actually agrees that this is kind of probably nice for white, and computer says, you know what, just don't panic, play the move knight e4. But these are the little moves that is so difficult for the human brain to understand, because of course we know that the rook is hanging, but the structure has been damaged. The pawn on e5 is weak. Black played the move d5, d4 with the tempo. We are closing down the long diagonal with the bishop. It's just so difficult to understand. With computer help, it's very easy. After rook b5, the move that I thought, like, why not? Computer says knight c5, bishop d5 would be thematic, and then just asked a little question on the rook on b5. What are you doing, sir, on b5?
Suddenly that black rook is forced away, and probably white's going to win a pawn somewhere on this journey.
Yes, computer gives actually a plus 1 point something advantage for white in this line.
Okay. So this is quite promising. You mentioned another alternative, but yeah, I mean, queen d2. I don't really want to take on c6. Just strategically, it feels like, despite black having a backward pawn on c6, it feels like it strengthens his center. White's pawn on b3 just as weak as the pawn on c6. This doesn't feel too productive. So yeah, I mean, I'm attracted to queen d2 if we can make it work. Anything else, I think black is completely fine.
I actually liked it, yeah, because you don't have access, and I want to tell this to our audience, that only I have access to the engine lines, and Queen D2 was the top choice of the computer. So just so nice to see that this type of position, David and plays like a top engine just by understanding the position. It's so nice to see this.
Thank you. As long as you don't give me a long, forcing, tricky calculation line, then I'm more confident. But thank you for the kind words, Peter. And yeah, it looks like Pragg has a healthy position. Of course, should be roughly balanced objectively. But while we let him think, I think it's time for another break. And we will be back very shortly with the continuation of this round of the FIDE World Cup. So don't go anywhere. Peter and I will be back soon.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this round of the FIDE World Cup. Out there in Baku, Azerbaijan, it's the quarterfinals day in the open section, and for the women, it's the semi-finals. We've seen some action so far. The games are now all in the middle game phase, all very, very tense, and we can see a lot of nerves out there in the playing hall. Stakes are incredibly high, and there we see Magnus getting up from the board where he faces Gukesh. And before we jump into the action, of course, it's been a dramatic tournament so far. It's been a dramatic couple of weeks. And here we see some of the players who are left in the tournament, but also some of the players who have been knocked out. Some huge names, Peter. Some very high seeds here have already been eliminated.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, you have been there. So, for example, the moment when Abdusatov was knocked out, I think he was the first top seed. I believe many people had Abdusatov as a hidden favorite, yeah, that we know that he's incredibly strong, very energetic, fantastic young player. What was the atmosphere there in Baku when people got to know that he exited the tournament?
Yeah, I can tell you there's something in the air in Baku. I think everyone was a bit afraid in the early stages. We saw as soon as the top seeds entered in the second round, there was already plenty of playoffs. Hikaru got dragged into a playoff where it went down to the wire, where he was a bit in trouble. And we saw Mamedyarov eliminated early, one of the home favorites. Yeah, it was definitely kind of, there were mutterings, there were murmurings, and there was a lot of fear. So it was no surprise eventually that the likes of Magnus and Fabiano got through to the quarterfinals. But of course, it was sad to say goodbye to some big names. And that's just how things work in the World Cup. That's why it's so entertaining. And we are left with 8 players. Of course, 4 Indian players. We should maybe mention that. Half of the field in the open section from India. Impressive stuff there. The youngsters definitely having their day. And in the women's section, of course, 4 brave fighters left in that one as well. What was the biggest name for you that was the kind of shock of the tournament, seeing eliminated so far, Peter?
Well, I think that you very nicely highlighted, yeah, that usually top seeds does not like when their colleague starts to get eliminated, because you somehow feel that the so-called underdogs get the confidence. All right, if that guy managed to do that, look at this. Yeah, he's of course a brilliant player, but he shows some weakness. He's nervous. He feels the pressure, whatever. I mean, those are the signs the so-called low-rated players are waiting for and are trying to jump on the occasion. And right from the start, yeah, when Shakhriyar Mamedyarov was eliminated by the young Singaporean Grandmaster, that was also a big shock of the tournament. Finally, of course, Hikaru's exit. One cannot say that it's a shock because he was knocked out by the incredibly strong Pragnananda, but still, I mean, Hikaru, of course, also one of the absolute favorites to win the event, had been knocked out there. Nobody is safe. Magnus Carlsen was on the verge of elimination against Vincent Keimer. It was basically about one single move. If Vincent finds that knight takes e4 move, and by the way, the same knight takes e4 move is on the board which Magnus has just played.
Oh, perfect timing, Peter. Almost scripted there. Knight takes e4. Huge miss there from Vincent. I must admit, like, I was so shocked. I thought he was going to find it, Vincent, and I was shocked that Magnus even allowed that, I've got to say, back in their match a few days back. But meanwhile, this knight takes e4 has been played. And to me, at least, it looks very healthy for black now, suddenly. That position we were discussing earlier, dynamically balanced, we called it, white having the bishop pair. But look how active black's pieces are. And okay, Gukesh decided to trade on e4 because of this move, bishop f3. Is his plan to somehow liquidate everything here? Black can keep the tension, though. There's no threat here. White just wants to get the knight out to e2. Finally, get some breathing space for that piece. But yeah, I just like the way this is turning for Magnus, just visually. Just can that turn into anything tangible? Knight takes g3
yeah, that's
is a
the big
question.
Well. Yes, I mean, knight takes g3, probably bishop takes b7. Is that the forced line? But we have to address it. Yeah, knight takes g3. Okay, h3 or bishop takes b7. Okay, let's first analyze the capture. Then black has a choice, but probably going after the bishop is more natural. Rook a7, h takes g3, rook takes b7, and then white has a choice. Probably he should eliminate the h7 pawn in order to get access to some activity, because if black is attacking somehow with knight f6 or rook g7, then these pawns will be super vulnerable in the long run. I'm expecting rook takes h7, and after rook takes g3, black is tiny bit better. I mean, in the mid-90s, we would say like we don't want to be white against Karpov or Mickey Adams in this type of positions. Now it's clear that we don't want to be black against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, he definitely don't want to be suffering in this endgame. And the reason black is better here is simple. I mean, it's just this g2 pawn. And it's easy to imagine those black pawns rolling down the board, the F and E pawns. Black has a beautiful square on e7, as you're highlighting. White's knight is going to take an age to get anywhere good. You're going to have to tie down your rooks defending g2. And maybe with an idea like this in mind, he has indeed taken on g3. I was reluctant initially. I just thought, okay, it's going to fizzle out if pieces come off the board. But I think Magnus has seen this line and seen deeper. Of course, there's h takes g3 here as well, but it won't change too much necessarily. Maybe
Yes.
h takes g3 is a slightly better version, though, for white.
I mean, all eyes on Gukesh, yeah, because he plays with the white pieces. It's so easy to get nervous, yeah, because one thing you don't want to be against Magnus is a position where you have zero chances for counterplay. And this is certainly one of those positions, which means that Magnus has the chance of grinding this position simply systematically without taking any risk. And we know exactly that he has the feeling of perfect harmony. Every single move will slowly improve his position. And the question is, will you be able to hold on to that pressure in a long term? Of course, in a short term, there is no big pressure on white, but I already feel like there's going to be some kind of a very long grind from Magnus.
Yeah, and somehow, I mean, Gukesh has been on fire. He's been in the form of his life and probably the best player out there this late year. But yeah, somehow it feels like these last few moves have been slightly negative. It's as if he's trying to force the issue. I'm not sure it's kind of helped him too much. Like you say, 2-result game now with Magnus grinding. And even though Magnus let some chances slip, for example, against Vincent in their playoffs, it does feel like his cup of tea. And yeah, you can see how focused Magnus is on the camera. It's Gukesh's move, but Magnus is feeling optimistic. Great body language there. And okay, what to do? If we take on g3, bishop takes f3. Maybe this isn't a better version. Can black be greedy if knight takes f3 and just grab all the pawns?
Rook takes g3, rook takes g7.
Rook takes g2. Am I blundering something here? It was a bit shaky.
Well, I have
knight
some
e5.
knight e5 move, yes.
Yeah.
I think I have some knight e5 trick.
Mm-hmm. This is nice. Otherwise black would just be a pawn up. Knight takes e5, rook h8, check. It's a nasty skewer. And the idea is that black's knight can no longer block on f8. Okay, so maybe this is one trick that Gukesh has up his sleeve. How about in
Yes,
that
one
last
question.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, also that instead of rook takes g3, what happens if black, for example, just protects with knight f6? Yeah, is there an argument to be made for that move and just make sure that these pawns are stuck there?
Definitely. I want to route knight e5 again, though, just to try and go active. I don't want to passively defend my pawns, otherwise long term I'll just be stuck.
But here maybe can I touch you with rook g5? I would like to force that rook away from h1 so that the pawn on h7 will not be vulnerable. Then go some rook c8, king e7, and just coordinate forces.
Yeah, you were praising me, Peter, for strategic stuff earlier, but I've got to praise your play here. Just everything looks so
well.
harmonious.
The point is that this transformed into e4 structures. Yeah, so I feel like e4 structures, all these nuances, these are very much in my blood, but all these symmetrical d4 structures with the bishop on g2 that, you know, if you ask me whom to ask as a tag team partner, if in chess we would have a tag team partner, I would pick you any day.
Oh, Peter, we need to get that going, some commentary pairs chess.
Would be great. Would be awesome. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean, like you said, the pawn structure, it resembles a Sicilian now, or a French Caracan sometimes with this structure. And definitely suits Magnus here. Oof, tough decision. I don't envy Gukesh at all. Looks like he'll be saddled with some weak pawns and a sad defense. He just needs to get out of this game with a draw, I think. Just somehow needs to knuckle down now.
Exactly. That's his main task. Also, we have to highlight, because you mentioned that, this can happen from Sicilian, it can happen from French, can happen from Caro-Kann. The main point being that actually this 3 versus 2 on the queen side is not going anywhere from the white side. And this central pawn, this f7 e6 plus the dynamic on the king side guarantees black that despite seemingly there is very little material left on the board, there is so much tension. And this is what we have witnessed in the game between Niels Grandelius and Arjun Erigaisi when Arjun went on to win that very important game in the previous round against Niels. Seemingly nothing is happening, but it was unpleasant. And then with incredible technique, Arjun also went on to win that game. All eyes on Gukesh. He needs to survive this.
Yeah, and that goes to show, I mean, classical chess wisdom as well. Sometimes they say, oh, the outside pawn majority, the queenside majority, but here it's just about the fact that white's kingside pawns will be weak. He takes on g3 rather than b7. We looked at both variations, and that latter line that we looked at looks like it might come into play. Magnus will now trade bishops. I wonder if g takes f3 is anything to... well, is it that an improvement for white? It's sad for the white knight, but at least white's pawns will be healthier if you keep more pawns on the board.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's a very set choice. Let's just show that bishop takes f3. Of course, we wanted first intuitively to capture with the knight to go for some dynamic. However, if there won't be any dynamic, then of course knight takes f3 is less appealing than g takes f3. And now a very big question, because g takes f3 is kind of a defending move. And what?
Knight takes
Knight
immediately.
takes, of course. Yeah, this is the human way that you want to get counterplay. But if the counterplay backfires, if there won't be any counterplay, then of course black's pawns will be really vulnerable. Now, big question, how much time will Magnus spend in this position? Because he's spoiled with a choice. Rook takes g3 is an option, knight f6 is an option, just protecting that pawn with rook g7. But I still feel like knight f6, rook takes g3 are the most natural ones.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a straight choice between those two moves. And yeah, I'm not sure which one Magnus will go for. The more I look at it, maybe rook takes g3. These days, Magnus is a bit more direct than he used to be, where he was maybe a bit more of a grinder and very patient. Now maybe just king e7, unless I'm blundering something. Because again, g2 is extremely weak, and suddenly I'm coordinated, ready to bring the knight round to f6.
Yeah, now the big question, is there some tactic? Like, can I play knight d4?
Threatening knight c6 check. And if I play rook c8, you want to play rook e1.
Yes, exactly. I would like to target this king on e7.
Yeah, this is where I know what I want strategically, but making it happen is hard because these younger players, they'll find all the tricks, they'll find the energy to disturb black's coordination. Two big threats. Yeah, suddenly... Yeah, I'm turned off by this variation. I want to play your knight f6 now in the initial, in the position we have on the board. I think Magnus will be inclined, actually, if he can't make the other line work, to play something more stable.
Yeah, I would like to highlight, because I see with computer that actually the idea behind rook takes g3, rook takes h7 according to a computer is this retreating move knight d7 to f8, which probably gives perfect harmony for black. But the knight on d7 from human perspective looks so nice. We don't want to move that knight. So unless Magnus really goes very deep into this position and realizes that, okay, hang on, I have this knight f8, it's a fantastic move. I hit that rook away, now the pawn on g2 is hanging, and if white has to fall back and be passive, then you might be tempted to go for knight f8, but it's such a hidden move. It's not the main move that a human brain comes up with.
Yeah, not obvious at all. I guess the knight might eventually land on g6, just cuts out any rook h8s, and then it might jump to f4 a bit later, cuts out knight e5. Again, it's one of those things, it's like once the computer says it, it's like, obviously, of course, but to spot that from afar when you have other tempting options is not necessarily going to happen.
Exactly.
Even if you're Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Because intuitively, yeah, we mentioned this, that usually when you get a position like this and you feel like you can have a long grind, you don't want to go for forced lines unless you know exactly that they work in your favor. Yeah, and this rook takes g3, rook takes h7 position is slightly mysterious. There is a dynamic, and also Magnus might feel like, Gukesh is such a sharp player. If he gets a chance, he will use it. So I better keep everything under control and not let him get any activity.
Yeah, and we see Magnus head in hands, thinking for around 3.5 minutes so far. And I think, yeah, again, his sense of kind of the critical moment might be spot on here. If he does end up playing rook takes g3 and knight f8, then hats off to him, and he'll deserve the pressure that he'll be able to exert on Gukesh, but not obvious, and I'm not sure whether to expect that. So either way, Magnus in the driver's seat. It's just about how much pressure he can exert from this position.
Yeah. And I would like to highlight, if you already have access to the computer, then okay, let's use it to our advantage, yeah, because of course the players are so much more deeply involved with the position than we can be. The move knight f6, which comes so natural, at least it came to me very naturally. If we get time to go king e7, rook c8, we basically win the game. However, there is a certain line to be calculated. Rook h6, hitting that knight immediately on f6, and apparently king e7 is already not working, because then white jumps with knight to e5, threats knight c6 check, and also rook f1, and suddenly black's pieces are vulnerable. This means computer says after rook h6 you have to play rook g6, kind of. If you follow it up in the principal way, then white trades, and anyway jumps with the knight to e5, and suddenly we see a transformation of structure. There is some dynamic option for white. White can also advance his queenside pawn, so maybe this is a reason why Magnus is also not that sure about knight f6 or rook take g3, and he needs to spend all his time at the moment.
Yeah, again, once you see it kind of by process of elimination, this is one you want to rule out. Suddenly black's best piece, the rook on g8, has been traded off. You've kind of improved your pawn structure as black, but you're just one move too slow. Again, if black could get king e7 and rook c8 here in one go, then you're loving life. But here... Yeah, so wise the engines these days, Peter. I remember the days when the engines would struggle even in positions like this. But now they reveal all, and rook takes g3 could, I guess, I mean, I don't see the computer, but it could be significantly stronger than knight f6 here.
Yeah, according to computer, yes. I mean, okay, rook take g3 is like 0-20, and everything is like 0-0. Yeah, so it really, yes, shows that computer believes, and this is probably also the reason why Gukesh opted for knight takes f3, and we have to mention that these top guys, these super guys, they are basically able to calculate lines like a computer. Yeah, they sense the direction, and they are capable of. For us commentators, of course, we are covering so many. We are also trying to explain everything in general terms. So easy to miss things which the players would never miss. And I'm very interested to see how Magnus will react and deal with this position.
Yeah. I mean, Magnus, his clock handling, we talked about my time struggles, my time management, but his is just perfect in positions like this. And the fact that he's gone into the think, and he's probably just comparing and contrasting these two moves. The more I look, the more I think. I'm kind of concluding that he might come to the right decision. Rook takes g3, and 0.2 might not sound like much. And normally it isn't much in most types of positions, but here it's significant. It could be the difference between putting long-term pressure on, maybe it'll be a draw anyway, or just kind of fizzling out immediately to a level position. So, important moment. Let's give Magnus some time to think. And
also to admire our camera, yeah, because it's so nice that we have access to the camera. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sense the importance of this moment. Look at this. It's a queenless endgame, seemingly more or less balanced according to the engine, but the players feel that there is so much more to this position. I'm just loving the fact that we have access to this info.
Yeah, it might be 0.2 difference on the line here, but it's going to feel like life and death for these two players. And that's the big difference. That's what sets them apart in tiny, tiny margins at this top level. So yeah, let's let Magnus pause there and think. Should we check in on maybe one of the other games?
Where you want to go?
Oof. All of them look exciting to me. I mean, maybe just briefly check in on Dominguez against Caruana, because Caruana did take a big decision. And strategically, again, it's super complex. But he did put his pawn on d5. And now, a bit of a threat from Dominguez potentially is the black e5 pawn hanging. And how does Fabi deal with this? So complex, so tough to decide.
It's the eternal question in these structures. Let's just very quickly go back. So it was rook c1, the move. Not much has happened. However, very important decision was taken by Fabiano, going d5, rook a2 to c2. Black has sidestep with the king to h7. Very important to highlight that the tactic rook takes c6, rook takes c6, knight takes e5 fork does not work because rook takes c1 comes with a check. That's the reason why it's not working yet. White goes bishop c3, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. Black protects with bishop d6, and white goes queen b2, basically saying like, please show me how you're going to defend that pawn on e5. Are you ready and willing to push d5, d4, which takes away certain tension on the e4 square? I believe that if black plays the move d4, it should be connected probably with the knight g8, knight g7 kind of regrouping, also opening up a way of eventual exchange sacrifice on f3. And we also see why that little prophylactic move king h7 comes so handy for black.
Oh, that's so instructive, Peter. Rerouting a knight which looks nice and healthy on f6, but it's got no purpose. To support the other knight on c6, to cover some squares, open up rooks. Yeah, I mean, these details from top players, they look so harmonious once you spot them, but just seeing them from afar, planning them, enacting these ideas. Yeah, maybe we put it on the board. Knight g8, really, really nice. Because if you're stuck, if you can't do anything, then black's just riddled with a bad structure, and suddenly everything holds, and you've got control of some key squares. I love it. I like this knight g8 move. I was reluctant to push d4, but as long as, like you say, it's connected with this regrouping, looks healthy.
And I also like the fact that eventually, of course, white will move the knight from f3 probably to h2 and eventually land on g4, putting pressure on the e5 pawn anyway, that we have knight e7, knight g6, and that knight on the g6 will do a wonderful job protecting the pawn on e5. It also eyes the f4 square, and eventually we will be able to move that knight from c6 somewhere and start trading the rooks on the c file. And I believe if we can get all the rooks off the board, then black's pressure against the b4 pawn will compensate for the weakness on e5. I do believe that this is some kind of a dynamic equality.
Yeah, but it's certainly the type of equality that, I mean, if all of those things happen that you mentioned, black could start getting ambitious. After all, you have more space, you can play on both flanks. Suddenly, I'm not sure what the white rooks are doing. The white bishop's a bit stuck. White has less space to maneuver. So yeah, I think d4 here will eventually happen. Fabiano has a big time advantage, 25 minutes extra on the clock. I was wondering if there are any alternatives, because I don't see anything, unless white's not threatening to take on e5. For example, if I play a move like rook d8, rook f d8, or rook f e8, is white threatening?
Well, let's take a look.
e5?
I mean, why not?
Yeah,
if I
why not?
take,
I was wondering if there
you
are
take
any...
with the knight.
Yeah.
I take with the bishop. You take on c2. Yeah, I guess that's what you were hoping for. I take. And finally, somewhere, some queen d1 check. Yeah, that would be the...
I was hoping when the smoke cleared that I could get that, but I didn't find the right order to open the d file.
Yes, if it happens like this, then clearly white has rook c7 probably winning, but even knight takes e4, just to highlight that we are not blundering this queen d1 idea. If you start with d takes e4, then also white has so many tempting options. I mean, this doesn't look appealing for black at all.
No. I mean, the main reason, I'm not attracted to this at all for black. The main reason I'm wondering is because Fabiano has been thinking for almost 5 minutes, and d4 looks pretty much forced, or at least quite desirable from what we've been seeing. So slightly odd, but maybe it's just this knight g8 type of maneuver that he's thinking next. It's not just this one move.
Yes, yeah. I think that he's thinking long terms. Yeah, it's obvious that, and he also has the time advantage. He knows that Leinier is a super deep player, so before making a committal decision like d5, d4, he really wants to get into the essence of the position, not just make a move that, okay, I have to push it, but I don't know what to do next. Yeah, because if you push and then you start thinking, your opponent gets a lot of confidence. If finally you push and then you follow it up in 1-2 minutes with a very nice kind of plan, that also puts a big pressure on your opponent that, wow, okay, so he's ready to transform the structure, and he has this great maneuver. For example, you can easily be impressed over the board.
Yep, completely agree. So while these games tick along, I noticed there have been a lot of moves in the women's section, so maybe we can see the bird's eye view for a moment and decide where to go next, Peter.
Great idea.
looks like a lot of action. We've mentioned, we've gone through a lot of the open games. Not too much has changed in the clash between Vidit and Abasov. Looks like great preparation and a level position still there, level endgame. Pragg did play that queen d2 move against Erigaisi, and Erigaisi found a reaction, so still looking pretty balanced, symmetrical over there. But the women's games look anything but balanced right now. Looks quite dramatic, both on the Muzichuk Salim overboard and Tanzongi against Goryachkina. Any favorites? Where to go, Peter?
Yeah, I think that first let's go to the Anna's game, because we have been discussing some force lines, some interesting lines. We were more into that position, and the game took a completely different turn. So the moment when we left, it was bishop g5, and we were kind of discussing that bishop f6 is maybe the most natural move. On the other hand, we have also seen some forced direct lines which were so hard to evaluate after white was grabbing the pawns. Finally, Salimova decided that she wants something different and played the move bishop takes c3, which was computed as top engine line. The reason why I did not want to mention it before, because I thought like, okay, if it happens, we will talk about it. If not, then this is now not the most important thing to highlight, because we can talk half an hour again after bishop takes c3 about this transformation of structure. First of all, the tactical justification, I think it's very important to highlight that bishop takes e7 runs into queen a5, which just goes on to show that Salimova is an incredible tactician. She has tons of confidence that she was out of book, but was able to calculate and navigate herself in these complications.
Impressive geometry there. She's really in top form, you can tell.
Yes, let's just highlight this queen a5 move, because I was thinking when computer was showing bishop takes c3 that what happens after bishop takes e7, and here's the answer. It is queen a5. If the queen takes on d7, then black just takes the rook on e1, and black ends up being a piece up. So yes, b takes c3 happened. There is still the pressure on e7. Black has to follow it up with this ugly move f6. f7, f6, now the pawn on d7 will really be a backward pawn. It's somehow dangerous. Bishop f4 played, making sure that the e5 square is covered, that black is not able to jump out with knight e5. Rook f7, rook a d1. And the fact that now she gave up the pawn on b7, I felt like if black goes for this position, it means that black wants to set up a blockade. So a move like b7, b6 was very tempting. And I don't know why she didn't do that. She opted for rook c8. But okay, we're going to go for the current position, yeah?
Yeah, it looks very natural, b6 just giving a square to the black knight as well. But yeah, let's catch up with the game. Looks like she's gone for something even more ambitious. Salimova here, who we see on the camera. And now she's trying to trap this bishop.
Yeah, counterplay. She goes for direct counterplay. She doesn't want a positional battle there after f6, which might have given Anna the chance to stabilize her structure on the king side. Wow. Do you understand what's going on? Because I'm struggling to navigate.
Me too, Peter. And I mean, first, I'm thinking, okay, two things. Firstly, is d6 helpful for white? I don't think so, because black will shut down with e5, and it looks like this structure that Capablanca made famous with this white bishop entombed on g3. And secondly, how to save our bishop if d6 isn't productive. h3 or h4 tends to be the eternal dilemma in these types of situations. h4 feels like it could open up lines on the king side. Is that good for black? Is that good for white? It's really hard to tell. h3 would be the safe move, but then I guess black will take on c3 and the game will go on. Big decision for Anna Muzichuk right now.
Yes, and I think now we understand and appreciate why Salimova opted for this line, that certainly there is some kind of a question, some kind of a pressure on white. The move h4 is so scary. I mean, some g takes h4, and eventually that knight starts jumping towards the king side with knight e5. The rook can join the party with rook g7 somewhere, maybe some move like rook c4 on the fourth rank, posing some problems. Somehow the move h3 is maybe not that ambitious, but it certainly feels so much more safer.
Yeah, I would be choosing the cowardly h3. h4, it's either very good or it's very, very bad. So, yeah, I think Anna will probably pause a bit and then play h3. And yeah, how would you evaluate that? Okay, she doesn't even pause. H3 on the board. She comes to the same conclusion as you, Peter.
Yes, it's nice to see Anna also being human. That's how we like to play chess. The computer choice was H4, but I don't think that anyone would be really interested to go along all those adventures because White's king would be just way too vulnerable. H3, nice little move. Now the big question, does Black include the move H4, Bishop H2, and then captures the pawn on C3? Or does she take immediately? Probably does not really matter. It's probably just a matter of move order here.
Yeah. It feels like you'll play H4 anyway at some point, so you might as well play it now. But then again, it's not going away in the next few moves. So yeah, Salamova has some targets on the third rank. This is why she included these pawn pushes. Now F3 is hit, and then potentially H3 afterwards. Really interesting decision. Yeah, I mean, I find this so tough to evaluate. I somehow quite like Black's chances, but visually, White should be doing quite well.
Yes, I also feel like as long as the bishop is on the diagonal and Black is not able to jump with knight e5, White has nothing to worry about. I feel like all this activity, the rook on e1, rook on d1, queen b7, combined with this bishop on h2, guarantees me that my king is kind of safe. Yeah. Yes, the pawn on f3 is vulnerable, but the rook on f7 is not really participating in the game. It's more like a defensive piece. That's why it was also so important humanly not to open up a new front on the king side. Just want to make sure that that rook on f7 rests as long as possible.
Would you now play a stabilizing move like king g2, or would you be more inclined to just grab on a7, give White that trump card of the a pawn running? And
well, I think you know me. I think you know me, David, that I'm going to go king g2 for sure. Yeah,
me too, Peter.
Yes, however, I'm not sure, because exactly the reason why many of my games ended in a draw, I mean, not because I was playing dry. No, I like to go for complications, everything, but my nature was always like, first I stabilize and then I look for action. And we know exactly that if you play against the best players in the world, many times this fraction of a second of stabilizing one more time disables you to get the momentum and miss the moment, and after you don't get a second chance. And with moves like king g2, I have spoiled some advantages where I should have been more energetic, but exactly in this position, it's so difficult to judge what is the right approach.
Yeah, I guess the alternative would be a line such as queen takes a7, rook takes f3, and maybe there rook e3, for example. And White has the passed a pawn at least up her sleeve. But yeah, very hard to evaluate this type of position.
Yeah, my intuition says that I would prefer to be White for the fact that, yes, h4, bishop h2 had been included. I feel like White can shut down the game any moment. Yeah, it's White is not risking anything. White is just way too active. And Black still has these awkward little questions that, what do you do with this structure? Yeah, and also the queen on d8 is not yet developed. Well, there is one tactical idea that I want to highlight. Of course, White will never fall for it, that if eventually at some point, okay, we can also take on c3, queen takes a7, if ever that knight moves away from d7, then one has to watch out for some e7, e5, hitting the queen, transforming the pawn structure, but even this does not work because of d takes e6, using another tactical motive on Black's queen. I just find it that we have to highlight this because it's a strategical position, but still so many tactical aspects here.
Yeah, definitely tactics all over the place. And Salamova is debating whether to capture on c3. Should we check out the other semi-final in the Women's World Cup? It looks like this one still similar pawn structure, but as far as my understanding goes, it looks like Black's achieved everything she could hope for. She's stabilized. White's never really going to safely push forward in the center now. White's knight on a4 doesn't make a great impression. And Black's potentially going to play for c5 long term. e3 looks extremely weak right now.
Yes, I mean, basically when I looked at this position, I was shocked. Yeah, how did this happen? It strategically almost feels like a winning position for Black, and I'm really not exaggerating. I mean, that pawn on e3 is vulnerable. If White's pawn would be on f2, everything would be normal. Everything would be fine. Then one could even make a case that the pawn on c6 is the weakness. But with this weak pawn plus all the dark squares, I mean, I see the big long-term potential of the bishop on f6. Oh my god, and I also see some knight g7, knight f5 regroupings. White is in a serious trouble.
Oh, that's a classy one, knight g7, knight f5. Yeah, it feels like she's mixed plans somehow. She went for this kind of f3 approach, committed her rook to e1, but then couldn't pull the trigger and go for e4, deciding eventually to go for something more strategic, like trading a set of minor pieces and putting the rook back on d1. But yeah, unfortunately at the top level chess, it's mixing plans, can backfire. And yeah, let's see how we got there. Okay.
Yes, and wow. Yes, I mean, first of all, I'm already surprised that there was a wasted move on h3. Yeah, that's the first wasted move. Then this rook a1, we talked about that maybe rook a d1 would have been more natural. Then this knight g3, I don't exactly know where this knight is heading. Now, black immediately uses the moment with knight e6 because we talked about that eventually the pawn on h7 might be hanging, but not in this circumstance. After bishop f6, White was happily sacrificing that pawn because of what exactly? Let's just quickly get a chance on updating this. Probably some tactics.
Bishop h4 is a big threat in some positions, I guess.
Yes, exactly. What a nasty pin.
You want that pawn back on h2 now. That h3 move has definitely come back to haunt White.
Yes, so that's why she took bishop a6, and now we already kind of understand why things have deteriorated. Rook takes a6. Black has a perfect structure. Everything is fine. Got the dark squared bishop. And White is never able to push e4 in this construction. Knight f5, h5, rook c1, g6. Everything is pushed back with very natural moves. Knight g3, queen b8. Wow, that's also a very nice touch, hitting the knight and also setting up the queen to this perfect square on b5. Knight e2, queen b5. Rook cd1, White doesn't know what to do. Obviously, rook a8 and b3, finally, that's the current position.
Yeah, and Peter, ever since you said it, I'm so attracted to this idea of knight g7. It looks like Goryachkina just played rook c8, also very tempting, maybe setting up for c5. But yeah, that knight g7 idea you mentioned looked like it was going to push White over the edge, potentially.
Yeah, well, rook a8, of course, very natural. Black is planning to go c5, and it's a very nice position. However, maybe this move knight g7 was extremely strong. The point being that, of course, after knight g7, White will push the pawn to e4. However, then Black nevertheless has this stunning idea, I believe, to go knight f5. That was the whole point, going for this knight e3 fork. And after e takes f5, rook takes e2, Black is kind of invading into White's position. Okay, one could give an argument that, okay, who knows, queen c1, and eventually White king going to h6 could create some counterplay, but just g5. We shot everything done, rook a8 is coming, perfect control.
Yeah, it's easy to see why kind of Goryachkina didn't want to invite any complications or kind of make too much of a mess. But yeah, this one looks like she stabilizes, and weak pawns on d4, a2, f5, rook on the second rank. Oof, this would have been tough, but okay, she didn't go for this, and Tang Zhongyi maybe breathing a sigh of relief, at least for now. c5 does liquidate some stuff, does trade stuff off, but I'm not sure it necessarily helps Black increase the advantage. So how would we try and minimize the damage here for White?
Yeah, queen d3. Queen d3, I would really like to play the move queen d3.
Yeah, same.
The problem is, however, that we might not be starting to take on b5 because of c takes b5, and then our knight will be vulnerable. That's a problem, but still, I feel like setting up that status quo with the queens is the best, and then Black will not be able to play c5 so easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of damage limitation here. It's my first instinct too. It just feels like White is too loose, too many weak pawns, too many weak squares. So getting the queens off will lessen that effect. Yeah, still a lot to play for, unless Black has a knockout blow, which I don't see after queen d3. Feels like Tang Zhongyi is back in it.
Yeah, it's not obvious that how big is Black's advantage. I mean, it's clear that Black is perfectly comfortable. Black is the one pushing, which is very good news for Black. Of course, it's a dream scenario, but if White is now clearly only aiming to hold the position, and I think it's very important to understand with the white pieces as quickly as you are under pressure that just let's forget that I had the white pieces because it doesn't mean anything. I have to get the most out of the position that I have on the board, and White has to try to fight for survival.
Yeah, so let's give Tanzongi some time to come to that decision. Queen d3, trying to trade queens. Looks like it will be at least relatively safe for white. Maybe we can head back to the bird's eye view and decide where to go next before we head on our next break. It looks like Magnus did go for that rook takes g3 decision. Meanwhile, Vidit, Abasov still very balanced. Dominguez, Caruana following your predictions there. Yeah, a bit of a profit there, Peter. And yeah, Pragnananda against Erigaisi still looking level. So what are your thoughts?
Wow, I think let's go to the Magnus's game quickly, because there had been some developments. In fact, we see that line, the escalating line. Magnus opted for rook takes g3, so no surprise there. But after rook takes h7, yeah, clearly he played the most natural human move, king e7. Gukesh immediately jumped on the chance with knight d4, and Magnus played the best move in the position, knight e5, not falling for this rook c8, rook e1, Cipollito. And after knight e5, yeah, because I feel like it's a solid kind of position, yes, so you don't feel like there could be anything important, but after rook c8, rook e1, suddenly things escalate. Yeah, that's why I consider it such an important moment, and I highlight it with a Cipollito kind of phrase. And knight e5, making sure that everything is covered. Nevertheless, Gukesh anyway goes rook e1, hits that knight. The knight can't move because of the fork with knight f5. Magnus will have to guard that knight. Do we go king d6 or king f6, or do we ignore and go rook? What are we doing at all?
Yeah, I mean, the dilemma, first instinct, I wanted to say king d6, but then the dilemma is what to do after rook back to d1. We don't really want to repeat the position. Okay, Magnus answers for us. Maybe he thought any king moves here would be met by checks, and he plays rook g4 instead, trying to transform the position. Okay, to trade knights or not to trade knights, Peter? Big moment for Gukesh.
Yes, and the reason why Magnus did it with rook g4, because one could say that why did Magnus pick then this rook? Why not rook d8? Because rook d8 would run into knight f5 check, I'm guessing. Rook d8, yes, it's confirmed. Yeah, knight f5 check. And then black has to depart from this lovely e6 pawn. And it's clear that black still keeps some initiative, but white should be able to hold this position without much problems. Just way too little material. Magnus wants to keep the structure intact. He feels like finally if he's able to squeeze something out of this position, is thanks to this e6 pawn.
Yeah. And for example, if he does take on e5 now, Gukesh, rook takes d4, maybe we put that position on the board. The troubles are far from over for white there. Just rook g8 is a huge threat. The g2 pawn really weak. A to d8 might come. Yeah, I don't see any way for white's rooks to coordinate in time suddenly. Yeah, okay, maybe with best play, the computer will hold the draw here, but this is going to be a lot more suffering, at least a couple more hours of suffering for Gukesh just for the draw. Are there any alternatives?
Well, I don't know. Rook g4 feels like a very nice move. Yeah, it's kind of knight f5 check. I believe that we have to discuss knight f5 check, which kind of forces king f6. And then we activate that knight. We jump to d6 and hope for some tactical options with rook f1 check, some pressure on the f7 pawn.
King g6. Ooh. This is the type of position where in a blitz game, I would start to blunder as black because it's suddenly got a bit wild.
But it's a very interesting move. What do I do? I mean, intuitively, I wanted rookeh1, but maybe it does absolutely nothing. I don't know. Let's check it out.
Things are hanging together. The white knight doesn't have too many squares either. Rook d8 I was hoping for.
Yes, and this knight on e5 is a monster knight protecting back on f7. You want to go rook d8, kicking that knight away. I mean,
unless you have some perpetual check.
Well, I have a couple of checks, but I'm not really understanding where it leads to, and I'm not that happy because, okay, hang on, rook a1
you can take my knight on e5.
King g5, rook h5, but finally you anyway take the knight on d6, and it's not a good trade for me. Again, we are back to this very unpleasant rook endgame.
I'll pretend that was part of the plan, but yeah, it feels like it works out for black, just about.
Yeah, and one computer line, actually here after king g6, Computer was saying that, okay, white should probably just fall back with the rook, and there is a case to be made for f7, f6, just suddenly reinforcing that knight on e5, not allowing some stunning ideas like rook d8. He is met by knight takes f7 according to computer. That's how computer wants to save the position. Knight takes f7, rook takes e6 check, and we sacrifice the piece, but we get access to the b6 pawn, and then we're gonna go bc, king b2, rook c3, cement, and we are holding.
Cemento, Peter. Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like a draw in this case. That would be easy to blunder into. That would be easy to miss for Magnus. But at the same time, Gukesh, I mean, he's relying on these types of tactics to work to avoid a load of suffering in the near future, which is not an easy spot to be in. And I think he might just take this knight on e5. It feels like that might be the path of least resistance, but at least it's the path that you know that you can kind of guarantee a playable position. It's going to be unpleasant, but should still be tenable.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of the old school. Yeah, that, okay, I take on e5 and I know it's unpleasant, but okay, I have survived worse than this. I will somehow defend. But it will, I think if we ask Magnus at this moment, if we would have the chance to ask him, he would say, yeah, please take on e5. And maybe it's not so bad, but it's not equal. And thank you very much. That's all I need. The lines with knight f5 check put a little bit more pressure on black, and they are risky. Of course, they can backfire for white, but I do believe that these young, energetic players like Gukesh or Pragnananda or all these youngsters have this inner feeling, also the confidence and the quality to navigate these complications much better than the old school guys who are a little bit lazy, and that's why we want to eliminate all the tactical options as quickly as possible.
Yeah, my friends do call me Lazy Dave for a reason, so we'll wait that decision from Gukesh here. Will he just trade off knights and go into a slightly worse endgame, or will he start playing for tricks to try and confuse Magnus Carlsen? Meanwhile, let's go to another short break. We'll be back very shortly as we start to approach the time control here at the FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. Join us again in a few minutes.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics. Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players.
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Aleksandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, Pragnananda, and Gukesh. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Baku, Azerbaijan, where the FIDE World Cup is ongoing. It's quarterfinal day for the open section and semi-final day for the women's section. I'm Grandmaster David Howell and I'm joined by the fantastic, the legendary Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, it's been maybe a quieter day than we're used to so far in this fantastic event, but yeah, you predict it's going to heat up at some point.
Yes, definitely it will heat up. I also feel like I'm remembering your wise words at the beginning of the show, that it could be understandable if the players would make it a little bit more quiet. Yeah, there is so much tension, everybody wants to get into the semi-finals, and you don't want to do crazy things, you don't want to do unforced errors, making life much more easy for your opponent, and we see a lot of maneuvering there. I also would like to use the chance and ask you, you have been there, we already talked about the result and the disappointment that you got knocked out by Wang Hao, but tell us about your routine. How was it like as a commentator also, that how do you settle into a fighting playing mood?
Yeah, good questions, Peter. Tough questions as well. As you know, I mostly commentate these days. I do a bit of a few other things. I teach a bit, but it had been my first competitive chess, playing at the board for I think 5 months, and I was a bit rusty. I'd studied a bit beforehand, but I actually made my first blunder before the tournament started. I didn't realize I would be one of the top 50 seeds, so I booked to arrive 2 days before round 1. And then, of course, I realized only just beforehand that I got a bye in the first round. So I ended up arriving, 5-6 days before I even moved a piece. So it was nice to be there, kind of close up with the players, see what was going on, acclimatize. But at the same time, the nerves were building. I didn't necessarily get into a good routine. I went to the gym a few times. I saw the 2 players we have on our camera going to the gym together pretty much every evening. That was quite entertaining, actually. But yeah, my sleeping pattern was still terrible. I was waking up, I think around 11 a.m. I would miss breakfast, and then I would try and peak a bit later in the day, or at least that was my excuse. But somehow I was still a bit sleepy when the first moves were played, and I would never warm up until the 3rd, 4th hour. I think that's my excuse for getting knocked out in the playoffs, the tie breaks, when there was no time to warm up. But yeah, that's how I've done things historically, and I think that's one good thing about commentating. You can you can be flexible with your sleeping pattern, but with chess you have to get all the details spot on. And yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't at my sharpest. I didn't make any huge blunders until that tiebreak, but I wasn't quite at my sharpest, my best. Yeah, so mixed feelings about the whole experience, but it was great to be there to see these players up close. And I must say, I'm glad to be here sitting with you rather than just feeling the intensity of that tournament hall. It's scary. I've got to say that.
Yes, I also talked with Vincent after the tournament, and he said nothing. He has never felt anything like this World Cup. Yeah, the tension, every single move is so important. You cannot relax for a single second. yes, normally you finish your game, you would like to have a little quieter evening, but you already have to think about the next game. And it goes on. If suddenly it's 2 draws, then you can't relax because the crazy playoff is coming. So much pressure on the players. It did amuse me when you told me that you were missing breakfast, because that's exactly my kind of attitude as well. I just can't get to breakfast. I'm missing breakfast ever since, I think, the last 10 years. I haven't been to breakfast. Maybe only in the last round. Yeah, when the last round is suddenly at 12 o'clock or 11 and you have to. You are forced to, or before catching an early flight, checking out of your hotel. Otherwise, during a tournament, I'm not able to catch a breakfast.
Yeah, and these World Cups are tough because there's so much uncertainty. It's like, when will you get knocked out? When will you travel back? I hadn't booked a return flight. I thought I'd back myself and be optimistic, not book to fly home too soon. But then every 2 or 3 days, the hotel call you. It's like, are you checking out? Like, are you keeping your room? And it's a lot of kind of stress combined with the rest days as well. I was kind of telling Magnus, I'll join you to play some golf on the rest day. But every time I would get into the playoffs, the tie breaks, there's no time to relax. So much stress. And it's intense. There's nothing else like it. I mean, I love it, but at the same time, as a chess player, it's really pushes you to your limits. And we've seen that throughout with all the top seeds, or a lot of the top seeds falling at early stages. Oof. I'm getting flashbacks just thinking about it now.
Yeah, this also now gives us the chance to look at the games. Well, the games are slow. We talked about it, but we have to catch up. For example, with the Pragnananda Erigaisi game, there had been quite some developments. We had that status quo with the knight on e5, bishop on e6. Then your move queen d2 had been played. Queen a8 was a nice way of protecting that rook on a5. The queen is doing a great job, plus also gives the chance for black rook from f8 to join the party on c8. White played e3, rook c8, knight d3 back. Yeah, very nice little regrouping. The knight is heading towards c5. Black goes bishop f5. h3. Wow, that's a mysterious move, but okay, we have to continue. Bishop takes d3. Black voluntarily gives up the right square bishop because he felt like that knight on d6 is a monster. Queen takes d3, e6, very nicely grouping. Black is going for the strategically very important bishop f8 idea, covering the b4 square, making sure that the black squares are under control on the queen side. Rook fd1, bishop f8, bishop f1, white does the same. Beautiful maneuvering, and knight b4 brings us to the current position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, to me, it looks very balanced. The pawn structure resembles an exchange Slav. And you mentioned that bishop for knight trade. At least in these closed, blocked kind of central structures, the bishops matter less. But yeah, if everything disappears, maybe white's got some potential there. Knight to b4 asks the question where the white queen is going. I was going to say queen to d2, but maybe knight a2 could be an idea, just to trade off some pieces to try and bring black's rook, black's bishop into the game. Okay,
yes.
Yeah, this looks quite attractive for black suddenly. He plays queen to e2, Pragg. Okay, blocking his slight squared bishop. Feels slightly loose.
Okay, but there is a purpose, yes, because after queen d2, knight e2 was so strong, and I think that the big difference is that now the queen has access to the b5 square, so that's why the move queen e2 was so important for Pragg, that he's able to answer this knight e2 with a trade and queen b5, asking the only question to black's position that awkwardly plays knight on b6. What do you do with that knight? And because of this reason, I feel like after queen e2, we won't be seeing the move knight a2.
Yeah, that is beautiful. I mean, it looks like it makes no difference whatsoever. Queen e2 looks clumsy, if anything, but there's always a point when these top players play these little retreating moves. There's always a little detail or nuance behind their idea. So if instead of knight a2, what else?
Can you start attacking the knight with rook a3? Of course, you give up the b5 square again, and we have to calculate, but queen b5 maybe runs into rook takes b3.
Ooh.
Is that an option? Let's put it on the board. We can analyze.
Yeah, let's put that on. Queen to b5.
And then rook takes b3 would be my idea.
I wanted to play rook a1 and try and trap your queen.
Wow!
But
yes, you even have
it
such
goes on.
ideas.
There's rook a3. There's still rook a3.
Wow.
Oof.
Yes, but very interesting. Yeah, so much to calculate. Seemingly it's a strategical position, nothing much is happening. The players are just maneuvering, regrouping, but every single move has so much impact, and you have to anticipate your opponent's moves. So let's go back to Queen E2, Rook A3, Queen B5. Okay. I get access to the engine, and the computer says, you know what? Okay, please tell me another move apart of Rook takes BC that crosses your mind with black.
Queen A5, A6, I'm not sure which one.
That's why I was asking you, because also for me, somehow I completely miss computer's move that there is a very strong Rook C8 to C6, just protecting. But somehow it was so natural for humans that we want to make sure that our queen from A8 is activated, something will happen. But actually Rook C6 and white is the one who has to be careful, because there's no good way of protecting the B3 pawn.
Yeah, suddenly ideas like Queen C8 as well, forcing white on the defensive. So, okay, Rook A3 looks very natural and very tempting then, and it's a very kind of Arjun Erigaisi type of move. If he can be direct and energetic, then he likes to be. So how does white react if Rook to A3?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, basically, but if we defend, we give up on being ambitious, right? Because the defense with Queen B2, yeah, it's probably the only way to defend. Queen B2 probably enables you to play Knight A2 again, and we get to very similar positions like what we might have been seeing after Queen D2, Knight A2, which wasn't in Pragg's intention. Yeah, he decided on Queen E2 in order to fight against Knight A2. But if Rook A3 move, we'll be able to force him back to this Knight A2 idea. Then it could be very, very tempting for Arjun.
Yeah, I think we'll see it on the board. He'll calculate and figure out there's nothing to be scared of after Queen B5. And yeah, other than Rook A3, I mean, he doesn't need to rush necessarily, but you kind of want to do something if you can. You want to accelerate the play if white has the bishops, and it looks like black is ready to do so. I don't see what else, to be honest. Maybe Rook C6 first, if he sees that idea.
Yes.
Yeah, very
if he sees, because actually Rook C6 has this idea of activating the knight. Knight C8, Knight D6. We talked about the monster knight on D3. That's why black has actually traded off his lovely light square bishop with bishop takes D3. And if ever that knight lands on D6, white might be also tempted just to get rid of that knight with bishop takes D6. Yeah, okay, I believe that we have talked enough about this position. We can move on. And by the way, Rook A3 on the board, so all eyes on Pragg. He has to actually anticipate that this Queen B5, Rook C6 might be quite awkward for white, and he has to be careful with the white pieces.
Yeah, it might be time to go into reverse gear and just play safe now. It looks like both players have played extremely well and accurately in this game. And yeah, you wanted to move on, Peter. Maybe we can check out the game between Dominguez and Caruana. It looks like that is changing slightly, or at least black has grabbed a pawn temporarily. And we need to work out what is happening here.
Yes,
Caruana
wow.
playing very ambitiously.
Yeah, okay. My favorite is to go back. So yes, we have seen this d4 move played by Fabiano. Bishop d2, followed it up with knight g8, the move that was also kind of very tempting for me. Now white plays the move queen a2, showing a lot of courage, basically making sure that, you know what, I'm not afraid of ghost. Please go on sacrifice because you are still pinned on the c file, so it won't be able to coordinate the forces. So that's why Fabiano says, you know what, I would like to sacrifice, but I can't. Let me play something else. So rook a8, queen bc, knight g7 happened. White is fighting for the a file, but by doing so, he actually gives up the b4 pawn. So we get from strategical game to a very concrete game now. And Fabi captured with the bishop.
I guess if he had captured with the knight, then he would have lost his e5 pawn. I mean, something to be said for that. It looks a bit awkward for white as well. After knight takes e5, queen d6. I guess the knight just retreats to f3
and then good luck. Yes, good luck understanding this. Yeah, with this bishop on c3, white has a good structure, but on the other hand, this is a monster bishop.
Yeah, this looks beautiful for black, but he didn't go for this. Maybe there was a reason not to. Instead, he took the other way, Fabiano.
Because after queen d6, yeah, again, this is computer's help. Computer says rook b1. We simply don't have enough time, and we haven't been here from the beginning to understand all the nuances. We need help, and rook b1 is the computer move, making sure that black is not able to place that bishop on c3, then the pawn on b5 is hanging and the knight is protected. So black would probably capture then on e5, rook takes b4, and now without that bishop, one could already kind of understand why Fabiano was not that happy about this transformation. The pawn on d4 is vulnerable, the pawn on b5, white might have some queen b2, knight e2. Who knows, eventually if that knight ends up on f3, it's still a long journey, but if it ends up on f3, we see that black's position has the tendency or the potential to collapse. It's just a long-term danger which Fabiano did not want to allow.
Yeah, I mean, that shows how much lies beneath the surface when these top players calculate. I mean, rook b1 in that position, just a calm kind of pinning move, counter-attacking move. That's not obvious at all, but both players clearly had that on their radar, and now bishop takes b4. What's your first instinct here, Peter? I would be, again, getting lost in the maze of calculation after knight takes e5. Or,
yeah, and look at not only the position, but Leinier's clock. He's down to 12.5 minutes. Okay, they already made 27 moves, so one could make a case that it's only 13 moves to be played till the time control, but the position is so complex. As you said, yeah, we are just trying to understand what happens. There are so many different options. Okay, I believe that bishop takes b4 is kind of a natural choice. However, then black will take on b4 with the tempo, eventually have a chance to set up some queen d6, knight e7 to c6 blockade, protecting that knight and protecting the pawn. So what is white exactly doing? How is he reacting?
Yeah, if you can't guarantee that you win your pawn back after bishop takes b4 after trading off those pieces, then you can't really go for that, or at least you reluctantly go for it. Okay, he has taken back. And what now? You need to be really accurate, I guess, with where we put the queen. We'll find out. Queen move incoming from Leinier. He needs to move. Like you said, 12 minutes. And this one, the stakes are high. If he doesn't win this pawn back, he's just going to be pretty much losing. Queen to a3?
Yes, I also feel like queen a3 will be the move, and I'm expecting from the body language of Leinier that he makes this move almost automatically. I mean, he did spend time on bishop takes before he had calculated this position, and it just makes so much sense, because if black is trying to set up something like this queen d6, knight ec7, knight ec6, pardon me, then this pin along the a3 f8 diagonal, I mean, eventually for some knight takes e5 or some rook takes c6, idea will be there just to set that up. Okay, if black plays a move like queen d6, we make, for example, just to pass to highlight this, that if black plays the move knight e7 to c6, seemingly protecting everything, that's exactly when things are falling apart, because white has rook takes c6, lovely tactics, and everything falls on the diagonal. So there is so much at stake, and queen a3 played.
Beautiful idea there on the diagonal. That means Fabi's likely to drop back with his knight.
But he's unable. Then also rook takes c6 comes.
Yeah, wait, I'm blundering everything. You have to play queen d6.
Yes, you have to play queen d6. Yeah, basically then he will blitz this move out. And the big question is, the move knight takes e5 is there, but this rook on c1 is hanging. Yeah, it drives me crazy. Yes, I don't know. Knight e5, queen takes b4. Eventually, somewhere some queen f4 might be there. Also, rook takes f2.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, just too many tactics. Yeah, hanging. Let's just highlight this because it's beautiful. Takes, and then rook f8 takes f2. It was the move that feels very strong. Black is threatening to capture the knight, so there is no time to pick that knight up on e7, and after king takes f2, queen f4 check comes with a very unpleasant check because there is nowhere to go. King g1 runs into queen takes c1 check, and king e2 runs into simply queen takes c1, queen takes e7, and then queen e3 check. And then black just captures everything.
Everything with gain of tempo. And of course, Leinier spots this. Fabi had kind of hoped for this from afar, this trick, rook takes f2. I did see rook takes f2 in the featured chat like 5-10 minutes ago, so whoever spotted that, well done. I didn't know which game it was. I was like, which game rook takes f2? But clearly it was that variation. And instead, Dominguez plays knight to e2. So keeping the tension on the diagonal, as you mentioned, Peter.
Yes,
And,
making sure that rook takes f2 won't be a threat, and probably, after all, we were talking about that white should somehow take back the pawn, and knight takes e5 might become a threat.
Also, maybe knight e takes d4, followed by e5, and queen takes b4 in some positions. Some tactics here. Black is awkwardly pinned. And meanwhile, I should mention that these two, as well as being good friends, training partners, they do have history. Caruana is currently up in their head-to-head by 1 win. He's won 3, Dominguez has won 2. And they last played in the World Cup in 2009, so 14 years ago. And even though Caruana was pretty young at the time, he did manage to win, despite 2 classical draws eventually in the playoffs, in the tiebreaks. So yeah, this one, history repeating itself. Who would you take here, Peter? Because I'm having a tough time calling it.
Well, I feel like now I would like to be white, because the fact that black is somehow stuck, it's not entirely obvious what is the next move. The fact that knight e7 to c6 is not possible, and it's not possible in the long term. And if black tries to stabilize that queen on d6 in order to get knight c6 going, then clearly white will take on e5. Now also the rook has moved away from the f file, not ideal. And for example, something like queen takes e5, queen takes b4 should be slightly better for white. I mean, rook c5 also incoming, the pawn on b5 is vulnerable. So I do believe that the pressure is now on Fabi.
Yeah, very much so. It feels like he's got to give back the pawn, just under which circumstances. And maybe he'll burn a lot of his time advantage on this one moment. Knight e2, I've got to say, really clever move there from Dominguez. Really classy move. Just passing the turn back to black.
He is so precise. I mean, I'm really loving the play of Leinier. First of all, he plays positions that he really believes and he feels them perfectly. Yeah, he has the soul, the essence of all his positions. He's not the guy who jumps too much in the opening, especially with the white pieces. He's trying to rely on his 1e4 move, and inside this, the Ruy Lopez and the Italian structures. I mean, like we talked about, this could have been an anti-Marshall very easily, which Leinier has also studied for the last 20 years. It's so nice to see this deepness. And basically, based on this deepness, he gets the confidence, and he knows exactly that the position gives him the right to fight for an advantage. That's why he also goes down to 12 minutes, because he knows that he has things under control if he plays correctly.
Yeah, really instructive for everyone out there who's learning new openings. I'm always asked, what new opening should players learn? Sometimes just your own opening, just some details within it, just go a bit deeper. And you can get to the very top of world chess if you know your own openings inside out, if you know them better than your opponent. And let's leave Fabiano to mull over this decision. Looks a bit tough for him right now. No obvious moves. And maybe we can check out Magnus Carlsen's game against Gukesh. This one has changed. A set of rooks are off the board. The question is whether the evaluation has changed. Is it still as unpleasant for Gukesh as we were predicting earlier? Now it's only 3 pawns versus 3 pawns. But black is the only one with a pass pawn, the e-pawn. Peter, first instincts here?
First instinct is that very dangerous for white. I mean, if white could simply trade the pawns with c4, then everything would be fine. However, c4 is met by a very unpleasant rook g3 check. And basically, I don't know what to do, because giving up a pawn is not what I'm dreaming of. But if I just stay passive, then I don't believe that white can play passive. I mean, just making a... First of all, we can't get c3, c4 going. Yeah, just we cannot prepare this move. This is the biggest problem in white's position.
Yeah, you can't prepare it ever, right? Just the rook and or king are going to be tied down. And okay, he plays the move rook to a2. Looks like as good a waiting move as any if he can't push his c-pawn. And whoa, the evaluation bar reacts. I see in the featured chat there, Peter, it says c4 is the only move apparently.
Yeah,
question mark given to this one.
Yeah, computer was highlighting that c4 was the only move, but to my eyes, okay, it was just very quickly to explain why c4 was so difficult. Yeah, after c4, black gives a check. Then computer says, you know what, you have to play the move rook f3. Then okay, as human, you calculate b takes c4 check. king takes c4 and rook takes g2. And why wouldn't this double pawns win the game? I mean, the white pawn on b4 doesn't look frightening at all. I mean, everything that this is a draw that can only be done by a supercomputer. No human or not even the little older, weaker engines would be able to get that. That's some super call. I'm completely shocked. And the move rook a2 is the human move because white wants to create some counterplay against the king, rook a5 targeting that b5 pawn. By the way, Magnus has already played his move. He played rook g5.
Wow, mysterious. I guess indirectly aiming to protect his b-pawn. If white does go hunting with rook a5, he'll be ready to push f4. But a miss, according to the computer. We see the definition of a miss. Yeah, he had a better opportunity. King d6 looks very natural and was potentially stronger.
Well, the move is natural, but I think we have to highlight the line that white is natural for, I mean, it's good for computer, but for human brain, I mean, what is this? Rook takes g2, rook takes b5 check, king e4. Okay, it's a big race. How do you evaluate that this rook b8, for example, f4, b5 followed by rook f8 is exactly winning for black? It's not easy. I mean, definitely not easy. And Magnus maybe should have sensed the moment to spend more time on it. That's one thing. On the other hand, he looks at the clock. Gukesh is down to 10 minutes. So he was kind of tempted to just make a move. A nice prophylactic, as you pointed out, rook a5 is met by f4. Pass the ball back to Gukesh. And the position is still looking very shaky for white.
Yeah, I think great practical decision. The other one, maybe Magnus realized it was strong, but at least Gukesh's moves would be immediate. He has no options after king d6. He has to go for that race that you highlighted. So Gukesh would easily have made move 40, and for Magnus, it's a gamble. It's like, objectively, if it's winning, great. If it's not, then he's kind of blown it, or blown a big opportunity. Now, I don't see any natural moves for white still. This just looks, from a practical point of view, almost hopeless.
Exactly. And that's why also Magnus played the move rook g5, which is criticized by the computer, but might be a practically easily winning move. According to the computer, because I would not be able to navigate myself, so I have to rely on computer. Rook a5, f4, so falling into black's idea. And now it's very important that you start bringing the king back. You kind of provoke that f5, f4 move, so that white's king will have access to some squares. And after rook takes g2 check, king dc, rook g5. This is still, I think, within the reach of the player's calculation. And something like king e4, rook f5, and just start checking. I mean, this just start checking is, I think, so difficult because humanly it would be so tempting to stop that pawn with king f3. However, king f3, king d6 is a resigned territory. Just goes on to show that how mysterious and difficult this endgame is.
That is, wow. I mean, this line, if Gukesh finds it, hats off to him. He will deserve the draw that he might get. But this is not easy to give up a pawn with check in a rook endgame, to give your opponent two connected pass pawns, and then to be accurate enough to check your opponent at the right time. I mean, he's walking on a tightrope here, Gukesh, and only 8 minutes to make 6 more moves. Oof, I don't know. I think even Magnus himself here, if he were white, would struggle to find that one. I guess process of elimination is the only way. You don't have anything other than rook a5 here, pretty much. But
yes,
yeah, to calculate that and to evaluate it is tough.
I think this is the point, yeah, that however, usually if you have a lot of time, you have chance to eliminate options. Yeah, Gukesh does not have this luxury here. He already has only less than 8 minutes. He has to make up his mind pretty soon. On the other hand, because of the 30 seconds increment, if he feels that this is a decisive moment, then he has to burn maybe even all his time. Even if he makes a move with 30 seconds on the clock, but he understands that this is the only direction and relies on the 30 seconds increment, it's worth it, because just one rushing move will lead to total disaster, and it does not matter if you have 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, or just 1 minute on the clock. Also, a lot of nerves, because we know exactly that the players want to get to the semifinals in order to qualify for the candidates. And it's clearly Gukesh had been on fire recently, certainly eyeing that opportunity. But if he loses this game, then he will need to win on demand with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen, which is basically almost like impossible. So much pressure on him. He has to hold this game at all cost.
Yeah, golden ticket for the candidates is the big prize. Of course, lots of money at stake as well. But yeah, it's just getting to that semi-finals that's in Gukesh's mind. But rook a5, he needs to play it. We should mention to the viewers, anything else is just passive. If you wait with the white rook on the second rank, black will slowly improve the king, slowly start pushing his pawns, and it's like a slow death. And nothing worse in chess than giving your opponent easy moves to make progress. Yeah, the king is coming. So, okay, should we stay here? Should we wait for Gukesh to make the move? He has to play rook a5. Otherwise, he's going to lose this game and might be heading towards elimination. I think maybe, Peter, we let him make this decision. We'll come back. We'll update everyone because there is drama in the game between Tan Zhongyi and Goryachkina in the women's section. It looks like, maybe let's zoom out of this one. It looks like Goryachkina is about to convert. She has a big advantage. We were predicting this one earlier would go in black's favor, and it is going in black's favor. And there we see the bird's eye view. A lot of games, clock's ticking down.
Well, it also shows that how concrete chess is. Because if white would be able to get rook d2 and knight d3 in, we will be saying that white is completely out of the woods and maybe it is black who is risking. But it's all dependent on this tactical idea that after a move like rook d2, okay, rook d2 actually is runs into rook c1. I wanted to highlight the other problem, like rook takes d2, bishop g5. This spin is a huge problem, and after g3, black breaks with the thematic h4. So yes, computer was highlighting that rook c1 check is even stronger, but I do believe that the whole problem is this pinning issue. And if white is not able to set up this defense, then actually might just end up losing the a2 pawn, because black is starting to capture on f2, give rook c2 check, collect, and this knight, which could be such a powerful piece, is still not finding time to enter the game.
Yeah, you're right. So close to being a good knight versus bad bishop scenario, but white's just one move too slow. And okay, 10 minutes for Tan Zhongyi to try and defend this one. How bad is it, those lines with rook d2? I mean, it looks like that's the only hope. Otherwise, you let black infiltrate on the second rank.
Well, I mean, I have access to the computer and I can tell you that it's -3.
Oof, okay,
yes. I mean, but of course the players don't have access to the computer, so definitely they are playing the game. They feel that yes, it's an awkward situation for white, and the big question is what is the move. But if we would have come back to this position without knowing that this is a critical moment, we would have been thinking that yes, it's tough for white, but there should be somehow a way to defend the position. And knowing the computer evaluation, of course, now it's very difficult to try to be clever.
Yeah, it's looking very difficult for Tan Zhongyi here. Just feels like she's about to lose a pawn for no compensation. Meanwhile, Peter, let's go back to the Magnus game, because Gukesh has not played rook to a5, and it looks like he is now losing objectively. Magnus quickly playing his response as well, putting pressure on the clock, on the board. Look at this, under 5 minutes for Gukesh against 31 minutes. Magnus working his endgame magic. And the g-pawn simply dropping.
Yeah, I mean, rook a7, check king f6, that line with rook a5 was so insane, and that's why I don't like when computer question marks or does not show enough respect for a move like rook g7 to g5. Practically speaking, it was a monster of a move, and luckily we had that moment, and we also understood why computer was thinking it's a mistake, but it's just completely unhuman. Now everything is working in perfection, just as Magnus had imagined with the move rook g5. And then it turns out that rook g5 was indeed a very strong move, not a mistake.
Yeah, I think Gukesh needed 4 hours on the clock, let alone 4 minutes, to find that ingenious defense with rook a5, giving up the pawn and running with the white king towards the king side. That was so tricky. And yeah, in practical terms, this one looks over. What can white even try? If you go passive, if you drop white's rook back to the second rank, you're going to die eventually. Black's pawns roll. Rook to b7, I guess, is just met by pawn to f4, but you can maybe even start a race. Maybe that's winning for black as well.
Well, I feel like if he has already given the check on a7, that probably he is planning to play rook b7. Of course, the move f4 is very much in the plan of black, and now white has to start running with the king. I only don't know that, yes, what happened?
He dropped his rook back to a2, so not
back
going for
to
this.
a2. Okay.
Okay, now Magnus is going to gain a couple of moves for free. Is it time to start activating the king, start pushing the pawns. Spoiled for choice.
Yes, I think like they are just coming together. Yeah, f4 is beautiful because it opens up the rook. It opens up the king's position also. For example, after f4 already e5, king f5, e4, also the king can be activated. Magnus also makes sure that after c4, there's always a rook g3 check. Actually, the more I look at it, the more hopeless it looks. I just don't see any defense for white.
You basically have no next move, as you say, Peter. I mean, next you have to move the white rook away in order to simply bring the white king back or to push c4. But I mean, that's where the rook was 3 moves ago. He's lost 3 moves for free in a race. That's essential. It feels like Gukesh panicking with the clock ticking, but understandably. I mean, it's a really difficult position. This is why we were saying earlier, don't get into these endgames against Magnus. He's going to slowly break your spirit. And he's outmaneuvered Gukesh here.
I'm thinking that maybe Gukesh was trying to, f4 played, was trying to force that king to f6 in order to go rook c2, and then try to push c4 and against rook g3 check to play the move rook c3, and close the eyes, and he believes that passive defense probably will lead to a loss, so he has to try. That's the only way, and then maybe it was important for him to kick that king away from the b pawn as far as possible.
Yeah, looks like he's got to try something like this. At least start a race, at least get a pass pawn. White's king just too far away, and you predicted rook c2 on the board. And now the question is, does black hold you up with rook g3 for one more move? Or does black just continue pushing the pawns?
I feel like rook g3 is a very brutal move, because the whole hope of white is based on the fact that you want to get counterplay. But after rook g3, you can't push the pawn, you have to fall back with the king, but then black just activates the king to e5, makes further progress, and after c4, b takes c4, we will never get any counterplay because the pawn is falling with check. Black's king is also getting much closer to the b pawn. And also one highlight that after rook g3, just let me show this move because maybe it's a little difficult to show with arrows, that even the idea with pushing the pawn with b5 runs into rook b3 check, and the pawn is falling. I don't see any counterplay for white after rook g3. And Magnus, knowing Magnus, it's just a matter of seconds when we will see rook g3 on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gukesh, black's moves are also very natural, even if it wasn't Magnus right now. But yeah, rook g3 would be sadistic, just cutting across the opponent's plans. I think this one might be over by the time control. Gukesh needs a trick, but Magnus isn't feeling merciful today. Oof. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, this happens to all of us. I've lost track of the number of times Magnus has ground me down in an endgame when we play Blitz. Pieces just end up on good squares, and somehow you always end up passive against him. It's crazy, this knack he has. And Gukesh will learn from this, of course. There we go, rook g3 on the board, pinning the c-pawn.
On the board, yes.
King b2, you could tell body language there, Gukesh losing belief.
King a2, king a2, ooh. Yes, because he's trying c4 and b5. I mean, this is the only chance. The only problem is that it's completely lost because black's king is just way too close to the action. There is no hope.
Yeah, that's a nice touch though from Gukesh. We've got to praise him for that, king a2, stepping out of those checking ideas that we mentioned. But still, the race is not really a race here. King e5, how difficult do you think that is for Magnus right now?
Not difficult at all. It's basically the move that he would play in a bullet game. I think it's his instinct. He is just now posing, and this is absolutely correct. Why should he rush? He has 28 minutes. He feels that the position is now definitely objectively winning. He just has to make sure that he calculates some forcing direct lines. And the fact why we appreciate king e5 so much is that after c4, b takes c4, I don't know. Yes, probably white starts with rook b2 or b5, but whatever. Black's king is very much in control of the b pawn. Yeah.
You're in the square. You're in the box. King d5 looks like it's going to come.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I just don't see the drama. The fact, however, that Magnus is taking his time, it's absolutely correct. That's how you have to approach such situations.
Yeah, very professional. Pause just to double check. Don't give your opponent even a glimmer of hope. Yeah, do you think he's going to be able to fight back? You mentioned, Peter, like it's an impossible task. Nearly nobody has ever done that on demand against Magnus with the black pieces, but he's got to believe. Gukesh, he's done it before. He's beaten very strong players with black pieces.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, we have been covering the Champions Chess Tour. We know exactly what happens, and Magnus always states in every of his interview, well, if I go up on the scoreboards, then good luck to my opponents. And I hardly recall any scenario when his opponents were able to come back. It was always a question like, if Magnus has a rough start and he loses because of some mystical reasons, then he's still capable. Yeah, we always kind of believe that he can pull it off, but especially with the black pieces, how you do that, I can't really imagine.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. And yeah, heartbreak, of course, for Gukesh if he does lose as expected. And yeah, especially with the white pieces. That's why we were saying minimal risk. That tends to be the approach by a lot of top players, experienced players in these knockout formats. But he's got to this point by taking a lot of risks, Gukesh, and he's been consistent. Okay. What do you think, Peter? Should we stay here till the end? Should we check in on some of the other games?
Well, I feel like I think King E5 is like the final ceiling move, and probably Magnus will play that move pretty quickly. Now his body language, but you might know him better than me. But to me, it looks like he's about to make a move.
Yeah, let's wait for Magnus's move. If he plays King E5, I think we can write this one off as a win for Black. Just Black's king doing dual purpose work there. Anything else? Does White get a chance? I mean,
well, probably not, but then there is something to calculate at least.
Yeah, at least that would open the door slightly for Gukesh with his potential past B pawn there.
Yes, because what are the alternatives? Otherwise, Black pushes E5 or pushes King F5. I mean, King F5 is clearly inferior to King E5. The king is just further away from the B pawn. There could be a case that if Magnus feels like, you know what, I don't have to see ghosts. Let me calculate these lines like with E5, C4. I mean, after all, I'm so much ahead in all these ways. B takes C4. What am I afraid of? Yeah, B5. Where does this lead? I'm not really seeing, but I'm. Yes, I look at. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the screen, so I'm not the right. I see the engine line. So please tell me what are your instincts to be able to think like a chess player over the board.
I mean, I agree. King E5. I mean, it's kind of textbook rook endgames. You activate your king, you kind of prevent the opponent's counterplay. But yeah, here I'm just rook B2 is the only question that you could calculate. If he works out that this is winning for Black, this pawn endgame, then he could go for something like this. If not, then.
But it's only winning in one way. Everything else is a draw. So that's why I feel like, humanly speaking, you just don't want to put yourself in a shoe like this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have to go for E4, close your eyes and go for E4 and calculate.
Yeah, and of course, Magnus doesn't want to calculate. King E5 on the board.
Course. Yes.
Now King B2 from Gukesh. Yeah, his king could have gone to B2 last move, so I guess that's an admission, basically, that things have gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, basically, King E5 just wins the game. Now, all the races are won by Black. Black gets another extra move. I think it's fair enough to move on to something else. Do you have a suggestion? Is somewhere things heating up?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about a couple of games for a while. Vidit against Abasov is still this endgame, still looks very balanced. Maybe we just do a very quick check-in there. We see that game happening behind Gukesh and Magnus on the camera. I just want to mention as well that Abasov has, I mean, they're at move 50 now. Abasov has 1 hour 15 on his clock. So I don't think we need to do too deep a dive, but just a quick update into this game. This is the current position. Hasn't changed much at all. Black still has this past E-pawn.
It's fairly balanced, and I think if now White plays the move King G2, then we might be in for a repetition of moves with Rook H4, King G3, Rook H8. It's kind of a logical outcome of this well-played game by both sides. And what else? What happened in the Dominguez Caruana game?
Yeah, we should just point out there was a threat of Bishop H4, and okay, Vidit didn't go for the repetition, so that game will continue even if it's balanced. And this one, the queens are off, Peter, and we're past the time control. However,
No. It's just move 33.
Just
he
move
didn't
33.
pass anything.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the other game, the move counter. Okay, queens and knights off the board.
Yes, but there is a very specific pawn structure. Yeah, I mean, clearly white is pushing because all of black's pawns are vulnerable. You will have to give up some of them in order to get counterplay. Where do we put that rook?
Yeah, we want to be behind the passed pawn, but the d4 pawn is hanging. Rook to
yes, for example, rook. I mean, just to highlight, yeah, rook b6 is the move that we talked about to be behind the pawn, but then the white captured on d4, and I think if black goes for knight g6, we might have rook c6. Is that an issue?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is an issue. Yeah, this is a big problem, huge problem.
Very nice there. And the knight on c6 will protect everything. Okay, so where to go?
Yes, that's the very big question. And by the way, Fabiano is now behind on the clock. So he had 20 minutes time advantage, he had half an hour time advantage. But finally, Leinier basically haven't spent a single second. In fact, he gained time on the clock ever since we left. Just very quickly to go back to understand how it happened. Queen a3, queen d6, knight e2, rook d8, knight takes d5, knight bc6, queen takes d6, rook d6, f4. I'm loving this move, f4. It's a very high class move. Very classy takes. And what else? Rook d7 or rook a6? Yeah, those are our options, or even rook c6.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy position.
Crazy position. Rook c6, I'm slightly afraid of just rook to b1. And again, two pawns are hanging. Feels like you'll have to defend some pawn down position there. Rook a6 might be the way, just going active. And it's only because this variation you mentioned, rook c6 was a really annoying resource there. But this time I guess the b5 pawn's not protected. This is difficult.
I mean, very difficult. According to computer, black has to play the move knight g6. Black has to find this move, and after knight takes b5, not to capture on e5, but
F4.
to go for knight f4. Oh my god! Okay, this is completely insane stuff. It's like you deserve a Nobel Prize if you find moves like this in time travel.
Yeah, Fabi's found more difficult moves than this one in his career, but this one he has to spot from afar right now. So 3 or 4 moves in advance. And especially when he has 3 or 4 alternatives, this is not obvious. So the idea is just to go for the d pawn, which is more valuable than the e5 pawn. Oof.
Yes, and this monster knight on f4, yeah, heading towards knight e2 fork, knight takes d3, and setting up counterplay on the second rank against the pawn on g2. Wow, if he finds this would be fantastic save.
Yeah, and it's definitely a case of a save right now. It's two results, it feels like. Fabiano playing for the draw, which he should achieve. Rook b6, though, Peter. Ooh, we didn't like this one.
No, not at all. Yeah, knight takes d4, and yes, go on.
Sorry, his idea must be to play b4 here before it's too late.
Yeah, but then white also has something like knight bc, and we can stabilize our center with the d4 move.
Oof. I think big winning
Fabiano,
chances.
Yes, in big trouble.
Okay, Dominguez, he's played so quickly and so confidently these last few moves. And Fabiano still hasn't played b4. Maybe only now it's dawning on him that knight g6, rook c6, as you highlighted, is catastrophic for black, almost.
Yeah, it is catastrophic. I mean, but then, yeah, he has to play b4 and then knight b3, then try to activate the rook with rook a6 as quickly as possible. I don't think that black has the right to be passive for one more move. Then it will be just hopeless.
Ooh, but you didn't play rook b6 in order to just play rook a6 2 moves later. That's big miss there from Fabiano. And that, again, that's the pressure of the World Cup. That's the pressure of the clock ticking, the stakes that they're playing for right now. Oh, knight g6 on the board. Blunder, wow. Peter.
Well, but it's the logical follow-up, as you mentioned, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they say mistakes come in pairs. This is a prime example of that. Do you think Leinier is just going to blitz rook c6 now?
No, knowing him, he won't be blitzing it because he senses that, okay, this is a golden opportunity. I still have 5 more moves to play, but I have 12.5 minutes with 30 seconds increment. This is the moment to be tranquilo, yeah, just to calm yourself down, make sure that the nerves won't be playing tricks on you. And he knows exactly that that this rook c6 position looks very promising.
Wow. We came in at the right moment. It was objectively in the balance, but difficult in practical terms for Fabiano. And I think I would have made similar mistakes to him. I think it's just he's played the natural moves. Unfortunately, they just haven't worked. And there we go. Mistake, according to the game review, but only if Leinier finds a rook to c6. Yeah, once
but
you spot it.
Yes,
Sorry.
and look at the body language. I feel like, because I'm so happy that we have these cameras and everything, and I feel like Leinier believes, that this is now an incredible big chance. He has tremendous respect of Fabi. So I'm not sure that, people they also ask that, okay, what do you expect from a match? Basically, you don't expect anything. Yeah, you know that you are playing on the highest level. You have to give your best. And even if you give your best, it might not be enough, because you simply know that your opponent is also so tough. But when suddenly you feel like I have a chance, and if I play it now correctly, then I might win. And if I win, I have all the chances to knock Fabiano Caruana out of the World Cup. That's a crazy big moment. Yeah, then you have to make sure that you calm yourself down as much as you can, because just these kind of thoughts can also distract you from the moment.
Yeah, if I could count the number of times that I've frozen in winning positions against strong players, then I'd be a rich man. But yeah, it's going to be difficult, the conversion stage with nerves, especially even if he finds rook c6 even. But there we go, it's on the board. Classy move.
Yes. I mean, everybody have witnessed what Dominguez has done against Sarana. That was some incredible precision game in the previous round, knocking out Sarana with a superbly played game with so many very long tactical lines, always in total control, not missing a single detail. I mean, for such a player, I have to say that when I saw this f4 move, I felt like f4 was a very classy move, and it completely disbalanced Fabiano. It could have been that from a distance, Fabi has underestimated the move of f4, and he's paying the price for it. He's in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, f4, it does look like it ruins white's pawn structure, but more importantly, just dynamically, it kind of kicked the black rook off balance, and he chose the wrong square for that rook. Yeah, always those unexpected moves when the clock is ticking have such a big effect. And okay, how would we try and defend this? We're talking about potentially a knight endgame, a pawn down, and we know that those are tricky at the best of times. White's d pawn will be ready to roll if the rooks disappear from the board.
Yes, so basically, we are talking about takes. If white gets time to protect the pawn on e5, the b pawn is not moving, then we get similar endgame like what happened between Vincent and Magnus, that is just hopeless. So b4, knight takes b4, knight takes e5, but it does feel like this is a very bad knight endgame. I mean, white can play d4, white can just bring his king to the center. With the passed pawn, it should be a win. I assume it should be a win. And then the big question is there a case to be made that, okay, let's forget about everything. We understand that rook takes e6 is like a slow dead, and we try to gamble with something like rook b7, rook takes e6, and then b4, knight b3, and then try to go rook c7 and try to get active somehow.
Yeah, this one, again, you don't get good feelings, but at least some active play. How about knight to f4 instead of b4, a couple of moves back? Sorry, Peter.
After rook e6.
Mm-hmm. Just to try and win that d3 pawn.
Yes, okay, then I was thinking like maybe rook d6. Okay, let's highlight knight takes d3, e6.
Yeah, just too quick.
It's too strong. Especially because I see that it's +5, it's I mean it's crazy. Yeah, it's otherwise it's not obvious at all. I'm expecting that Fabi might try something of a rook move.
Yeah, he's got to choose between two poisons here. Either he goes for that long endgame, as you say, where it's going to be hopeless long term, or he keeps the rooks on. I think this latter option is going to happen.
It happened already. Yes, rook b7 on the board.
And how accurate does white need to be here? Rook takes e6 looks like the only logical move.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to... yes. Okay, there is a case to be made, but knight takes e6 runs into knight e5, so that's a case that this is eliminated. Of course, rook takes e6 is the move that you want to play, but you have to calculate this knight f4, knight takes d3, because usually humans are afraid of connected pass pawns. Yeah, if you get a chance to eliminate one of the connected pass pawns, you feel like, all right, it's not great, but I might be able to somehow defend that position.
Yeah, rook takes e6 on the board, and Fabiano pushes. So exactly what you predicted. He's gambling on the fact that his rook will get active. Okay,
yeah, knight b3, rook c7. Yeah, and now we appreciate what computer was saying, that rook a6, just give up all your pawns immediately. But there the black pawn on e6 was still alive. That was the key difference.
Yeah, knight to b3 predicted here.
For sure.
Yeah.
And then rook c7.
Yeah. At least he's posing a couple of questions here, Fabiano. Good practical decision. Meanwhile, we should mention one update. The game between Anna Muzychuk and Salimova has ended in a draw. And we'll do a bit of a recap later on. It feels like Goryachkina as well is on the brink of victory, as predicted, as we mentioned a bit earlier. It's Tan Zhongyi. There we see Salimova leaving the board. Good result for her. Draw with black against a significantly higher rated opponent.
Yeah, of course, it's great. On the other hand, Anna Muzychuk was incredibly powerful with the black pieces against Elizabeth Petz in the previous round. Yeah, so I believe she gets a lot of confidence out of this, that yes, there was even a moment when she had to bounce back with the black pieces in the rapid portion, I believe. So definitely she had that scare. She might have faced elimination, but bouncing back with the black pieces, I think, gives you this invincible feeling, yeah, that if I was able to handle this situation, then I'm ready for any challenge.
Yeah, so big day tomorrow for both of those two players. And we'll keep you updated with other results. We're approaching move 40. I think we might stick it until move 40. And then we'll do a quick recap of the other games. I should mention Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. They have passed that magical move 40 mark. Gukesh is away from the board. He knows that he's losing. Not much has changed on the position. So we'll do an update there a bit later on as well. And the other games look pretty balanced in the quarterfinals here of the open section. Okay, rook c7, Peter.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it has to be played. Yeah, it has to be played. There is just no other move. It's the only chance. Because now, is there a case to be made for knight f4 to start with knight f4? But I feel like then the e-pawn will be much faster. Yeah, like knight f4, rook d6, rook c7, e6. And black is just not able to generate any counterplay. So yeah, rook c7 played on the board.
And,
how would you handle this position?
Yeah, stabilization seems like the name of the game. Not immediately obvious. The rook's tied down to the e-pawn. Rook c3 is a threat. I mean, first instinct, I want to play d4, but that's without any calculation whatsoever.
Yeah, then, okay, d4, rook c3, and there is something at least to talk about.
Yeah, the problem is I wanted to play knight c5 here, but knight f4 to e2, an idea we discussed a bit earlier, could potentially be powerful.
And then the knight is hanging with the tempo.
Yeah. So again, it's just playing for these tricks as black, but it's what you got to do.
Yes, that's what you have to. I mean, the big question is that, is the move rook b6 possible? That can we somehow control everything with a move like rook b6, or this rook c3, rook takes b4, rook takes d3, for example, is something that is a little bit disturbing, because I do see this line that takes, rook takes d3, and then e6, and the knight will be able to protect both pawns. This is what attracts me to this line so much, and with the e-pawn on the board, black's rook will never be able to guard that e-pawn from behind. And if it's not able to guard from behind, then I feel like white should be just winning this.
Yeah, this is a case of double pawns being really useful, because one double pawn blocks the black rook's access to the other. Yeah, actually, in practical terms as well, this looks super safe and kind of inevitable that white's going to win. So rook b6. Looks
Yeah,
like
so
a good way to go.
basically rook b6. Another line to calculate: rook b6, knight takes e5. Yeah, grabbing the pawn. Then white plays the move d4. Let's just put it on the board. Leinier is still thinking, and he will be thinking some more. Then the case was to push d4, and now we have still the connected pawns. The rook is behind the pawn. Ideally placed, black has to lose a tempo with his knight. Probably jumps to d3, protecting the pawn on b4. And now it's the question, how do we play this position?
Yeah, at least for me, this would make me pause because it feels like black's got some counterplay. The b pawn's still alive. Stakes are suddenly, I mean, the margin for error is suddenly a bit smaller.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this one doesn't look so clear at all. Also, white's king on g1 is not able to join the center.
Maybe it's relevant
Leinier,
that d5
yes.
here, Peter, and there's no time for rook c3 because of d6. Maybe.
Yes, it's correct. I mean, it was the choice of the computer also, saying that it's kind of winning. I only like to pause and to give our feelings as well, yeah, that it feels that black is generating some counterplay, but yes, that's why you have to spend all your energy. You have to calculate very precisely every single line. You just can't stop at some moment when it feels like, okay, it's not so easy. I want to find an easier win, because on high-level games, there always will be some crazy amount of resistance. In order to win, you have to be ready to enter all these sharp lines, move per move lines, which you have to calculate like a machine.
Yeah, and for a moment there, we saw in the camera Magnus Carlsen getting up, watching the games. Of course, he'll be very interested in the potential results of this one. And that does also mean that Gukesh is back at the board, mulling over that lost position that we discussed a bit earlier. So, okay, we're closing in on move 40 in this game. Leinier still pausing. Big moment. Rook b6. Or not rook b6. Looks like a winning move.
Yeah, and so important, basically for the whole match, for the whole World Cup, for the fight for the candidates. It's clear that if Leinier wins this game, it's nothing over, because Fabiano will have the white pieces. He will have all the chances to bounce back. But I would give the case that if Leinier is not converting this, that would be such a heartbreak for him, because he knows that this was an opportunity of a lifetime. I mean, when do you get such a chance beating Fabiano from an endgame? Yes, it's difficult, it's not easy yet, but there is no real counterplay, no threat against your king. You should be able to navigate this somehow.
Yeah. Okay, long think here. He spent more than half of his remaining time on this one move, but it will be worth it if he finds the move rook to b6. Peter, we mentioned d4 as well. Does that blow some of the advantage, or is it still, you think, winning here?
Well, the computer says that after d4, rook c3, the strange and ugly move knight a5, it's not the intuitive move, it's still good enough for white. But I feel like it's so awkward. You definitely, if you play d4, you would like to continue with knight c5, which is a mistake due to this knight f4, knight e2 trick that you very nicely highlighted. So it's a big moment. It's a big moment because clearly Leinier would like to play d4 if not for this problem with his knight. Otherwise, he has to calculate all the lines with rook b6.
Yeah, and he's in calculation mode. You see on the camera there, Dominguez. Okay, well, I see in the featured chat as well, people talking about Fabi making a comeback tomorrow. He's not out of this one yet, especially if rook b6 doesn't land on the board this moment. Oof, yeah, I was looking at my World Cup, and in both the tiebreak games and in the classical games, I made mistakes in and around move 40. So yeah, I think that's natural for all of these players. Big moment, 6-minute think. Surely he's going to play rook b6 after all of this. Process of elimination again.
Well, but his problem is it would be such a dream scenario if he would only have one move in this position. Yeah, but this is the problem, that he's spoiled with choice, and he might be looking at rook b6 first, then he discovers some problem like this knight takes e5, d4, knight d3 followed by rook c6 is not that clean. Then you are automatically kind of tempted to, okay, come on, but position should be winning. Then maybe d4 is better. Yeah, then you and rook b6 on the board. Very well done by Leinier.
Very well done. And now it's move 39. Just needs to make that time control. And then I think
wow. Yes, but let us highlight that how unfortunate it is for Fabiano that after d4, knight d3, they will be reaching move 40. Because that move d4, d5, yes, d4 already played, is really the only move according to computer to win for white. And it would be so difficult to, I mean, probably Leinier has foreseen it, but there would be a case to be made that it's so much more easier not to play the move d5 in time trouble than after spending something like 10 or 15 minutes here.
Yeah, poor Fabi. If this was move 39 and Dominguez only had 1 or 2 minutes, he'd bank on himself. He'd at least have some chances. But yeah, this one now, Dominguez will take a long think, and we think d5 will appear, rushing forward and winning the game. Oof. Peter, should we do a quick recap of the others before we go on a short break?
Definitely. Let's do that. So with which game do we start?
Well, firstly, we'll just, without diving in, we'll mention that Gukesh still has this lost position against Magnus. I'm not sure if he'll fight on. I think he might play a few more moves before resigning. Vidit against Abasov, still completely level. Maybe the only one that's significantly changed is Pragg against Erigaisi. So maybe just a quick look there, and then we will go on a short break.
Wow, what happened here?
Oof. I'm not sure quick look is the right word there. Maybe we'll have to unpack after the break. But definitely this one has changed.
Well, actually, I would say that we can't go on break because Pragg is down to 25 seconds. We have to wait till the time trouble to be over if we have the chance, because it's so dramatic.
Yeah, I thought the position itself was dramatic enough, but the clock situation... okay, we see Vidit on camera here. It's not his game, but we will get those cameras up in a moment. White is a piece up. White has an extra bishop, but that black d-pawn's running, and Pragg has made a mistake. I just see the evaluation bar. I'm not sure why it's a mistake, but bishop to g2 looks natural to kind of safeguard the white king. Now this black pawn is running.
Yeah, well, but actually it's stunning that black wins according to computer with queen b6 check, king h2, queen f2, forcing white rook to g1, and then the stunning little quiet move rook e2, which is so easy to miss. I mean, rook e2 is a key move by the computer, and then goes for d2, rook e1.
Okay, and that will be around the move 40 mark. So we were talking about how that can spoil people's chances if they're kind of itching to get to the time control, but no time to be accurate. And you could see that scenario. Black needs to give a check here. Kick the white king into the corner. Okay, 40 seconds for Pragg. Oof, nightmare situation.
Yeah, he played his last move with 10 seconds. It was a mistake, but he sensed that this is a critical moment, but he did not have more time to think, and finally opted for bishop g2, trying to stabilize the situation. But according to computer, this is losing. The big question is queen b6 check, queen f2. I feel like it's kind of natural in the sense that we know exactly that Arjun has this incredible vision of the whole board. But then spotting rook e2, which will be move 40, I believe it will be move 40. That will be the decisive moment.
Peter, I think I've spotted a really important detail as well. After queen b6 check, queen c5 is impossible because of queen takes queen and then rook takes g2, just to stop the white bishop from stopping the d-pawn.
Wow, yes, that's beautiful. But also d2 wins on the spot.
Oof,
but
okay. That was too simple for me.
Yeah, but let's just show that, yeah, this is also a fantastic idea. And both pawns on e6 and d2 make sure that white's rook is not able to fight against the d2 pawn. So all eyes on Arjun. This is such a tense moment. That's a incredible opportunity. However, the players don't know what's going on. And definitely at the end of the day, Pragg will be relying on some queen e7 counterplay. After rook g1, rook e2, the crazy computer move, Pragg will try the move queen e7, setting up ideas with queen f6 check, trading queens, and then trying to fight that d2 pawn with the combination of the rook and the bishop.
Yeah, this is not easy for Erigaisi. We should highlight that, especially with under 1 minute on the clock now. It's only a very, very narrow path to victory, and it's not an obvious one, not natural, that rook e2 move, especially. Okay, moment of truth is incoming. Around 40 seconds each. He's reaching out. Is he going to give the check with his queen? It's tempting to push the pawn, but yeah.
He gives.
He does. He finds it.
He does, yeah.
At least the first move. Rook e2 is the difficult one in 2 moves' time, and that will be move 40 as far as I can tell. Or move 39 even.
39 even, yes, exactly.
Okay. Does it matter where Pragg puts his king? Hides it on h2.
Yeah, it's of course you hide on h2 just to make sure that the pawn won't promote with check, or also when black sets up this rook e2, d2 queen f2 played, rook g1 will be blitzed out, and all eyes on Arjun at this moment, this very moment. Will he find this incredible rook e2 move, which from distance computer was saying as the winning move? Maybe there are also some alternatives, but the key idea is that after rook g1, already played, of course. Yes, and rook e2 is clearly the only move to win. Unbelievable. And the main point being rook e2, queen e7, you just ignore the set of queen f6. You push the pawn to d2, queen f6 check, black simply trades, takes, and then black activates the king, marches all the way to c3. White is just too passive fighting, and on the board. Wow, brilliant play.
Wow, Arjun Erigaisi is a superstar. Imagine finding that move with just 1 minute on the clock. It's not obvious. It's not an immediate threat. It still takes 2 or 3 moves to build up that killer threat. But yeah, this one is just paralyzed Pragg's pieces. The d pawn's going to win the game. Oh, what a move.
Yeah. Unbelievable power performance by Arjun. Of course, we have witnessed him. We knew exactly that he's capable of finding. This is very much his type of chess. I believe that he is already on par with the very best in this kind of positions. Just fantastic.
Yeah, when it's a bit wild, when it's dynamic, a bit messy, he's always finding his way, navigating really well there. And it looks like Pragg has to go for this queen exchange. Otherwise, black's just going d2, rook e1, pretty much pre-move at this point. There we go. Pragg brings his queen in. We will see that endgame, but yeah, as you say, Peter, just too quick with the black king. No counterplay at all for white.
Yes. I mean, okay, there is some case to be made that eventually, I don't know, king h1 at the end of the day. And then try, yeah, d2 played. So the time control has been made. It's move 40. Yes, the position was objectively winning. I only don't know what happens with our break. Do we have a break or do we continue analyzing?
Oof, move 40. I think we might go on a very short break, but we'll leave a camera up and we'll let everyone know as the results and as the moves tick in. This one, don't go anywhere because the drama is guaranteed. We will see some results and maybe even potentially a couple of wins for the black pieces in just a few minutes' time. So we will see you soon. Stay with us.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today. Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. It's been a dramatic day. It started a bit slowly, but things really came to life towards the time control, and now we get to unpack the positions we're left with potentially many decisive results on the cards. I'm Grandmaster David Howell and I'm joined by the awesome Peter Lecko. And Peter, what a few minutes we've had.
Absolutely, I mean, completely crazy action, just as we expected. Things heated up in time trouble. Dominguez is having a winning position against Caruana, but he has to find a winning move of move 41. Now he's taking his time. Magnus Carlsen is dominating his game, and basically it feels like it's just a matter of time when Gukesh will have to throw in the towel. It's just so much domination from Black's forces in this Dukan game. We do see that Gukesh played the move, and also this incredible time trouble between Pragnananda and Erigaisi ending dramatically, apparently after move 40, Erigaisi after finding that stunner rookie to move that computer highlighted earlier on.
Yeah, lots to unpack there. Let's jump in, let's do a bit of a deep dive, and let's update ourselves with the clash between Gukesh and Carlsen. It looks like that one, at least objectively, could soon be finished. Look at those black pawns that you're highlighting. Oof, they're just too far advanced. They are going to win this race. Gukesh can grab a pawn on b5, but it will be in vain. Simply no way that white's pawns can ever catch up. What would you do, Peter, here? Would you try for one last trick or two? I don't see any way to keep playing, to be honest.
Yeah, it's basically heartbreaking, yeah, that Gukesh, who has played a wonderful World Cup, I mean, he hasn't been in any danger whatsoever. He got into such a hopeless passive Dukan game, yeah, and he can't generate any counterplay. Yeah, he finally takes on b5. He had to do it. I mean, just sit and wait is equal to resignation. But Black's pawns are just way too advanced. The pawn on g2 will fall as well. Hang on, by the way, after rook b8, can Magnus even make a cause of just pushing the pawn to e2 and follow it up with rook e3?
Yeah, I think that pawn is about to queen unless white runs back with the king, but that's going to lead to disaster anyway. Yeah, maybe we put that on the board. Rook b8 would be met by e2, and that's just game over instantly.
Yeah, that's the highlight. Rook takes e3, f takes e3, and Black's e-pawn queens. And e3 on the board.
Yeah. And Gukesh gave a check.
He gave a check.
So he's forcing the black king away. But I don't think this will help black's king advancing.
Well, now he can at least play the move rook b8, because after e2 he has a check. But, I mean, simply, it's also not obligatory for Magnus to just rely on that idea, yeah? Rook b5 check happened. Okay, king e4 will follow. Yeah, Magnus already in blitzing mode.
Yeah, I think both players know the outcome here. It's just going through the motions. Rook b8 finally on the board. He's going to try and stop black's pawns from behind, but Magnus can grab on g2 here. Not sure what the most practical, the most professional way to finish this one off is.
Well, e2 is possible, yeah, because after rook e8 check, king d3, rook d8 check, we simply have this typical king e3, rook e8 check, king d2, and then finally we get access with the bridge on the third rank.
Zigzag.
Yes, and if white sacrifice on the e2, then we also have this monster pawn on f4 to decide the fate, but it's up to Magnus to decide which direction he goes. Everything seems to be winning, just picking up the pawn on g2 as well.
Yeah, I think we'll stay here just to see how the world number one finishes this off. I think e2 is the most direct, it's the most kind of clean way right now. Unless, yeah, I was going to say e2 unless there's king c2, but just playing for tricks, but black can play rook to e3 there. And
let's just show this, yeah, e2, king c2. e1 queen would be a terrible mistake, might even turn in white's favor. Okay, maybe black, thanks to the activity, can make a draw, but definitely you don't want to do that, losing a queen just like this. But the problem is, after king c2, black simply plays the move rook e3, making sure that the e file is blocked, and there is no way to stop the pawn.
Yeah. Might as well play one last trick, force the opponent to be a bit accurate, but Magnus has a bunch of time on the clock, and e2 is indeed on the board. Gukesh, is it time to extend that hand? Is it time to resign?
Or make this one more move, king c2, rook e3, and then resign. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. No, it's been a tough game. I mean, ever since the opening, which we were praising him for, ever since that kind of led to this slightly slower endgame with the imbalance and black with a better structure. I mean, he's not made any blunders, Gukesh. But there we go. He does fall to defeat. Magnus takes the win. And only needs a draw with the white pieces tomorrow to progress to the semi-finals.
Yeah, very smooth. Yeah, what a win by Magnus, and what a smooth victory. I mean, after the opening, after these first 6-7 moves, if somebody asked me my honest opinion and we talked about it, I would have said Magnus in a lot of danger. I mean, Gukesh was in a brilliant form. He was trying to grab the initiative, and the way how Magnus handled that situation with his bishop b4, taking it on e4, making sure that he has everything under control, able to trade queens, that was really wonderful play by him.
Yeah, wonderful play by the world number one. Practical play as well, just taking the sting, taking the energy out of the game and using his experience there. But another big fight tomorrow. Gukesh will come out all guns blazing despite having black. So this one isn't over. But it's our first result of the day in the open section. And still plenty of action left. There we see Magnus just taking a glance at the clash between Vidit and Abasov. Peter, should we check out some of the other action? We're predicting at least 2 more decisive results here.
Yes, and we have to jump to the Dominguez game because Leinier did spend some time, but not too much. And has found the move d5, probably has already foreseen it, clean time trouble. That's why he goes, and this is supposed to be the key move. After rook c4, d6. Ah, wow, rook c4, so Fabiano did not attack the knight on b3 because he knew anyway that the pawn gonna be pushed. And after knight e5, Leinier keeps on playing the very precise move, rook b7, and this is a wonderful move. It's not only trying to push that pawn, because pushing that pawn would be a mistake after rook takes e4, d7, rook e1 check, king moves away, and then rook d1 is what black is hoping for, but the idea is to pin that knight with rook e7, and there is no way to fight. Then d7 is coming, and black will lose a piece and lose the game.
Wow, that is sophisticated. Just the kind of quiet move and then a pin. Shows he's in really top form, Dominguez. And it's actually not obvious the moves he's played just because it feels like he's burning bridges. He's kind of committing his pawns. If it backfires, then they'll just drop off. But yeah, he's backing it up with just super kind of clear calculation right now. Fabiano, what else can he try? It looks like he's going to go down a piece. The Black Knight will lose itself for those 2 white pawns in the center. Okay, he can keep b4, but no practical chances there, Peter.
Yeah, not at all. And it was clear that he did not believe going after the knight with rook c3. Then he could have done it before in the better circumstance. But the problem is really that rook takes d4, the desired move, eliminating another central pawn, runs into this terrible pin. Let's just highlight one line, like if black is coming closer with the king, then white just pushes d7, and there is just no way stopping that pawn. Black will have to finally go for rook e1 check, king h2, rook d1, then white collects, and he even collects the b pawn instantly. Even if it wouldn't be the case, white would just slowly win like this. It's a resignation on the spot.
Yeah, too many pawns left, and the rook and knight will win this endgame. Wow, Fabiano, huge trouble. And it was all just in that sequence building up to move 40. Just 2 or 3 small inaccuracies build up a winning advantage for white. Oof, I did not predict this one, I must say. I thought, yeah, okay, Magnus, maybe some chances against Gukesh, but this is a big shock. These 2 solid players, Dominguez potentially taking the lead. Okay, should we check back in? Sorry,
and
Peter.
the vital win. Yeah, we know exactly that Leinier is extremely solid. On the other hand, Fabi has this kind of belief and also repertoire. He has a very fighting repertoire that I think it's just impossible to stop and block Fabiano. He will get a game, and if he will get a game, he will have a chance. But clearly, he is in a fight against brilliantly playing Leinier Dominguez.
Yeah, I've tried a few times to neutralize Fabiano, playing the Berlin against him and stuff like that. But yeah, he always finds a way to fight, and really well prepared, of course. Yeah, should we check in on the other game that was very dramatic before move 40? It hasn't changed too much, but just to illustrate why we're expecting Erigaisi to take that full point against Pragg.
Yeah, and everything happened as we discussed. The move d2 has to be answered by queen f6 check. There is no other move. White reaches the endgame and seemingly avoided any kind of disaster, any checkmating ideas. Now the problem is that the tempting move rook d1, he had to set that rook up and then try to run with the king towards the pawn, does not work, because after rook d1, black just plays the move king e5, and we still can't make a single move with our king. King g1 just runs into rook e1 check, and if we are not able to run, then if we try to create some luft for the king g4, that's clearly not gonna be enough. Black is just entering the position, and I'm assuming that something like this. Rook f2. In fact, even rook f2 is very strong, kicking that bishop away. Computer highlighted that after g4, king f4 is of course much more professional move, stopping king g3, and basically black combining the forces with king and rook and the pawn are just too much to handle for white.
Yeah, this black pawn on d2 just completely paralyzes white's army. Yeah, just 1 or 2, maybe even 3 tempi too slow to cause any trouble here, to create any counterplay. I wouldn't be surprised actually if Pragg just tries 1 or 2 more moves and already throws in the towel. As soon as the black king gets to e3, it's just immediately game over. Yeah, wow. Again, another example of a game turning just before move 40. It's so difficult to control nerves, the clock, and the tactics when they happen. Yeah, not much else to say about this one, to be honest. I don't know if white can try something with, it feels too slow, with e5, throw that pawn away, put a pawn on b6, try and take on b7, but it's just always, yeah, just hopeless there. Okay, should we check in on the game, Peter, that we haven't for a long, long time? Maybe we give it some love, this clash between Vidit and Abasov.
Yes, there is a lot of maneuvering going on, yeah? So basically, I feel like Vidit is the one who is trying to squeeze something out of the position. He believes or feels that he's not risking anything. The point, however, being that we already had this position for the last 30 moves or so, and white hasn't really made much of a progress. He did make sure that he gets a nice little pawn on g4. This is very important because without that pawn, if white pawn would be, for example, on h3, we might be thinking that black is the one who can try something, because black can try to be active with king f5, and then if black advances the pawn to e4, that's very bad news. But with the pawn on g4 covering the f5 square, black's king is not able to activate itself, and that's why black is just sitting passively and waiting for white, because white also cannot really do much.
Yeah, and I should mention, Peter, some funny kind of mind games going on in this one, because this exact pawn structure, this exact piece configuration happened on move 34, and they maneuvered around for 30 moves, and then suddenly white played a3, so restarting the counter for the 50-move rule. And at least he's hinting at b4. But yeah, this position was reached 30 moves ago, and they've basically been going around in circles until Vidit's kind of been hinting now suddenly. So this was the moment the last pawn trade happened, the last pawn push, capture, anything
yes.
of note. And then 30 moves later, we have a3.
Yeah, that's a very nice point. Great that you highlighted. This is how it is, yeah. And we also see that Vidit is behind on the clock, so one could argue that why is he playing? Well, the reason is that he knows that with 30 seconds increment, he's actually not risking anything. He won't be running too short on time. That's not a danger. And somewhere he probably believes that there might be some construction. We are completely new to the position. We just see that for the last 30 moves, a part of the move A to AC, nothing really happened. So very hard for us to believe that there are serious winning chances, but you never know in this kind of slow games. We have to sit and wait, and then we will be more clever.
Maybe just a couple of questions before we check in on the women's semi-final. There's one game ongoing there, but firstly, is b4 ever an idea for white? Is it effective? Is it scary for black? And secondly, if rooks come off the board, any winning chances at all there for Vidit, or still just a draw?
Yes, I think that's a very good point. I somehow feel like it is not white's intention to open up anything, because after b4 also the pawn structure will be loose. Black might get counterplay with rook d4, and we also see black's last move bishop e7, indicating keeping an eye. Might also want to go rook d1 at some point. The other question is very interesting, that is white planning to trade rooks? But how? If white would be able to trade rooks, for example, just to highlight that rook d2, rook takes d2, bishop takes d2, and now if black would not push e4, which of course he would, then if white gets king to e4, this is something to play with. I don't know exactly if it's winning or not, but then the torture really starts. Then eventually the b4 idea, something like b4, c3, bishop e3, might force black to capture on b4, and then we get the pass pawn and we have something to play with. But my gut feeling tells me that black will never trade queens. I mean rooks, pardon me.
Yeah, and it's a pertinent point, Peter, because he has played rook to d2, and like you say, black doesn't have to trade. Black can run away with a rook. That looks very healthy. But if he does, is there any trouble? You mentioned this e4 move. What is Vidit's plan there? If rook takes rook and e4.
Yeah, let's find out. Yeah, because rook d2, bishop d2, e4 intuitively feels like the right way for black to play. But according to computer, white immediately gets a big advantage. Which means that probably black is anyway stuck long terms, and will white be able to get his, for example, bishop e3, king f2, king e2, and then try to put the bishop on g3, get the king to e3? I was relying, of course, on some king e5 defense, but apparently computer does not believe in it. Mm-hmm. Strange.
Interesting. So, okay, not rook takes d2 in the end, rook to d4 instead, so trading but on his own terms. Abasov looks like a nice move there.
Yeah,
and it's very important that the pawn's on a3 now.
Yeah, and it's the top move of the engine. Yeah, it just shows on that Abasov is extremely alert. He does not relax for a second. I mean, basically just don't want to find out any of these questions, yeah, that how bad it is. Yeah, if already you know exactly that the question is how bad it is, you just stay away from. That's not what you want to try. Rook d4, very nice, putting pressure on the g4 pawn. And somehow I feel like rook takes d4 is not what white wants. But then how does white deal with this move?
Oof. Not easy, right? Okay, looks like Vidit's reaching out for his king. Yeah, I don't think he can stomach taking on d4 right now. Psychologically, it's a hard move to make. So king to g3, potentially.
Yeah, king g3, king f3. I mean, but king f3 invites, look f4 check invites some e4 check.
Yeah.
So hard to imagine.
And we should mention, maybe not super relevant right now, but only 16 minutes for Vidit. If things did start to turn against him, after pressing for most of the game, or at least in his mind, trying to milk some small advantage, yeah, it can be psychologically tricky when suddenly your opponent gets active.
Yes, but somehow something tells me that he's still hoping for something. The big question that I had, and I luckily have by computer, otherwise who would answer this, that bishop g5 is kind of a very tempting move hitting the rook. And in this case, surprisingly, white can trade on d4 because the pawn on a3 won't be hanging anymore after c takes d4. And white gets chance to put the king to f3, blocks it with king e4, and all of a sudden he will have long-term play on the queen side advancing the pawns. We don't know if it's winning or not, but definitely black not gonna try to find this out. It would be just way too scary and it would be a terrible practical decision to let this happen.
Yeah, so we're not expecting bishop g5 in the current position. And yeah, let's give Abasov some time to mull over that. Maybe we can zoom out to the bird's eye view just for a moment. I want to check in on the remaining semi-final game in the Women's World Cup, where it looks like Goryachkina has been guiding home an advantage very smoothly, very convincingly. We left this endgame a long time ago, just before the time control. And it looks like black, having a pawn on b2, about to promote, should be clinching this game any moment. So we might even see a result in the near future.
Yeah, well, this is a question that if we want, maybe we can join in that game, because that game can end in any moment. I feel like handshake is very, very near.
Okay, so can we get that game? Tan Zhongyi, yeah, I think it might be resign time. Might be resign time. Goryachkina about to take the win there.
I mean, it's completely hopeless. Yeah, it's white's forces are tied down. Nothing moves. Black simply has this idea of bishop c3, rook a1. Knight takes h4 played. Now bishop b4 just wins the game on the spot, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I think one last move now. Very nice move as well. Bishop to b4, clearing the second rank, preparing an inevitable promotion and a discovered check.
And it's also such a nice feeling of finishing the game with bishop b4.
Yeah, and we saw on the camera the way she moved that piece, Tan Zhongyi. She's just trying one last trick. But she knows bishop b4, she will resign. Yeah, bishops, they're so tricky. Somehow Goryachkina maneuvered it so well in the late middle game, early end game. And she always kept that protected pass pawn on the queen side.
Yes, and finally, the knight versus bishop battle is won by the bishop. Yeah, there was this moment we talked about that just one move for white, and then we are talking about a good knight versus a bad bishop, but the tempo was not there, and the bishop was dominating the knight.
Yeah, and she was pretty much paralyzed at the end as well. There were almost no alternatives to this knight takes h4 move, kind of clearing the second rank for black, because yeah, that pawn on h4 was just such a thorn in white's side. Yeah, I think we're expecting handshake. Goryachkina just double checking her variations. She knows as well bishop b4 is going to be over. Any other way to do it, Peter? I mean, there's maybe boring ways like bishop to c3.
Yeah, I think there are many possibilities, but just bishop b4 is so nice that even after knight g6 check, king e8 eliminates any kind of checks. I think it will be played.
Yeah. 21 minutes, and this is the type of thing you find on Puzzle Rush all the time. Goryachkina looking away. She's spotted it for sure. And taking her time. No need to rush. Bishop to b4. Incoming. Yeah, and it will be up to Tan Zhongyi as well. We mentioned with Gukesh bouncing back with black. Not easy at the best of times, but she will have her work cut out tomorrow.
Yes, and also Pragg is about, it's not yet over, but he will probably lose with the white pieces. It means that black is very much okay, and it's on the board. Bishop b4 had been played.
And yeah, white can give a couple of spite checks. You can take a pawn with check with the knight. You can give a check with the white rook, but black's king easily dances away from that, and then black promotes. Game over. And double exclamation mark awarded to that move. It is a sacrifice technically, but black's pawn promotes with a discovered check. Yeah, I think countdown now. A few seconds left before Tan Zhongyi resigns.
Yeah, no hopes at all. A very big victory for Goryachkina.
Yeah, such a bloodthirsty round, Peter. I mean, if you asked me to predict just 2 or 3 hours ago, I would have said, okay, 4 draws in the open section, maybe 1 or 2 draws in the Women's World Cup. But yeah, suddenly fireworks all at the same time in all of the games.
Yes, sometimes this is how it works. Yeah, if it's a quiet affair, then things are slowly building up. But when it's direct clash immediately, that also often involves heavy preparation from both sides that can easily neutralize each other. So I was deep inside, I was hoping for something like this, but I couldn't have predicted 3 victories with the black pieces. Okay, the Pragnananda Erigaisi game is still on, but this one I think we can already give for black. So that's already going to be the 2nd victory of today.
And it looks like Dominguez just needs to put some finishing touches on his game as well against Caruana. He's now 2 pawns up in that game. So 1 win for the white pieces potentially incoming. Yeah, we're just waiting for the final moments in this game. Tan Zhongyi faces a totally hopeless position. But I've seen her bounce back before. She's very strong under pressure, great nerves, very tricky player as well. So Goryachkina will have still some work to do tomorrow to try and progress to that final. And of course, candidates places up for grabs in the women's section as well. We shouldn't forget, where 3 players will qualify. So big days ahead. Even if Tan Zhongyi loses this game, she still has a chance to get into the candidates in the 3rd place playoff.
Well, actually, this can also help Goryachkina. Yeah, that basically there is much more pressure on Tan Zhongyi. Goryachkina has already qualified for the candidates, so she is clearly only playing for, of course, for the prestige of the World Cup, winning the World Cup. But her seat is already selected, while Tan Zhongyi needs to win on demand to fight back. Of course, whoever reaches finally automatically qualifies for the candidates, and whoever plays for the 3rd place then will need to win that match at all cost to get that 3rd place. And the knight take g6 check still on the board.
Black king can dance in either direction, I guess. It doesn't really make too much of a difference here. We're expecting probably towards e8. But yeah, this won't change anything. And you're right, Peter, that's incredibly tough actually when your opponent kind of has a free roll, they're relaxed, they fully focus on just the game, just the result. And when there's other stuff buzzing on in your mind, like candidates, other stuff, norms sometimes from my own experience, it can be incredibly difficult to focus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I also feel like Goryachkina mentioned herself in one of the early interviews that in 2021 she felt like she's a big favorite and she felt so much pressure, and this time she just wants to play chess. Yeah, she just wants to show her best. She actually dances back with the king to g8, making sure that after rook b8 check she will be able to target that knight instantly, and there is a handshake.
Yep, it's a handshake. Tan Zhongyi resigns and Goryachkina takes the lead in the Women's World Cup semi-final. The only decisive game in the Women's World Cup today, but still an impressive win for the young Russian. And yeah, there we go, putting the kings in the center of the board. Still some action in the Open. It looks like the final stages now between Pragnananda and Erigaisi, so we will jump back there momentarily as we see the pieces being set back up in this one. Yeah, Peter, from your experience, you played a lot of knockout tournaments throughout your career. How tough is it to bounce back, to get a good night's sleep after that loss?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges. Of course, if you lose with the white pieces, then you also know that you have to go berserk in the next day. And usually you have your solid established repertoire, which is based on objective chess. and you can't rely on that. Yeah, so you have to get out of your comfort zone. So you are not only under terrible shock what just had happened with you with the white pieces, but you also know that you have to go kamikaze. You have to burn all bridges in order to try to win on demand. Extremely difficult. Also, the players usually are already so experienced, especially Magnus. Yeah, I mean, okay, Magnus knows everything about chess. Creating winning chances probably will mean something like what Hikaru did against Pragg. He had to go against e4, d4, g6, bishop g7, fianchet to that bishop, and try to hope for a long struggle. But it's very difficult.
Yeah, difficult and high risk. And we jump back in on the game between Pragg and Arjun Erigaisi. And here we see Arjun's about to move. I'm wondering whether he needs to leave his rook on priest. There we go. Wow, he moves his king even further in. And the question there was, do you move your rook? Do you plop it down on e1? But then the white bishop would defend against this potential queen, the black d pawn. And instead, yeah, this is really classy stuff. He gives up his rook. He knows he's going to win a pawn endgame eventually. Both players have calculated this. Really nice finish. And it did come down to one tempo in the end, Peter, but it was sufficient for black.
Yes. I mean, Pragg tried the best chance. The computer moved rook f1 check, making sure that the king will be able to get as close as possible, as quickly as possible. King e5, king g1. The big problem, however, is that, yeah, this king e3 is brutally strong. If we take the rook, let's just show this for our audience. Takes, d1 queen is a threat. So white has to start checking. And then basically black just goes back with the king to the other side of the board. Now again threatens d1 queen, and after rook f2 finally solves the pin issue with king c1. Rook f2 will be forced and d1 queen wins the game. That's the fourth line if white captures the rook. Of course, white is not forced to capture the rook. The big problem is that otherwise there is no move in the position.
Yeah, he's played bishop g4. I'm not 100% sure what that does. Maybe setting up some potential rook f3 check ideas. I don't really think that's too about for Erigaisi, but what's the cleanest way to finish this off now for black?
Well, it feels like every single move, like h5 could be played. Yeah, I don't really believe that rook f3 is a threat. I'm wondering is there a case to be made that in pawn endgame, maybe the pawn on f7 is weakened. I don't see that ever happening. I just wanted to highlight that maybe there is some obscure idea of provoking that pawn and then doing exactly the same, trying to activate the king later on like this, but black can always shut the counterplay down. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, white is pretty much in zugzwang. Eventually, you're going to have to take that rook on e2 and go into this losing pawn endgame. Yeah, rook f3 check is always simply going to be met by king takes e4 or just king d4. Nothing changes there. Yeah, I mean, it just depends what mood Erigaisi's in here. Does he want a quick kill where he might calculate some variation starting with h5 or f5? Or does he sit and wait? You could probably just play b6. You could play e5. Probably do anything here.
Yeah, you can. Exactly. I mean, it's a completely hopeless situation. Also, looking at the clocks, we can see that Pragg is desperately trying to find something, spending all his time. And Arjun, on the other hand, is super confident. He knows that I'm just completely winning. Why to see ghosts? Let's just go on, follow my plan. And this king e3 was a wonderful final touch.
Yeah, beautiful. And the rest should just be details now. And I wonder, yeah, rook e1, it's not necessary to kind of sit and wait. You could put the rook on that square and just sit forever. But yeah, h5 looks like maybe the way to go, or the most natural way for black. Okay, should we check in on should we check in on the other game?
Let's check, yeah, because okay, here we are just waiting for the kill. And Vidit, somehow I feel like he's doing some magic. Yeah, he's doing some magic. Seemingly nobody understands a part of Vidit what he's doing, but the computer agrees, and he's trying to get to that bishop endgame, even with the pawn on e4, knowing that okay, that will be a chance. He's not running any risk. And the big question is that why is Black, for example, forced to trade? Why can't Black just retreat his rook all the way to f8 or f7? What's the big issue?
Yeah, maybe no issue at all. I guess the only thing is that White could take the H file. I know that we've spent a while earlier battling about that small detail, but that feels risky as well for White, abandoning the advance of the Black e-pawn. Yeah, let's say rook f8, Peter. It looks like the way to go, or at least the most natural to keep the rooks on. Low risk.
Yes, but I have the privilege of having access to the engine, and the engine says, you know what? White just falls back with the king to g2. Then you have to sit and wait. Okay, one could say, okay, a6 will not spoil anything. Then the computer puts the bishop on g5, and probably that will be the moment when actually computer wants to play rook e3, rook h3, and activate the rook like this. And it gives some 0-50 type of advantage and basically forces Black to play very good moves, otherwise the advantage is growing. I feel like if Vidit is really seeing all this, and they assume that he is, then actually he does some magic.
Wow, yeah, it's not just seeing it, but it's evaluating this whole position. The rook did drop back to f7, and king to g2 on the board. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this is true magic. If Vidit squeezes water out of this particular stone, it looks like he's done nothing for the last 50 moves, but actually there is method behind the madness. And yeah, still is uncomfortable being Black.
And look at Vidit's body language. He is a little bit shaking himself. It's sometimes, you know, when you feel like from a quiet position you are actually making progress. I'm having the feeling like Vidit has the vision how he can really put the problems. And rook d3 played, Abasov trying to get to the d file, trying counterplay. But if White puts the bishop on e3, actually there won't be any counterplay on the d file. So White might be able to generate his counterplay on the h file. And if he finally gets a chance to start touching Black's weaknesses on g6, for example, and that would require some passive defense like rook g7, then White could maybe finally activate that rook and come from behind. Also, White gets the chance to put his king on e4. I'm suddenly seeing dangers here for Black.
Yeah, it's taken a long time, but Vidit suddenly, I mean, I love the alliteration, Vidit's vision, but yeah, it feels like he's found the perfect squares for his pieces. I'm imagining him now as that superhero vision with the Marvel nerds, they know. But rook h1 on the board, it's coming in.
Abasov.
Yeah, he's still reacting quickly.
Yeah, he's about to make a move. Now, the big question is he reacting quickly because he's nervous? Or because actually he already has seen his defensive setup? That's a very big question. Or if he just thinks that, okay, nothing is happening in the position, let me stay solid, then he might be into a big surprise. According to the computer, if Black is not playing the move e5, e4, then White's advantage jumps to like +1. You know that such situations are happening here. What an incredible play by Vidit.
Yeah, not what we would have predicted earlier in the game. And at this type of endgame, +1 is quite significant, especially because not much has been going on. The evaluation bar has been roughly level the whole time. And it's about momentum as well. Momentum definitely on White's side. Black's been kicked back. A few moments ago, that Black rook was glorious on d4, but now it's passive on d7. And he's not going to play e4, Peter. He's about to move his bishop. Goes back.
He goes back. How far? Bishop f8, probably.
Bishop f8. Yeah.
Yes, like. On the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and okay. I mean, the computer. Yeah, bishop e6 is the human move. It looks like it's a clear advantage, but according to the computer, bishop g5 is like +1.2. I don't know what's the difference. Of course, bishop e6 is the natural move. It's good enough. White is also threatening king f3, king e4. I mean, if White's king lands on e4 with the h file already covered, I don't really believe that Black can hold on to all the weaknesses. So I'm expecting something like rook f7 or e4, any of these moves. But rook f7, for example, runs into rook f1, and we are forcing the rook trade. That's also big news.
Yeah, there's so many pitfalls here for Black suddenly. Maybe we can show that again just to show how powerless Black is if the rooks disappear from the board. Rook f7, rook f1. It looks innocent here. It looks like Black has covered everything, but the problem is White can improve and Black cannot. Black is stuck.
Yeah, basically, if you are able to get our king to e4, then I believe we already spoke about this idea of c3 b4 breaking black's construction on the queen side. Also, black might run into some zugzwang issues. I mean, it's a very unpleasant situation. So my gut feeling would be that this kind of endgame, black has to push the pawn to e4. But according to computer, this e4 push is almost losing. Let's just try to find out why. So king e2, bishop d6, that would be my kind of defense. Bishop, okay, here it's not in time. King e5 runs to bishop g3, and then we get this king e3, bishop g3 setup.
Yeah, unfortunately, black's tied down to the c5 pawn with his bishop. So bishop f4, the typical motif of blocking the opponent's king, just not possible. Okay, Peter, I'm going to put you on the spot. Prediction here. Is Vidit going to convert this? Will we see all decisive games in the semi-final? Or sorry, in the quarterfinal today of the FIDE World Cup?
I mean, what I have seen so far from Vidit in this game, and that he kept on playing, that he was behind on the clock. One could have given so many arguments that, okay, black has a fortress, there is no way through. I'm predicting already a Vidit win because he is just making sensational improvement to this position.
You heard it here first. Strategic mastery here from Vidit so far. Can he convert that to victory? That's the big question as we head into another short break. We'll be back in a few minutes with the rest of the action from today's World Cup. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to the closing stages of today's action at the FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm David Howell, I'm joined by legendary Grandmaster Peter Leko, and we've seen some dramatic action today. We've already seen decisive results in both the World Cup and the Women's World Cup. Some surprises along the way as well. We're now left with 2 games remaining. Meanwhile, in that short break, we did see a result. And Pragnananda did indeed lose as predicted to Erigaisi. Erigaisi finding a nice way to trade down to a winning king and pawn endgame. And Peter, some spectacular stuff so far today.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular because Black is up 3 points. Yeah, Black has won 3 games in the quarterfinals in a crucial first round. It's just crazy. However, White is fighting back. Yeah, Fabiano is in a lot of trouble against Dominguez, so Leinier has all the chances to win that game, and also Vidit is making progress and feeling and sensing the body language. I do feel like Vidit is believing that there is a real chance here.
Yeah, and of course there's a lot at stake already in the Women's World Cup. We're talking about the winners of the semi-finals there automatically qualifying for the candidates, but also of course in the other section in the Open World Cup here, a lot to play for. The top 3 of the tournament will qualify for the candidates. We see there that only one player has already banked their spot, Jan Nepomniachtchi, as the former challenger. The World Cup gets 3 spots, so a lot to play for in this round specifically. Players who lose will no longer be in contention. And Peter, do you think this is already on the mind of the players?
Definitely. I mean, I feel like Gukesh was very unfortunate facing Magnus Carlsen because Magnus had that scare. I mean, every player has a scare during a tournament, but Magnus did survive that against Vincent Keimer. Ever since, Magnus has settled in, and the last couple of games we have been seeing Magnus at his best. I just feel like he really, got all this pressure off and is really playing very impressively. So it will be super tough for Gukesh to mount a comeback tomorrow with the black pieces.
Yeah, Gukesh looking like he might struggle to get that or get one of those coveted spots for the candidates. However, for players like Erigaisi, who took the lead, for Dominguez, for potentially Vidit, if they convert their advantages, they'll be so close now to that golden ticket and potentially a chance to become world champion. We will, of course, at some point, maybe in later rounds, discuss the decision of Magnus Carlsen, whether he decides to play in the candidates or not. That's a big question mark, and what that will mean for the rest of the players. But for now, that's just speculation. It's something I think we'd all like to see, Peter, but maybe not the most likely outcome.
Yes, well, definitely want to see Magnus fighting in the candidates. But I believe if someone knows a little bit his inner thoughts, then it is you. Yeah, you are a very good friend, very close friend. I don't want to. Yes, exactly. That's what I want to say. That I don't want to put you in any uncomfortable situation. We fully respect that. If to this situation somebody has to say something, that's Magnus himself. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think to be fair to Magnus, he tends to be quite spur of the moment. It will depend on his mood nearer the time and how things go. He's very much kind of in the same boat you mentioned with Goryachkina earlier. She has clinched her spot in the candidates, so she's focusing just on this tournament. I think Magnus, all he wants is that World Cup victory that's eluded him so far throughout his career. And meanwhile, we do see this game in front of us, still thinking that Vidit's made great progress, Peter. He has forced that pawn to e4 since we went on that break.
Yeah, well, Vidit plays exactly like a supercomputer. Every single decision, every single move is basically with clinical precision. The move rook e1 targeting that pawn on e4, and Black's problem is that seemingly, what's the big issue? Why can't Black just play something like king e5, reinforcing that pawn on e4? But now you will be completely shocked. At least I'm shocked. Computer says, I was expecting some bishop c1 or some big finesse. Computer just plays rook h1. Did not that rook came from h1? Let's just go back to moves. Yes, it came from e1. So apparently computer does not exactly agree with the rook e1 move. However, the move itself does not spoil anything. Ask some questions for Black. The computer, I believe, wants to first put that king on e2 making sure that there won't be any invading squares, and then continue the magic. I mean, let's see if Vidit will be able to do all that.
Yeah, I mean, we know that computers are strong, but that is literally superhuman self-control to put the king on e2 to just slowly kind of cut the opponent's counterplay and eventually activate the rook via the h file. Peter, you mentioned that variation king to e5 as black, which looks extremely natural. Can white not just try to somehow corral that e4 pawn, somehow win it? King g3 comes to mind, but then rook f7, I guess. Bishop c1, let's go with your suggestion, for example.
Yes, but actually I'm seeing the line, and I was not entirely correct, because the computer says that after king e6, rook f1 is a very clever move, and this basically makes a lot of sense, yeah, that we hit that bishop. That bishop is now also not really able to activate. The king on e5 is in a little bit awkward spot, and eventually setting up some ideas like bishop g7, bishop f4 check, and king d4 runs into rook d1 check, winning the rook, and after king e6, rook e1 probably wins the pawn on e4 in long term. So in fact, what Vidit is doing is some true mastery.
Yeah, it feels like he's been going round and round in circles, and he's somehow confused or made Abasov a bit dizzy. And now somehow white's pieces have coordinated perfectly, but black's pieces not perfectly placed. And yeah, it's just all about these doubled c-pawns. I mean, both sides have doubled c-pawns, but the black ones, we've been talking about that since the opening. And just the fact that black's bishop is tied down, white's bishop holds the key, covers all the squares. White's bishop combines so well with those pawns on light squares. Black, despite having maybe the only pass pawn on the position, it's just a weakness. And I think only now maybe Abasov is realizing, just over the last few turns, that things have turned kind of swiveled against him now. Just really tough situation. It felt like he was so relaxed so long. He had over an hour on the clock for a long time, a long portion of this game. Yeah, now the panic is setting in.
I have to say that I have been a very big Vidit fan for the last 4 or 5 years already. I just feel like he's a 2750 player. I mean, he has incredible knowledge, very well prepared. He also has this perfectionism. Yeah, he wants to play a perfect game, understands the game so deeply. I'm really hoping, and this is turning out to be a tournament of his life, Abasov as well. But what we have seen so far today from Vidit just shows and puts everything together, that everywhere where people would just give up, he senses the momentum, he senses that there is something to play for, and then shows us some brilliant magic technique.
Yeah, he has no weaknesses to his game, Vidit. It's very hard to pinpoint anything. His repertoire is just really kind of waterproof there. It's really impressive with white and with black. Tactically extremely strong. Positionally, I think he's really leveled up the last few years. Strategically, he's kind of grinding out these positions, really patient. If I remember correctly, he got to this quarterfinals. Him and Magnus were the only two who got to the quarterfinals 2 years ago, who have kind of got there again this time, but looks like he's about to go one step closer, or at least make a big kind of statement as he tries to get to the semi-finals. And yeah, we could well see at least 2 Indian players at that stage, and therefore one of them would be guaranteed a spot in the candidates. Yeah, how does black save his e-pawn?
Unbelievable power performance by the Indians. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I'm just, you brought it up. I'm not shocked because I expected it, but in a knockout event where we know exactly that how easy it is to be knocked out, this incredible determination, the way how Pragg was handling the whole tournament, he wasn't in the slightest danger. Gukesh haven't been in the slightest danger. That's why today's losses with the white pieces are making me kind of heartbreak for these players, because I very much want for them to reach the semifinals, but I also understand it will be very tough. At the same time, Erigaisi has done exactly the same. Super impressive play. You can't even pinpoint that they were lucky. They just qualified by strengths. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, for them, it feels like this is just a stepping stone. I mean, they don't seem to be celebrating yet already. Of course, they're just focused on the next challenge. And maybe the one thing for those players, for example, Pragg and Gukesh, who are now on the brink of elimination, I mean, they're young. They have the consolation that they'll get another 10 World Cups in their lifetime. They'll get plenty of chances to get to the candidates via other methods as well. And yeah, just impressive. This whole group mentality, they've definitely fostered this golden generation. And yeah, long may that continue. Meanwhile, Vidit, the granddad of the group of the young Indian prodigies, he's definitely making Abasov sweat here. The more I look at it, the more I think actually there's no way for Black to save this e-pawn. At some point, this bishop f4 idea that you mentioned, Peter, is just going to appear on the board.
Yeah, I also don't see it, and Abasov's move e5, e4 was certainly not a move he wanted to make. He had to feel like he got outmaneuvered, because for something like 40 moves, the only change in the structure was White's a2, a3 move, which, however, did not really change anything. It was much more this subtle regroupment. We don't know exactly why Vidit wasn't able to do that 2 hours ago, right? I mean, if he has done it now, but probably he also had to get into the position. We also have seen that Black was controlling the H file. Maybe it took him some 20 moves of maneuvering to force that rook away. We haven't been fully focusing on this endgame, but ever since we came back, we see True Art and Vidit making serious progress.
Yep, serious progress, and it looks like he might win a pawn in the near future. We haven't checked in on Dominguez against Caruana for a while. Let's maybe jump there. It looks like that's changed slightly. At least the deficit's down to 1 pawn. And, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but the evaluation bar now says equal after this last move from Dominguez.
Wow, this is a shocking moment. It looked like he has 2 pawns, 2 extra pawns. It should be just a matter of time to win, but Black was relying on this incredible powerful knight on e5. The king was covering the d6 pawn. Fabi creating magic. Will he survive? He might, actually.
Yeah, and I think we have to backtrack to see how we got there. Last we checked in, White was just 2 clear, healthy pawns up. And this is why we always play on. We always fight to the bitter end and set traps, set tricks, especially with knights on the board. Okay. Here it looks like the evaluation part agrees. White is just 2 pawns up, completely winning.
King e3 takes. Wow, okay, that apparently rook a6, setting up a deadly threat of d7 check, king e7, rook e6 check, winning that knight on e5 was the key and only way to proceed. Wow.
That's reminiscent of the finish we saw in the Goryachkina victory, where she set up this devastating discover check as soon as the pawn moves out the way, but that is not obvious, as you mentioned, Peter. That's difficult.
Yeah, not at all. And Leinier is down to 2.5 minutes, and those are his last 2.5 minutes plus the 30 seconds increment. He plays the move knight e2. Clearly, he wanted to stop rook g3 check because it was so disturbing. But apparently now Black has all the time in the world to just try to pick up the h4 pawn, also set up another unpleasant check with rook h3. Black could, even according to computer, play a move like g5. All of a sudden, Black is spoiled with a choice, and everything seems to work for Black. Rook h2 played. Clever move. Rook a6. Oh my god, so basically Leinier has seen the move rook a6, but he makes it in the wrong moment.
I had this myself at the World Cup twice in games. I played the right idea, just in the wrong order, and it's so easy to kind of to do that, to just get carried away with one idea and not put the finesse on. And okay, this was on his radar, but now what is his reply to this check? I guess the difference is that White Knight is just far worse off on e2, less centralized. Rook h3 looks like a nice reply for Black. Yeah,
Rook h3 is very unpleasant to face, because where do we go? I mean, if we go to the diff, yes, let's just highlight it's made in 2 different ways. Yeah, g5 and rook f3 check, both made. King d4 also feels a bit, but okay, maybe if White plays for a win, he needs to play king d4. He needs to activate the king. I mean, king d2 doesn't look like a winning attempt either, yeah?
Yeah, king d2 feels passive. If you're going to go to the d file, you might as well go forward.
Yeah, let's try king d4 in the analyzing board. Rook d3 check would follow. King c5. Now, if we have time to go knight f4, knight d5, it should be a win, but Black has some knight d7 check. Computer just... What? King c6 runs into knight b8 fork. Oof. That's why we are unable to keep on going forward. Okay, now I understand. And computer says you just have to go back. Crazy.
Oh, that would be easy to miss from afar, knight b8. And Dominguez looking away there suddenly, maybe just realizing in his calculations something had gone amiss.
Yeah, wow. I mean, he clearly relies also again on d7 check, king e7, rook e6 check idea, but now after rook h3 check, black's forces are coordinating so beautifully. And the body language says it all. I think that Fabi feels that he's back in the game.
Oof, miracles do happen. And it's literally at this point, it's just check, 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 and draw. And he escapes. Can white try anything else? King f2 feels wrong, but at least it doesn't allow any checks with tempo. After rook to h3.
Yeah, but okay, basically then also black plays the move rook to d3. Mm-hmm. We are unable to make progress, no? I just don't see a progress. Knight f4 runs into rook f3.
Yeah, now the king is misplaced here as well. And he's going to move Fabiano. I think he's going to give that check. His body weight was leaning over. It looked like he was about to reach for his rook.
Yeah, it's very tempting.
Yeah. And it was the whole point of his previous move, rook h2.
On the board.
Oof.
Wow.
Dominguez.
This is a heartbreak. I mean, being so close of beating Fabiano, I mean, everybody knows that this is almost an impossible task. Then you play a wonderful game. You feel like, yeah, it should be a technical win and might even not be so difficult. But the way how Fabiano coordinated the pieces made sure that the game continues and creates problems for his opponent. And yeah, Leinier goes king d4. It had to be played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, both of them deserve credit. Leinier played a pretty much perfect game up to this point, and just putting the finishing touches is always the hardest part. And yeah, credit to Fabiano for fighting. And I think that's kind of the key skill in defensive play. Often, number one, just survive. Just survive as long as possible. Eventually, the opponent will blink. And I think we're racing down that variation, Peter. Knight d7 immediately from Fabiano. Now, king c6 would be heartbreaking for Leinier. I don't think he'll walk into that fork. But other squares don't look like they do too much. Got to take the draw now. King back to c4 most likely.
Yeah, he has to. Yeah, king c4 played, but okay, now simply knight e5 check follows.
Mm-hmm. And maybe you do want to repeat as white, because you might be risking if somehow your d pawn falls. Black has the outside runner. White's knight super passive.
Yeah, White's knight. This reminds me a little bit of the Sevilla variation, the Grünfeld, yeah, when this knight on e2 is so misplaced with this pawn on e4 structure. And yeah, king, knight e5 check, king b4 is a move, but I'm not really seeing what it achieves, yeah, because knight e5 check, king b4, we are still not settling d7 because the rook is guarding the d8 square, so the tactic with rook e6 does not work. Black probably will have time to create his own counterplay with g5.
Yeah, not risking too much with white, but at this point, Fabiano's not risking too much either. And okay, he's hesitating. Is he even trying to play for a win if Black moves his rook? Nah, surely he's going to give the check and repeat and try and get out of here. There we go. Second time this position is on the board, Peter. Are we about to see a result?
No, I don't feel like Leinier wants to repeat. He will try something else. He's probably also really frustrated. He knows that it had to be winning at some moment. Yeah, it just cannot be that you have two connected pass pawns. Knight e5 played. All eyes on Leinier. Move 60 has been played, so actually they get a new score sheet.
Mm-hmm. No extra time, like in some tournaments at move 60, but you do get the extra score sheet. And yeah, just the fact that he took the extra score sheet alone means that he's likely to play on, or wants to play for the victory, even if objectively the advantage has been blown. Yeah, king b4 looks like the only way, Peter, to even hope.
Yes, the big question is only that what does it give us? Yeah, that at some point you have to also be realistic and objective. Yeah, not to. We did see here in the tournament this crazy game between Juve and June against Fatalieva. I think when the black player was completely winning, was very close of the sensation of knocking the world champion out of the tournament. And then finally she ended up, and yeah, Leinier continues, king b5. And she ended up losing by trying out of frustration for too long.
Yeah, I remember turning on the commentary. I was in Baku. I just finished my game. I turned on the commentary. I was watching you and Daniel, and I thought, Zhu Wenjun is about to be knocked out. I came back after dinner, like 1 hour later, and somehow she had won. So yeah, incredible game, incredible turnaround. And king b5, as you say, I don't really see the idea behind that one. And White's knight is not getting into the game other than via the f4 square, so black can shut that down. g5 looks logical.
Exactly. That's the problem. And that's why I'm also feeling, okay, the position should be, of course, completely draw. But, I mean, White can get crazy in Leinier's shoes, yeah? That you think like, okay, it was winning, I have to keep on trying something. And then the clock ticks down and g5 on the board. Counterplay is happening.
Yeah, and White's knight is just so poorly placed that no chance for a win. At some point, he might just play d7 check, throw the pawn away, and just liquidate everything. But got to pull the brake at some point, especially with only 3-4 minutes left on the clock. Oof. I was predicting more decisive results, and suddenly, yeah, it's not been a good day for White, for the White pieces so far.
Yeah, not at all. And of course, it will be an incredible save by Fabiano. However, if he would have lost this game, then he could understand that, okay, he got outplayed. Leinier was just brilliant in this game. You can somehow digest this. But if Leinier does not win this game, I'm really worried what kind of effect it can have on him. Yeah, it's such a chance that definitely will disturb him sleeping. You will be twisting and turning all night. Such a difficult situation.
Yeah, psychologically, huge win there for Fabiano, just getting the half point. Okay, he needs to secure that first. Dominguez, okay, now around 3 minutes, about to tick under. I think he needs to just get out of this game. I think at this point a draw, okay, not great, but better than nothing. Don't allow a turnaround. Don't go too crazy. I'm just checking in on the other one. It looks like Vidit still maneuvering, but has won a pawn. Bishops are off the board in that game. So a bit of a change. Yeah, okay, Dominguez in the move. What would you play here, Peter? Would you take on g5? Which way will black recapture if there's a trade of pawns?
Well, I guess with the pawn. I mean, AG, just to make sure that the king stays as close as possible to the d-pawn. You cover the f4 square. And everything is... I also feel that we have to stay with this game because this game has the potential of ending much faster, and then we can devote all our attention to the other game.
Yeah, the other game is guaranteed to go on for a lot longer. We could be here all night, but yeah, we'll tune into that Vidit masterclass in the endgame shortly and see whether he can convert his extra pawn. Okay, Dominguez still thinking. I have a funny feeling Fabiano might take with the king on g5 just to create the outside h-pawn, and if he's in the mood to play for a win.
No, I don't think so. I think he's happy that it's over. But look at this. Leinier goes h5. He wants to keep the game alive.
Yeah, keeping the game alive, but for better or worse, that's the big question. So he's hoping at some point to maybe clear the 6th rank, throw away his d-pawn and win the black h-pawn. But... okay, what to do now? Fabiano doesn't really want to push his g-pawn necessarily because the white knight might then come back to life. But you can wait.
But how do you wait?
King to e6? Am I missing something there?
But okay, then d7 check and I take on h6.
Yeah, and that should still be a draw, but at least it changes slightly.
Yes, then at least we understand why Leinier continues the game. But there is some kind of a cold shower suggested by computer that the knight apparently from e5 can fall back to f7, targeting the d6 pawn, protecting the h6 pawn. So after d7 check, black can just play king e7. And there is no good way of defending that pawn, and black will win this pawn. Wow. Okay, it should be a draw, but I mean, I think Leinier will be very upset if knight f7 really happens.
Yeah. The more I look at it, the more I think that's really scary for white suddenly. If you lose your d-pawn, The white king is so far afield, and the white knight is so poorly placed, unable to rejoin the action. That's a Fabiano type of move as well. Once he sees something ambitious, he tends to kind of tread that path narrowly between risk and reward.
Okay, I think the good news is for white that after knight f7, king c5, king e6, d7 check, king take d7, then we follow it up with knight e to d4, activating that knight. We also want king d5 and also rook a7 check. We have perfect coordination and we shouldn't be running any risk.
Okay. So it's just about maybe playing safety first there for Dominguez, but that requires a mindset shift. Fabiano about to make his move. He's got just under 7 minutes against only 2 minutes. As mentioned there by Absolute Fury in the feature chat, not easy to move such a well-placed piece. Black knight has been dominant for so long. Knight f7, backward knight move, they do say. Difficult visually to spot. I'm not sure.
Very difficult.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think I would see it. Fabiano is, however, master at calculation.
Wow, but hang on. Could it be that after knight f7, king c5, black even has the move king e5? Exactly, it's the king e5 move, and then suddenly black is the one posing some problems.
Yeah.
Look at this construction.
I was wondering about this king e5. You mentioned king e6, but this looks like, a picture of domination suddenly. What does white even try here? The d pawn's dropping, the e pawn's dropping. White's playing without this knight, without a piece, basically.
Yes, so, okay, let's get back to the current position. It's Fabi about to make a move. h5, so yeah, if Fabi spots this knight f7, then white needs to bail out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but not easy to do that anymore. Knight f7.
Well, maybe king c4, maybe king c4. Just forcing rook takes d6 check. I mean, let's trade and then king d5 and thank you very much. Enough is enough.
Okay, moment of truth. Fabiano with around 5 minutes. Will he play the ambitious knight to f7? Maybe even start playing for a win here as black, the unlikely result. Okay, no, king e6. For me, this was the most natural, but it does allow white to bail out now. d7 check. And at least symbolically, white will be a pawn up for a while longer and no more real risk of losing the game.
But yeah, that knight on e5 is such a monster.
He has to play d7 here, right, Peter?
Yes, I think so.
On the board. And Fabiano takes that pawn. That was a discovered check. Okay, h6 drops off as well. And now you can pretty much secure a draw, I guess, with rook to e3. Just to remove a pawn, but maybe you don't need to rush.
Yeah, because rook e3, then I believe Leinier will continue knight d4, rook takes e4, king c5, and again we get that construction that white will be able to force black's king to the 8th rank, and Fabi probably does not want to let that happen.
Okay, he does play it. Be careful not to get checkmated as black. That's pretty much what happened in that game you mentioned earlier, Peter, right? Between Fatilieva and Zhu Wenjun. Somehow black's king got trapped on the back rank and the rook and knight were able to coordinate.
Exactly.
Okay, knight d4. Finally, the knight's back in the center of the board, out of the cage.
And you remember that was the winning knight. Knight on d4, just with rook a6, keeping that knight and relying on this d7 tactic was winning the game. Now, unfortunately, the knight returns way too late.
Yeah, after white's...
king c5 will be tried.
Yeah. After white's beautiful central pawns disappeared. King c5. I guess black can play a move such as, again, knight to f7 and give white's king a little check to kick it away. If really necessary. To kick away the white king.
If that check happens, kicking away the king, that's basically the moment where I think the players believe that that's enough. Draw is draw. There is no hope, because white clearly hopes that somehow king d5, rook h7 check combined could work. But of course, this is not... I mean, things does not happen like you wish in chess, yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately not. And yeah, just don't blunder any knight forks. I think both players need to be careful here. It'll be so easy to do after, 5 hours of play now. c5. He's reaching for that piece.
Yeah, he will play king c5, yes, on the board.
Yep.
Leinier also has this beautiful feeling for harmony, everything. And that's why it's so heartbreaking. And when he will discover that knight d4 to e2 was the decisive mistake, he will say that, yes, I mean, my whole body, everything was objecting that move. He just did not see this rook a6 check. I mean, rook a6 without a check. If it would have been a check, it would have been played. That was a very nice little hidden move.
Maybe the heartbreaking thing, Peter, is that he did play that move the next turn. It's just, spotting it at the right moment, the winning moment. It just didn't come together for him. And I think he was just trying to paralyze the black rook, but he just maybe forgot that the black rook could sneak out via h2, h3 and get back in the game, as we saw a bit earlier. So maybe too focused on his opponent's lack of coordination rather than focusing on his own plans there. But yeah, just small margins at this elevated level.
Yeah, now I think that this game is also about to end in a draw. Maybe very quickly we can just check out the Vidit game to see if knight d3 check happened. On the other hand, we might be missing a handshake then, because it's, I think, just a matter of what should we do.
Yeah, I think maybe let's just stay here for a moment. The Vidit game is likely to continue for a long time. Let's just see if they handshake over the next couple of moves, next minute or two. Force the white king back. And a draw any moment now. Not enough pawns left on the board. White's just going to give a few checks with the rook. And that will be game over. Houdini.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Houdini kind of defense. Unbelievable. What kind of setup, what kind of fortress with this knight e5, king f6 Fabi has built, driving Leinier completely insane and finally not being able to convert this advantage.
Yeah, and you can see Fabiano's body language. He's ready to get out of that hall. He's ready for dinner. He's ready to breathe that sigh of relief. Okay, a check from Dominguez.
Rook e7 would be the professional move, no? There has to invite all the traits.
Yeah. And he is professional, Fabiano Caruana. He plays rook e7. Last few moments here. Do you think he'll trade those rooks and offer the hand?
Kind of logical. On the other hand, suddenly Black's king is getting close to the h6 pawn. If White wants to make sure, then he can also play rook h8. Exactly, rook h8 on the board. Don't trade the rooks. It's not like it's a winning attempt. You just want to make sure that, everything is under control.
Black can continue chasing White's rook if he wants, with rook to e8. And that might be the final throws of this game. A little dance between the rooks. Okay, playing for the win. Fabiano pinning that white knight.
Wow. I did offer the trade of rooks. You did not take it. Then okay, I go on the attack. But White can also rely on the h pawn. White can just step out with the king out of the pin, of course.
Yeah. Again, it's mind games. When you know you're playing your opponent again tomorrow and it's a long match, potentially you want to get any small victory you can, a moral victory. Force your opponent to sweat, calculate under 2 minutes now, Dominguez. Oof, yeah, nail-biting stuff, as mentioned there in the featured chat. And thanks to everyone who stayed with us throughout this long, nail-biting day. Yeah, drawing this will feel like a win indeed for Fabiano Caruana. Maybe king c5, get out of that pin. Oh, back. And I think it looked like a draw offer there, as we see on the camera, and a handshake. Oof, sigh of relief for Fabiano, who escapes a dead-lost position.
Yeah, and all his fans. Yeah, I can imagine how many people are rooting for Fabiano. The same for Leinier, of course, but that's a big save and something that can give Fabiano a big boost of confidence for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, huge boost for Fabiano. And that does leave us with just one remaining encounter between Vidit and Abasov. We talked about that long grind, that long endgame a bit earlier. It's changed, Peter. Vidit is now a pawn up, but we find ourselves in one of those dreaded rook endgames where the margin between winning and drawing is extremely small. So, okay, what do we think of this one? Black is down a pawn on the queen side, but that's not too relevant right now. 4 versus 3 over there. It's more about whether Black's rook activity can compensate for that deficit.
Yes, I believe that the bishop trade was a very big step forward, a great achievement by Black, especially because probably Black was kind of panicking. He understood that Vidit is doing some magic, and it was so tempting for Black to just sacrifice the pawn and get rid of that bishop. The big question is, was it obligatory for Vidit, or could he have tried for more? On the other hand, he's done on the clock. He's down to 5 minutes. Will he? I'm expecting rook f6 check. I mean, rook f6 check does drive that king somewhere where it does not want to go.
Let's say I just retreat to d7.
Then rook f5.
Rook takes c2. It becomes a bit of a race.
Yeah, then I take on g5, and after check, at least I can activate my king to h4. Rook takes b3 might be a draw, but there is something to calculate. I mean, at least the king maybe can be cut off. Yeah, on the board, rook f6 check.
Yeah, Vidit, he's going to squeeze out any remaining winning chances if he can. I feel like Black's king needs to stay intact with its queenside pawns. I don't think you can go active here. Although, worth calculating maybe.
King e5, but king e5 can even be met by rook f5 check.
King to d4. I don't know if this helps Black at all. Might backfire.
Yeah, rook takes c2, but I mean, this g pawn can be very fast. I don't know. I believe that king d7 will be played. I mean, king e5 is so crazy that it leads to a lot of calculation after rook takes c6, rook f5 check. I mean, who needs all those craziness?
Yeah. I think Abasov will either play king d7 very quickly, or he'll invest 10 minutes at least and play king e5. Or maybe he'll invest 10 minutes and decide king e5 is too crazy and then go back to d7. But maybe we show this on the board, the potential race that's incoming, Peter, after king to d7. Or king
yes, because king e5 apparently just loses after rook takes c6. The engine does not see any ghosts, just collects the pawn. The main point being rook c2, rook c5, king f4, rook f5 check wins on the spot. Otherwise, Black would have rook c3 check, but it's not in time. So rook f6 check. What did happen? King d7. Yes, Black plays the sensible move. Your first intuition.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the move you play if you don't want to calculate too much, and objectively the best as well. Okay, so rook f5 looks likely if Vidit wants to try for a win. Retreating back to f2 doesn't gain anything. And now this is the endgame we will reach, most likely.
Yeah, and I was feeling like something like rook f5 or rook e5, and I want to cut that king and then rely on the g pawn, and it still looks very scary for Black.
Agreed. Yeah, Black will have to find some way of maybe taking all of White's queenside pawns, then starting this. There we go, rook f5 on the board. Yeah, then starting the race, giving up the Black rook for the g pawn. We'll see this happen most likely. Yeah, and the fact the evaluation bar is in the middle means it's a draw, but that's not. I mean, that's deceptive. That's not easy for either of the players to know.
For sure, yeah, this is still so difficult, and chess is. When you see games like this, you understand how brutal chess is. Players are playing best moves, you are setting up incredible defenses, and the game goes on, and no matter if you have played 60, 70, 80 great moves, finally at the end of the day, when the clock ticks down, just one minor detail, one mistake can eventually lead to a loss.
Yeah, and in this case, maybe a kind of missed opportunity for Vidit. It's just looking back and trading those bishops. Yeah, maybe that was the moment where the win slipped away. But okay, he's going to try and create some traps here for Abasov. What is he pausing about? It looks like, okay, maybe he's just calculating the race. It looks like rook to c3. Almost obligatory.
Yes, this is kind of obligatory takes. And then we don't want to take that pawn. It's very important to keep the tempo. Okay, we can basically make the moves. These moves will happen. And now the key move that, do we play rook f5, rook takes c5, or rook e5? I feel like rook f5 is tempting in a sense that not to give any king d6 tempo for black, but maybe it's not important. I just feel that if we take on c5, rook takes a3, g5, then probably black should be able to activate his forces. But even this is not given. Yeah, the black king is tied to the pawn on c6. Even this is a possibility.
Yeah. At the right moment, maybe just when it's kind of last moment, black can start running with the king and give up c6. But yeah, you've got to calculate this one really accurately. I'm quite attracted to rook e5 as well as rook takes c5, I've got to say, just to put the rook on e4. Then, okay, it's a pure race pretty much. If king d6, rook e4, and the black king can never get in.
Yes, black needs to take g5, rook a1.
Yeah, maybe you're just in time here. Yeah.
g6. Because you can trade the rooks, yeah? So after rook g1, we can't play the move rook g4 because takes king e7 would be just fine. So we have to progress with the king, and then you win vital tempo to push the pawn. Yeah, this is king h6, a4, and eventually after g7, a3, we end up in this position that's kind of familiar, that king h7 is always met by check, and because black's pawn is already too advanced, white's rook cannot really build the bridge, and that's a draw.
Famous position. It's one tempo though, all of these lines. Okay, we're headed down this direction. Looks like check was given. Takes b3, and now this is the big moment, right, Peter? Because in practical terms, maybe one of these moves is going to make the life difficult for Abasov. Whereas the line we just showed, at least it's kind of forced moves lead to the draw. So rook e5, I think we're ruling out. Rook f5 or rook takes c5. It's a 1 in 3 chance for Vidit.
Yeah, it's not easy because, of course, during a game, rook takes c5 is also very natural tempting that, okay, I take a pawn, I make sure that I protect the pawn on c4, I will still have a chance with the g-pawn. If black's king will have to run towards the g-pawn, then I get access to the c6 pawn. The other moves like rook f5, rook e5 are a little bit sophisticated, not going after the pawn, trying to cut the king, but if anyway it will get to a race, you don't know if you won that or not with 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Maybe it comes down to something you mentioned earlier, just hesitating too long with a move like rook f5, rook e5 might lose the tempo that you might need later to pose some problems. 4 minutes for Vidit. This is not easy, this decision at all. I think I would take on c5 just because I'm being greedy and I'd rather kind of bank on the fact that at least it will force black to make that difficult decision later when to run with the king. But not easy.
Yeah, not easy. And also we see Vidit clearly, visibly very nervous. He feels that maybe this is his moment, but on the other hand, rook takes e5 might be too soft for him and he wants to get more out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not enough time to calculate. This is the issue. You've got kind of 3 very viable alternatives. Probably they all lead to the same, but okay, he plays
f5 played.
Rook e5.
Rook e5 played. Okay, yeah, rook e5. Well, it's the more human move. It was your first instinct. Also, when I first saw the position, I was also thinking about rook e5. Clearly, we couldn't calculate all this race. Thanks to computer, we know that, yes, actually it ends up just move per move draw. It's still a real practical chance, cutting off black's king from the e-file.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like, however, all of black's defensive moves that we showed in that variation were quite forced, quite effective as well. So I'm expecting Abasov to kind of keep the pace, speed up. But meanwhile, Peter, just as we wait for the climax of this game, it's time for our final break of the day. We will be back very shortly in just a few minutes to witness the result between Vidit and Abasov. So don't go anywhere. We will be back for the final stages of the World Cup quarterfinals.
Confusing one. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is a bit difficult, I can say.
What do you think? I thought that you didn't solve it for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution. Okay. You ready? Sure. All right. Mate in 5, white to move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start. Okay.
Queen
That was
g6.
quicker, yes.
Queen g6, knight e7, bishop f8, knight e5. No, wait. Where's...
If you go knight e7, I go king h8. Bishop f8, bishop h5.
Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move.
Yes.
Bishop. Knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7.
That's right. Yes. Very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played, yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So you said queen takes g6, f takes g6.
Knight e7.
Knight e7. Okay,
Yes.
we have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8.
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
Bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king
g7,
g7,
rook
rook
h7, rook
h7,
h7.
and then
Okay.
rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7.
Bishop f8. Bishop h5.
Bishop h5.
Knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight
yes.
g5 check. King h8. Knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not mate.
h,
Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5. Then knight g6, king h7.
Then
Yeah,
king
that's
h7
not mate.
and I
Yeah.
pick up the knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final part of today's coverage of the 2023 FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan. I've been David Howell and I'm joined by Peter Lecker as we look at the closing stages of this intriguing endgame between Vidit and Abasov. And Peter, during the break there we were discussing Abasov. He's found a really creative defense.
Yeah, very interesting. Instead of going pawn hunting with rook h3 and going for that crazy race, he's relying on this very powerful counterplay with rook d3. So the line we are discussing in the break, g5, rook d4, rook g4, trying to make sure not to give a passer for black, but then black's king goes for example, king e6, king h5, and then king f7. Make sure that the g-pawn is under control, and look at this. Vidit is getting extremely nervous down to a minute.
Nervous, excited, it's maybe a mixture. And okay, he doesn't push the pawn, afraid of that potential pin. Rook d4, calculating king and pawn endgames with 1 minute is a nightmare. So okay, he goes for king h5 instead. And now he's banking on the fact that rook d4 can just be met by a rook move. And again, it's another different type of race this time. Rook to e3, as you point out. And yeah, suddenly this one, evaluation bar still says draw, but anything could happen. I think Vidit's maybe excited for a reason. It feels like Abasov wasn't being greedy. I like the fact that he was going active, staying active, but he will be forced to calculate now how to defend this.
Yeah, finally it gets down to that position, and Abasov taking his time. Look at his pose. Yeah, his body language indicates like he knows that he needs to calculate. It's not over yet. Vidit is trying everything. I mean, he has tried so far 95 moves in this game. Incredible effort by Vidit, but will it be enough? Or is Abasov able to defend?
That's my favorite thing in chess, Peter. Games that last over 100 moves. And the game is yet to be decided here, of course. Maybe we try and predict what's going to happen. Does Abasov have too much choice? I mean, either he takes a3 or he plays rook d4. It looks like it's a kind of 50-50 right now.
Well, I feel like if he takes on a3, then he might have given white an extra move with king h5. Yeah, then there could be a case made that why didn't he capture immediately? I feel that he would like to make rook d4 work. Yeah, but this rook d4, rook e3, rook takes c4, g5, and then rook c1. Something like this is the natural way of things unfolding. He's about to make a move.
Feels like rook d4. As you say, it's the safest, it's the most natural. And also, once you grab the c-pawn, at least the black king is able to run and start coming forward. And I guess you're freeing up 2 pass pawns if the doubled c-pawns count as 2 pass pawns. I know Danya asked you that question a few days back. Is that 2 pass pawns, the c-pawns, or is it 1? But either way, that would be the most natural. But I would be surprised if he plays instantly. I would be spending every single minute possible trying to calculate this one to the death.
Yeah, the good news for Abasov is that he still has time. I mean, if he would be down to a minute on his clock, just like Vidit, then defending would be almost impossible. Yeah, then you have to rely on your intuition, a position where intuition cannot help. Here you have to really calculate move per move like crazy. You cannot miss a single move. About to make a move.
Yeah, you can't guess in chess, but okay, rook d4 on the board. No guessing here. Abasov has calculated something. Where do you think Vidit's going to put the rook?
Yeah, well, rook e8 or rook e3, I feel like these 2 moves are the most natural. Of course, there is always a case to be made to put the rook as far as possible back on e1. But I still feel that the other moves are a little bit more natural.
Yeah, we should mention you cannot trade rooks here with white because black suddenly gets a pass pawn and black actually promotes with check. So black would suddenly win, I think. And okay, instead he's moving under 1 minute for Vidit. He might, yeah, there we go, drop back. Rooks behind pass pawns tend to be the way top players try and play these endgames, so he's keeping that option open to get behind the pawn. Now Abasov needs to do something. His king is cut off, his rook needs to go behind. Must be rook c2, right? As you're highlighting.
Yeah, I think that it's the natural one, because rook e1's purpose is to take away the c1 square from black. It's kind of common knowledge that the rook should be as far behind as possible so that the enemy king is unable to target that rook with a tempo.
We've seen some crazy endgames in the World Cup, Peter. I remember this one that you were covering between, Shitko and Wojtaszek. One side made a rook.
Yes. No, sorry, don't even mention. I mean, I'm such a good friends with Radek, so when I witnessed it, you know, I just felt my heart was almost jumping out of it. I felt for him so incredible. I mean, he was winning in that game and ending up losing. That was just completely crazy. I'm happy that he made a comeback. Very happy for him.
Yeah, but somehow I'm getting shades of that game. It feels like black is at some point going to give up the rook for white's g-pawn, and then black just has to run with his c-pawn and king. And it was actually a very similar situation in that endgame. So, of course, we need to work out the details. Okay, rook c3 played instead of rook c2.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Does it indicate that Abasov has the nerves to collect the pawn on a3? According to computer, that's perfectly fine. But my human body, I was not able to take it. I thought like, okay, go as far, give check, and start advancing your c-pawn with the king.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess this is why he keeps winning these playoffs, Abasov, because he's so quick at calculation. I mean, he's got 13 minutes. Most of us would be spending at least 5 or 6 of those trying to count down the pawn race. But no, he's happy. So less checking distance, but he might pick off this a-pawn.
Yes, throughout so far in the tournament, he has shown incredible confidence level. No matter what kind of situation, he was able to bounce back against Anish Giri in the rapid playoff. That was also something of a brilliancy there, coming back against Anish.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what is Vidit's best winning attempt here? Still very much a 2-result game, despite the evaluation bar saying dead draw. Okay, g6, do you push? Okay, he keeps his a-pawn alive. Makes some sense.
Wow.
At least now black, at least going for this pawn will be suicidal. They will put the black rook on a really bad square, where it cannot check from behind anymore.
That's basically out of question. I believe black will give a check, just to make sure also that please show me your direction. Do you go back with the king to g4? Then the king will be further away from reaching the g8 square, where black will most probably sacrifice the rook in a long term. On the other hand, you don't want to fall with the king in front of the pawn. We have action.
Mm-hmm.
And c4 happened. Okay.
This one, do you see why I was getting flashbacks to that Wojciech game, Peter? Because black's king is going to come to b4, grab the a-pawn. It's a lot of pawns running.
Yes, however, there was a big difference that there black's pawn was already on h4, which would mean that it's a4. Mm-hmm. That was also one of the big reasons why white was running risk of losing eventually and went on to lose at the end.
Yeah, I've given up trying to guess Abasov's moves. It feels like he keeps playing the most ambitious moves when we are looking for the kind of safety first drawing approaches for black.
And Vidit down to 15 seconds. I'm a little bit worried for Vidit. He has no time. He has to control his nerves. King g4 played.
Okay. Now black is maybe saved a tempo, or at least half a tempo on that variation you were mentioning with the rook check from behind. He's kind of forced the white king back anyway. So will he play a move like rook c2?
Well, and that is also the other what you kept on mentioning. Yeah, the shitco game is rook d3, king c5, and then falling back with the rook to g8 and going all in.
Yeah. Oof. Abasov, surely he's going to pause to calculate. He's been playing at breakneck speed as well. Okay, looks like a straight choice between a pawn race or maybe the safety first, going behind, giving some checks. Vidit's heart must be beating so fast.
Yes, and we have to mention that those pawns which were kind of a big headache for black, now helping black tremendously. That double pawn on c6 can be a vital pawn in so many different circumstances. One shouldn't be underestimating the power of that pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe starting with king c5, leaving the black rook flexible would make sense. Okay, he goes rook b3, so identical idea to the one you mentioned. He's getting ready to stop the pawn from the front. So going back to the 8th rank. It's going to push, hesitating though. I agree with the featured chat. This really is the toughest endgame. Rook endgames are so difficult.
Especially when there is a race involved. Yeah, otherwise it's a routine ending. Everybody knows that how to put the pieces where the rooks really stand perfectly. But when you have to calculate move per move, some crazy lines, some races, and I do see that this pawn on c6 has tremendous effect, because if white relies on this pawn and starts going with his king. And black is coming. Eventually, I mean, just like in that game, I mean, yeah, I'm really worried now for Vidit. Not that something happens to him, because that would be completely insane. I don't even want to think about that. What happens if he loses?
At least in practical terms as well, no matter the objective evaluation, it's easier to be black because black's moves are pretty much automatic. You push your c-pawn, you bring the black king, you drop your black rook back. For white, for Vidit, it's like, oof, when do you initiate that race? When do you try and run forward with a white king? Okay, king d5. Wasn't expecting that one.
Yes, I mean, king c5 looked much more natural to keep both options open going towards the b4 square. On the other hand, probably he did not want some rook e5 check or something. But I don't know when. Yeah. Anyway, he was relying on the 8th rank defense.
Yeah, maybe shouldering the white king as well, just stopping the white king from coming over to the queen side later. But yeah, at this point, it's just small details. Vidit under 20 seconds again, though. Tough decision. Do you push your pawn? Commit to a certain plan?
Down to 10 seconds.
Okay, he gives a check. Very nervy stuff there from Vidit. Forces the black king to decide. You cannot block with the black rook, because after a rook trade, white promotes with check. So which way to go with the black king now?
Well, king c5 would be natural for us. Yeah, we always wanted to go with the king to c5. However, if he already opted for king d5, who knows? Maybe he will follow it up with king e4. Would be basically a logical follow-up of king d5.
Yeah, you can feel the nerves. Vidit shaking in his chair. Abasov kind of switching position, flexing there. This is such an important game for this quarterfinal. I think king c5 is the safer of the two, but somehow I just have a feeling king e4 allows ideas like rook d6, but probably that's fine too.
Yeah, the big question for me is that, is Vidit already regretting his choice that he went into this race? Because he doesn't have the time to calculate all these things. And there is a certain risk that it can also backfire. I feel like he would be already happy if the game can end in a draw.
Yeah, maybe that Wojciech game that I mentioned, maybe it's a blessing if Vidit hasn't seen that one. Otherwise, the ghosts will be in his mind of that potential turnaround in this race. But yeah, I mean, even for humans, even with 1 hour on the clock, it's tough, let alone 1 minute to work out all the details here. 10 minutes for Abasov is a luxury in comparison.
And he feels that maybe there is something. I mean, he even has ideas like trying to go back with the king, fighting against the g6 pawn. It's strange. I don't like it, but you never know what goes through your mind.
Yeah, it looks like it removes any danger at least. Ooh, king e5, he kind of goes for the halfway house, hinting that he might come back for the pawn, but also staying within touching distance of the black c-pawns. Now, is Vidit going to push finally? I think it might be time to push that g-pawn.
Yeah, of course, you can push, but where does it lead? That's the big question. Yeah, Vidit pushes.
Where it leads is anyone's guess.
Yes.
To g5, I'm expecting.
Yeah, king f3. Yeah, Vidit is trying to save the position, and I like his choice because now rook g8 can be met by rook d7. And he has given up on any race. He just wants to make sure that he controls the c-pawn. He is safe. He has to make a draw, not that suddenly, just because of nerves, out of frustration, he keeps on winning. I mean, fighting for a win when he already has to be careful.
Yeah, I agree, Peter. Actually, in practical terms, this is by far a wiser decision. This shows a lot of experience and pragmatism from Vidit, just going for the draw now rather than risking gambling with 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, white's king is just too close. It looks like black cannot really entertain any winning hopes here.
And Abasov is a little bit surprised. Maybe he has missed the... Okay, we don't know. Maybe he was just very happy that he gets a comfortable draw. Yeah, after all, he was suffering throughout the game. Ever since they reached this endgame.
But body language would seem to show that Abasov may be a bit disappointed, maybe sensing he had an opportunity there as Vidit got low on the clock to suddenly launch this surprise turnaround. And now head in hands, maybe he's realizing, okay, it will be a draw, most likely. And that's fine, but it could have been more, potentially.
Yeah, I'm not trying to understand that maybe even in the case of black going for king c5, Vidit would have anyway relied on the strategy of pushing his pawn, put the pawn behind, put the rook behind the pawn, forcing rook g8 and go with the king towards the queen side. And because of the damaged pawn structure, simply to set up a fortress. It could have easily been, because going for that race looked just so out of control. With little time on the clock, you are just unable to make sure that you have everything under control.
Yeah. It's impressive kind of self-control there from Vidit. Just pulling the brake at the right time. And now white's king will come over, mop up some pawns. Looks like everything might just get traded off. This will most likely end in a draw. Oof. Yeah, no wins for the white pieces today, unless Vidit somehow pulls this one out of the bag.
Yeah, but now it's basically clear that the game will end in a draw. It's obvious. White is not interested in any race, not interested in any dramatic situation, just safety first approach. And I believe with king f3, he has done everything what was required.
Yeah. Safety first after almost 6 hours of chess. That's not an easy mindset to have, but yeah, Vidit, very wise choice. Oof. King to f3, and okay, the pawn pushes. How will Vidit close this one out now? Just bring his king?
Yeah, I think so. King e3 on the board. Making sure that the king stays in contact with the c-pawn. Yeah, c2. Also now the body language, the way how Abasov has played the move c2 indicates that they kind of know exactly that this is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, any moment now. And I was out there in Baku. I know that dinner closes at just after 9 o'clock at the official hotel. And it looks like the players will be in time to make dinner. It looks like a draw any moment now. Any last tricks in the position?
But you know, I was watching the interviews and I really love these interviews. There was a great insight by Vidit who mentioned that it was Abasov who showed him a great Indian restaurant in Baku, and that's exactly where Vidit is going. So I don't think that he's relying on the hotel's food. He's looking for Indian food to recharge the batteries.
That's clever. I can confirm that the food is a bit repetitive at the official hotel. Yeah, same thing every day, which is fine by me. But I know that a lot of the players are more aware of nutrition and enjoying foods that they like. Rook to g1 on the board.
Yes. Okay. Now, what does it mean? Rook g8 almost obligatory, but actually not. Rook d8 is also a move. The white is not threatening anything.
Yeah.
But rook d8, there is rook g5 check and rook c5, yeah, just to be sure.
Yeah. That could be important though. Rook d8, if Vidit isn't ready, could be a bit of a shock.
Yes, that the move itself is possible at all, yeah. It's and Abasov is about to make the move with the rook.
d8 or g8? How ambitious
G8.
is Abasov feeling?
Okay, so rook g8, professional move. Now we are expecting the move king d2. Yes, on the board, king f6. Now it's easy to call the action.
Not much choice for either player on these turns now. Some king or pawn endgames to calculate if you're feeling in the mood to do so. There we go. A pawn disappears.
I'm not sure if you are in the mood to calculate pawn endgames. But okay, Vidit is now back to 1.5 minutes, yes? So that gives him the cushion to do that if he feels.
Yeah, I'm never in the mood to calculate king and pawn endgames, Peter, unless I know I'm a pawn up. So rook takes g7, very likely. And can white take the rooks off the board? I guess that's the only question that Abasov is contemplating right now. Should be a draw either way, even if white keeps the rooks on. I'd probably keep the rooks on just because I'm too lazy to calculate.
Yeah, but however, since Vidit captured the pawn on c2 immediately, rook takes g7 played, I wouldn't rule out if he takes, but maybe just rook b1, rook b6. That's a very professional way of not needing to calculate anything and making sure that you even don't have to. Yeah, that's what he goes for. And I think there was a draw offer, maybe, or not.
Maybe not yet. I guess black can remain a pawn up if he really wants to go passive, at least temporarily. But rook b1, really nice move. White's king is coming. The rook is coming. And yeah, final 2 or 3 moves, I think, here. And then we will see that draw agreed. Rook b6 forks a couple of pawns. And there go any winning attempts for black.
Vidit is really like the marathon man of the tournament. I feel like if somebody checks, yeah, there is the handshake. And look at this, Vidit is disappointed. He's highlighting that I could have done this or I could have done that.
Mm-hmm. I think he's asking about this rook endgame, maybe trying a different type of race, but complicated stuff either way. And Abasov, we have to give him credit for defending really patiently, really kind of impressively towards the end there, finding some resources in the rook endgame that weren't obvious at all. Either way, a fair result, Peter, after a long game?
Well, I'm not sure if you ask Vidit that he will agree that it's a fair result. Certainly was a fantastic try from Vidit. It was true art how was squeezing the position. He might be disappointed that he felt like there was a chance and then he let it slip. At the same time, finally great defense by Abasov. Holds the draw and makes sure that tomorrow's game is everything to play for.
Yeah, and Peter, talking of tomorrow's game, of course, it's going to be a big one for everyone involved in both the World Cup and the Women's World Cup. Remember, candidates potentially on the line, places in the final stages of this huge knockout event, of course, as well. And let's check out that bracket of the open section, first of all, where we did see 2 decisive results in the end and 2 miracle saves, at least 1 miracle save in the open section. We saw Magnus Carlsen win with the black pieces against Gukesh, taking the lead there. The young Indian with an uphill struggle tomorrow. And we saw the draw there, the marathon draw between Vidit and Abasov. Pragnananda falling to defeat. Really beautiful finish there from Erigaisi, finding a really, really nice finish to that game. And of course, between Dominguez and Caruana, a missed opportunity for Dominguez. And 1 more game tomorrow, potentially tie breaks as well. A lot to play for, Peter.
Lot to play for, a lot of nerves involved. We have seen here also Vidit being disappointed by this draw, this marathon game. The players who need to bounce back with the black pieces, their back will be pushed against the wall. It's clear they need miracle. They need to go all in. How to do that, it's a mastery by itself. That's a big question we're going to find out tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. And meanwhile, let's check out the women's bracket where we saw 2 games today in the semi-finals. 1 decisive result that time, and it was a win for Aleksandra Goryachkina against Tan Zhongyi. Really impressive win with the black pieces in the Queen's Gambit declined. And uphill struggle, as mentioned, for Tan Zhongyi, who will need to win with black tomorrow to equalize. Meanwhile, a very interesting draw between Anna Muzychuk and Nagul Salimova. That one in the balance heading into tomorrow, where Salimova will have the white pieces. And Peter, predictions for the final games tomorrow in the women's section?
No predictions at all. I believe we have seen today also that, one thing is guaranteed, that we have tons of action. The players are determined to give their absolute most. But what will happen? Of course, the players with the black pieces needing to win, they are in a very difficult situation. On the other hand, nerves are a big factor. Yeah, that no matter if you have won with the black pieces, you still have to control your nerves, not give your opponent the slightest chance, because I believe if a black player gets a chance, then he gets this extra energy. And also with white, you can get completely crazy that how am I allowing my opponent to come back? So I'm still expecting a lot of action. There was this big missed opportunity by Dominguez, how he will handle the situation. Now he will have to play with the black pieces. So many questions we have to find out tomorrow. I'm already looking forward to the action.
Yeah, and Peter, I must admit, it's far more enjoyable commentating with you than it was playing out there in Baku. That was just stressful. And I think we'll be back tomorrow. Final thoughts on what we saw today?
Well, first of all, also, it has been a tremendous pleasure for me also working with you and finally calling the action together. I'm a big fan of you, both as a commentator and as a player. I just love this, kind of strategical mastery that you are producing in many of your games. So please continue in the same spirit. We are very happy to follow all your actions. Regarding the tournament, yes, I think I already mentioned everything. Crazy action is guaranteed, tremendous fight, and, well, stay with us. I think that's the most important.
Yeah, it was about time, Peter, that we finally teamed up. I've been a fan of yours since I was a child. So thank you for today. And thank you to everyone for watching. It's been a long day, but a fun day. And we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow for the closing stages of this round of the World Cup. See you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.